It's the NFL on EA Sports, and we are at venerable Soldier Field in Chicago. Coming up, we've got a good matchup on tap between the Miami Dolphins and the Chicago Bears. Here's the punter, Trenton Gill, now to do the honors, and off we go here at Soldier Field.
He said he got a dub on me.
And we will not get a run back here to start. It's a touchback, and it will come out to the 25.
I'm finna put my headset on for you, Weezy. I'm finna be all the way in the game. I said I'm finna put my headset on for you. I'm finna be all the way in the game. I gotta get my dub back.
They'll start on the ground with Mostert. And that's not the start that he was looking for, as he's going to be met and dropped behind the line. In motion, Hill. On second and 11 now. Tua. This one complete to Jalen Waddle. And they'll get it all the way up about 5 yards shy of midfield. Last play they got stuffed at the line. Different story here, over 20 yards.
You get him?
This slot receivers, especially the little guys that we're watching here, are just quicker than fast. A lot of them combine quickness and speed, and they catch a lot of footballs as we just saw there.
And he's got it across midfield and into Bear territory. Good run there on first down, and it'll leave him with a 2nd and 2. Say that sort of opens the playbook now. Second and short. What do you think, early shot here?
I like where you're going. Obviously, we've been together for a while, because you know me. I want to take that shot early and loosen things up.
Second down. Here's Mostert again. And he'll go down shy of the 40 at the 41. Tua now on first down. That one finds Tyreek Hill. And they'll wind up getting this one all the way down inside the 20. A well-executed 22-yard gain.
Well, that certainly has to feel good. It's not all the time that the play caller should get all the credit. Sometimes I think in the huddle, the quarterback just says, hey, who's going to make a play for me? I just need something right here. And the end result there, nice first down. Drive keeps moving.
Inside the red zone here. They'll look to throw.
Fuck out of here. That was pig game.
Opening drive, they've got to find some way to push back, and that's a good first step.
Second and goal from the 1. Now Tua going to try and sneak it.
Come on, get out of here, bro. That's the longest 1 yard you could ever get, bro. Look at that. How you slide through the look at that, bro. Come on now. That's crazy. I watched them too. But ball don't lock. You can't make field goals, gang. I can't score. I ain't even had the ball. Oh my.
And we expect
Oh
him to prove
my.
them wrong.
Now he's back
I
out
ain't
there
even
to
had the
close this one
ball.
out. There was
Like,
some frustration after the PAT miss.
you can't make a field goal.
On the
You
return,
barely
it's
can
Justin
score.
Hebner from his end zone. And tackled at the 21-yard
You
line.
got
So
you
a
win
gain
one
of
game.
4
You
for the
can't.
Bears.
All right. I'm on phone now.
Fields and the Bears
You
now
gonna
with
have
a
to,
1st and 10
especially out of
at
that.
their own 21. To throw is Fields. A quick throw there going to be batted away and incomplete.
Quarterbacks work all the time on manipulating a defense with their eyes and their head movement. In this case, he just stared the receiver down. That allowed for excellent coverage, able to knock that one away.
From the 21, it's 2nd and 10. Here's Fields. He'll leave it for Montgomery complete. And he'll get this up to the 34-yard line. Mark that down as a pickup of 13, and the Bears have the first. From the 34 now, here's 1st and 10. Now it's Fields. He'll get that complete to his tight end, Komet. Just a gain of a couple there. That'll bring up 2nd down.
Look at the defense this nigga's running, bro.
They played that very well because it was a drag route. And he
Look
ran
at
a
the
little
defense this
shallower
man
than
is
normal
running.
as he
This
worked
shit
straight
is
across the field.
ridiculous.
He was hoping he'd get lost behind the defensive line. But once he got
Prevent
inside,
defense, then
nowhere
he
to turn
comes
but
down
in
to a
and gain any
double.
yardage.
Oh, weak, bro.
After
I'm
one.
glad I'm recording this game, folks. You can't. Yo, you get me? I said, I'm talking about your defense. I said, I'm glad I'm recording this game with this double 1-0 buzz.
Line of scrimmage, the 36, and it's
Yeah.
2nd and 8.
We down by 6 points.
Fields.
We down by 6 points.
And again, back to Komet.
Almost don't count. I'm
Just
going right
20
back to him.
yards.
Watch.
And that'll bring us to a 3rd and 4.
Almost don't count. Let me show you why.
And a Dolphins rush gets home
Come
down
on,
he
man. I'm not
goes.
worried, bro. Why?
They snap it to Fields. And it's incomplete. They cannot
My
get there.
man, nigga.
And
He
they
was
turn
right
it
there.
over. A
Shit.
surprising move to
Tomorrow,
go for it.
going.
Predictably, at least somewhat
You good,
predictably,
bro.
it
Play your
doesn't pay
game.
off. And that will force a turnover on
I'm
downs.
not worried, Gabe. I am not worried.
Here's a handoff to Mostert running left. And he'll get this just inside the 30-yard line. The last run got a couple. Here's 2nd and 8. In motion, Hill. 2nd down. Here's Mostert again. And he's out of bounds. Almost gets to the 10. 17 yards for the Dolphins there as they've got
Boy,
themselves a 1st
bouncing
down.
off tackles
Dolphins'
game. Bouncing
reputation
off
as a
tackles
speedy
game. You ain't
running
run
attack,
nobody over.
and it's always
You
fun to
ain't run
watch it.
nobody over
It's
yet.
eye-opening, isn't it? Because when you see him get the ball and just go, in addition to...
And he
Fuck
fires
you
it
talking
across
about,
midfield.
pussy?
And the
Nigga.
Bears are going to get the football and
Yeah.
get this
Yeah.
inside the
On
10.
what?
And as we've seen, points have been precious so far, and they just threw some away on that snap. And look, let's face it, as we advance further into this game, that play will be on the
Now I
minds of
gotta beat you on the
everybody
ground.
watching it. They wondered,
Now I
is
gotta
this the
beat you on the
play?
ground.
Is this the spot where those points were given away and could cost them a ball game?
What am I doing? Oh, you gonna see.
They'll keep pounding here with
You gonna
Montgomery.
see.
Oh, he's got some breathing room. And now off to the races.
You gonna
Touchdown,
see. Tell him stop playing with me. Nigga.
touchdown, Chicago. And on that long run, maybe the defense caught
You
napping a
there?
little bit.
The concentration level
Yo.
may not have been there. I agree with you on that one
Oh,
because
y'all, he
those types of
quiet.
plays are
Oh,
almost
okay, okay.
they're almost like big bullets in the
Oh,
body.
okay,
You never
okay.
know
What
where
happened?
off he goes.
Santos able to take
What
the
happened,
extra
gang?
point. And they take the lead here at 7-6.
Yo. You don't hear me, G?
Now the Dolphins going to burn the first of
Oh,
their
oh
timeouts.
my God. Now his mic don't work.
Step aside here in this 2nd quarter.
I ain't kicking the ball till this nigga say something to me.
I did. I just said that. I said you didn't have to.
Every time this nigga started losing, he cut his mic off. This shit crazy. He don't want to say nothing now because he down a point. Yo. Alright. Yo. Alright. I will. Yeah. What you on, G? What you on? Like, dang. You nervous, son? You cut your mic off, all that, like. Nah. Who called the timeout? Me or you? Now you waiting on me. Now you waiting on me.
In a close game like this, Charles, those interceptions like they had
We here.
could be costly, but here they've got another opportunity to seize control
Yeah, I'm
of this
gonna
game.
crunch that nigga. Come on.
Because otherwise, if they end up losing by one score, they'll relive this over and over and over until they have another opportunity to wipe it away.
None of that. None of that.
As he stopped for officially a loss of 2.
None of that, boy.
Defensive end because most of his responsibility.
I score, you cut your mic off. You don't know how to hear. That's crazy. That is crazy. You ain't laughed. You ain't did none of that. Say silent assassin. That's the one. I hope, nigga, you get it, nigga. Look, come on, man. This nigga fast. I ain't worried, bro. I'ma score again. Just make your field goal, gang. Make your field goal. Make your field goal. Look, make your field goal. Come on, man. Make your field goal, man. Like the game would be a whole different thing if you could make your field goal, so.
This will be fielded inside the 5.
Yeah, I told you I was gonna hang up. You was too busy talking. Exactly. I told you hear what you want to hear. With the thing in your ear at that, like that was the crazy thing, like. Yeah. I'm weak, bro. I'm weak, bro.
Touchdown, Charles, their last time out.
And that's a great feeling to have on the sideline, partner, knowing you just won the battle against the opposing defense. And since they came off the field, I'll guarantee you all they want to do is get back out there because they know they have the upper hand on that defense right now.
They'll run it. Here's Montgomery.
I was gone. 5 carries for 105 yards. See that?
First down, here's the run with Montgomery.
Come on.
Hurt the average a bit as this time they're able to get him behind the line. So their task a little bit more difficult now. 2nd and 13 that they're walking up on. Fields now to throw. Oh, that's into a sea of bodies, and it's intercepted. And the Dolphins are going to take possession of the football.
Your ass weak, bro. Oh, you weak. I wasn't even supposed to do that. You good, bro.
I think so, but you have to remember with young quarterbacks, it may take a few years before they get all the stuff out of them that they did earlier in their career or even in their college days when they were used to being dominant. In this case, the NFL veteran defense ended up winning the battle.
After the turnover, it's Tua. Finds Hill on the crossing route, complete. And he's going to be taken down at the 28-yard line. So the contact came before the ball got there, and the flag is thrown.
Timing is everything, isn't it? And it's so hard to cover these great receivers. They have such great body control, and they can fake you out. In this case, as you described, got there before the ball got to the receiver. Penalty flag had to come out.
The Dolphins going to take their second timeout as they stop it with 11 seconds remaining in this first half. Now they bring a receiver in motion right. They'll run with Mostert. Nothing doing there. They're going to wind up holding him at the 2. Now a timeout. 7 seconds left in the first half.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a force of nature at the defensive tackle position. Yes, he's as big as they come, but still plenty agile. He's able to make a nice play there to small up the ball carrier.
On second and goal. Tua. And it'll be intercepted. Picked up by Jalen Johnson. And the Bears are going to get the football here as the ball will come out to the 20. Final play of the first half, barring a penalty, as they come up on 1st and 10. They'll indeed try to run it out as they start on the ground. And he's going to lose yardage. Not that it matters as the final seconds tick away. And that'll do it for the end of the second quarter. This is the end of the ball, and it's
Oh, weak, man.
Welcome back. Halftime over. We are ready for quarter number 3. Alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gordon. The Bears going to see the football first, and they trail here as we get back underway to start this second half. Ebner going to elect to bring this out of the end zone here. And only able to get this to the 19, so probably should have opted for the touchback. At the line, prepping for their next drive, the Bears offense. But Charles, we saw a pretty entertaining first half, close ball game. Remember there toward the end of the second quarter, the opposition scored.
I'm in third.
We'll see if these guys can get a score of their own to regain that lead.
Yeah, they want to have that type of a response, don't they? Because they want to find a way to take control of this ball game one more time. Gauntlet's been thrown down. They want to see if they're ready to answer it.
Man, I just love being in this stadium. So much history, tradition, so many great teams and games. And we're seeing a pretty good one right now. Hotly contested in the third quarter. 124 yards for him on the ground now as he has been terrific here this afternoon.
Offensive linemen love creating space for their guys carrying the ball. But when that guy also breaks tackles and creates extra yardage, they almost feel like he's one of them, and they really embrace him.
Oh.
He's got this to the 30 before being taken down. So now 1st and 10 as they've crossed into Miami territory at the 30-yard line. Again, they'll go ground with Montgomery. And he stopped right at the 25 after a...
What? Hey, you trying to do that?
Oh. As they burn one here in this third quarter.
What? You ain't stopping it. I'm finna put 200 on the ground on you, folks.
Up the middle, it's Montgomery. What a great effort there. He's going to get this inside the 15, and they'll spot it at the 13-yard line. Nice run. A gain there of 12 yards and a first down for the Bears.
See, I zoom past them niggas like.
They'll try the middle with Montgomery. And he'll be taken down here at about the 11. Throwing on 2nd and 8. Fields. Touchdown. Cole Kmet, an 11-yard touchdown. And the Bears have taken the lead as they go right down the field and score on the opening drive of the second half. Matt Eberflus going to keep his offense on the field. They're going for 2. Fields trying to throw for it. And he's got it. The try for 2 is successful. And it pushes the lead up to a field goal.
Oh, wait. You drunk?
Send the kicking team out there, and they will send
Is
this
you
one
drunk?
away.
You ain't drink today? You lying.
Hill is
It's
able to
all over
get
your
out of the
face.
end zone.
Oh, yeah.
And the decision to bring it out, not a good one, as he's tackled at the
What's that?
15.
What you drinking? Oh.
The Dolphins at the line ready for their next drive. Charles, it feels like we're set up for a good second half here. Came out of the locker room, one-score game. Now the lead has already changed hands. Well, this offense, they've got an opportunity right now to take that lead right back.
You got lucky, boy.
Almost a little bit like a tennis match, right? And we're just, our heads just keep moving. Which side has it? Which side
You
doesn't?
got lucky, nigga.
How are they going to
You
go
seen
after
what
it?
happened?
A little bit of a challenge for each side, trying to match each other.
Good action to this point in the third quarter. Just a 3-point game. 2nd and 10. Tua going to throw. And going deep for Hill. And on the left sideline, he caught it out of bounds, according to the head linesman. Incomplete. So the ball a little late getting there, and it's 3rd down.
I've got a good friend in football, always talks about predictive history. He's got one of their 2 touchdowns. You can understand why they tried to find him again. Weren't able to connect, but the thought, that was good.
So
Because you asked him, huh? I don't leave. I don't leave. Why you asking that?
Tua.
Here we go. Here we go. No.
You said what?
He is tight end. And
No.
way up
No.
past the 35 before
No.
he's taken
What that
down.
mean? Ask him.
Convert on
No.
3rd with a
You supposed to
chance.
caught on next time. You took the easy route out.
I went in there.
Big moments in this
Chump.
game. Plays like this are critical to keep drives going. And if points result, we'll call this play significant.
Tua setting up shop to throw again. He'll get this
Oh, that shit. This shit just cheated like a mug, boy.
We even exalt the guys who are great trash talkers and give us some really funny lines. But the bottom line is absolutely.
Like, look at that. 1, 2.
His second touchdown of the game.
And now they'll be looking to their defense to preserve that lead. So now the Dolphin offense will stay out there as they'll go for 2.
First place for that shit.
I appreciate that, gang.
And he takes it all the way back. It's a pick 2, if you will, as that play backfires in a big way. Now after the touchdown, ready to kick it away is Sanders. Ebner going to elect to bring this out of the end zone here. Dangerous return man showing
Boy.
That strong return is set up for the next drive, and we all know the next
Putting that motherfucker in your throat, gang.
in this game.
The Bears offense ready to go for their next drive. And now last drive certainly with the ground ending in a touchdown. Do you stick with that formula?
What you eating, bro?
That would be the number one thing you would think of, but so many guys now would look at it and say, we've got them set up so well for play action. Now's the time to take a shot.
Yeah.
But, you know, there was a big-time coach in the state of Ohio who once said, if you throw the ball, if you put it in the air, 3 things can happen, and 2 of them are bad. He would have kissed it on the ground.
That one, a first down pickup of 8. And they're not going to get to the line to run another play. So we will switch ends as the third quarter has come to a close. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports. Going up the gut, Montgomery. And some room to run now.
Hey, hey,
He's inside the 30.
200.
204 yards rushing for him now as he
Ooh,
has been tremendous
200.
all day long.
Another carry for
Montgomery.
their leader and a
Yes.
good one. It's crunch time. They'll need him to continue to be productive in
Pound
both
the
the
rock,
run
man.
and passing game
Good
in order for
field.
them to try and snatch a victory.
205, 18-yard run.
Here's 2nd and 9, just a yard on that last run. Again, this is Montgomery. And maybe a measure of revenge there. He's had his way in this one, but this time they get him behind the line. Throwing on 3rd down, Fields.
Wow.
Defenders had intercepted. Picked off by Jerome.
Wow.
And the Dolphins are going to get the football here.
No, bro. Nigga threw an interception, bro.
Offensively, when you see cover 2,
It's cool, though.
has to go through the quarterback's head. Drive the football when making throws. It's not just the deep guys covering. It's the guys underneath you have to be careful of. Drive your throw. Otherwise, you see what results? Interceptions.
Hey. I'm really reading the play.
And it's 2nd down. Tell you what, he's been able to put the ball in some tight spots all game long. That throw, no different.
Yeah, a lot of people would call it a gutsy type of a throw. I think he looks at it as, I can do it, so it's not that big of a deal to me. I'm going to keep firing.
Meanwhile, Tua's throw here taken in by Gesicki. And he slips up past the 45 before being tackled. 2nd catch for him today, and it'll wind up a 1st down. Here's Tua. He lets this one fly toward the back of the end zone. And it's incomplete. Took a shot, couldn't connect.
I guess they figure with a guy who's
I was just trying to do some code on me.
you throw it up and give him every opportunity.
It was a dot, too, on me. You scored if it was no room.
In the end zone multiple times, tried to target him again deep.
Yeah, he tried it,
but
though.
unsuccessful.
He said, I wanted them.
So now 2nd and 10 after the incompletion on 1st down. From the gun, it's Tua. That's going to be caught by Waddle. And he's going to have another 1st down as the tackle's made here at the Bears' 41-yard line. Tua to throw again. And this winds up a pickup of 2, maybe 2.5 to about the 39.
Brandon, you know this is going to be discussed because this is the fear of all the backs when they run this type of a route. They've got to find the football, and sometimes they don't see the defender. And in this case, he took a pretty good shot for his efforts, but give him credit, able to hold on to the football.
Y'all just chilling, huh? What?
Throwing again on 2nd down. Tua. That's caught Waddle on the left side. And he's going to have another 1st down as the tackle's made here at the Bears' 20-yard line. 19 yards the pickup there. Move the chains. Now Tagovailoa. Eluding the pressure right. And look at this. They get the turnover they needed. It's intercepted. He's at the 30. And the Bears are going to take possession of the football. I love plays like that. A defensive lineman holding the football. It's like a kid who stole a cookie from the cookie jar, and then he's just fleeing the scene of the crime.
And all he's doing in his mind, reliving his days when he was young, probably played fullback on his high school team, always wanted to be the tailback carrying the ball, trying his best to lug that bad boy the distance.
Pretty impressive pick there off the screen, and then a nice return.
You know, nowadays, they do more ball drills with the big guys than ever before because they want to take possessions away from the offense.
Back to Montgomery on 2nd down. And he is going to be stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. They'll be in search of 8 yards here as they hope to convert the first down. And they get the timeout called here. It comes with 1 second remaining on the clock. And now we'll get a timeout here. They're able to stop it with 1 second to go in this game. So here's Cairo.
Oh, shit. I'm weak.
The clock showing just 1 tick. This for the win.
Stop playing with me, little boy. GG.
It's a pretty entertaining ball game, Charles. Had the lead changes going on in the second half, but I think for the losing side, not able to put any points on the board in the fourth quarter. That ultimately was what really stung them.
And you know what puzzled them during the game? It's going to puzzle them even more when they go back, watch tape, and try and figure it all out. Did they not make the proper adjustments, or were they just outplayed? They'll have to figure that out and get ready for their next one.
What? Why? That's on your TV. I don't know that. Y'all say your remote work for her? Good, about time. Any other time you don't see it. Huh? I do. donuts? Ma, who ain't picked their donuts up?
Them all donuts. Yes, you are. Yes. Eat. Yeah.
Fight night, sir. Try to fight night. Up. Right there. See what? See it on ESPN Plus. You have to click on them. Tank versus Hector Garcia. Giovanni Davis versus Hector Garcia. Where y'all going? If it don't smell like you smelled yesterday, then maybe. Wow. Bro, it don't work till it start. Play that. Yes. It ain't gonna play the undercards though, huh? Huh? What's that? Cause you eating that. Yeah, you nasty, girl.
Bro, the fight don't start till 8 though. Odd time, I think. Yeah. We not Eastern, gang. Let me see. What? Me? I'm watching this fight. I'm trying to watch this fight. I ain't say it like that. I was just saying. Bro, it ain't started yet, bro. Bro, yeah, 8 o'clock, bro. You tweaking, gang. You heard? Yeah. So that's probably why it ain't showing. Right. You don't let your phone, bro. You don't let your phone. You went on your phone, you would have seen what I did. No, I forget. Something like that.
Royman Villa, if you haven't seen him before, get ready. He is a tornado of punches.
So Royman Villa will this be his second fight in the U.S. The first one was that showbox fight I mentioned. He's 25-1 with 24 KOs. That victory over Boca Chica, which was a wide decision, one-sided by the end of it, was the first time he didn't score a knockout. So you can see what he brings to the table. But we are going to head back to the ring. Villa got some sparring time with one Vito Melnecki Jr., the young 20-year-old. Now it's time in our featured bout here on the Showtime Boxing Countdown prelims, as we see Vito Melnecki Jr. We know about that party back at the steakhouse. A lot of fans hoping he can continue the journey. Omar Rosales is the opposition in front of him.
Got the sombrero. That's nice. Love that.
13-1 with 8 stoppages is the 20-year-old Vito Melnecki Jr. Roseland, New Jersey is where he calls home. And 9-1-1 with 5 KOs is the 32-year-old Omar Rosales, who turned pro in August of 2020, so he's been very busy himself to get up to this point, and just 1 defeat. So we'll see what type of opposition he can give to the rising young prospect.
Yeah, we talked to Omar Rosales this week, and we asked him, give us the same. If someone's never seen you box before, what can they expect? And he's like, I'm that dog. I'm that guy. I'm that guy who's going to meet you right in the middle. I'm that guy that's going to bite down on the mouthpiece, and I'm going to beat you, he said, with corazon, with heart. We will see. He's certainly got a tough task in Vito Melnecki Jr. tonight.
Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. starting to fill in here as we close in on that 9 p.m. Eastern time start of tonight's four-fight, Showtime pay-per-view card. 10 rounds in the super welterweight division right now, though, between Vito Melnecki Jr. and Omar Rosales.
I gotta say, I'm a little bit mad at the DJ tonight, BC.
You needed more.
I need more. I mean, if you're in DC, and you got DC fighters on the card, which they do.
So you need some 90s jams.
No, we need some go-go music. Go-go music is a style of music very specific to Washington, D.C. It only exists really here.
Yeah, they don't have that in Connecticut where I live.
I know. It's ours. And you can't have it.
Hey, you can have it. There we go. Round 1 of the action between these 154-pound fighters.
Bro, some pre-fight
here. That's Vito Melnecki Jr., the young prospect in the gold with the black waist.
Melnecki, by the way, not a big puncher, a decent puncher, but overall, I think you're going to see a much more well-rounded skill set from him relative to Rosales.
Earlier I said Melnecki's lone loss came in 2019. I meant to say
Mama, you got a jury duty.
21 in April against James Martin, who came in with a 6-2 record. Turned out to be a majority decision upset loss for Melnecki.
From Jim Rowe.
5-0 since then. 3 victories by stoppage.
They see you right, choose.
Boy, right away, the jab of Melnecki is timing Rosales as he closes the distance, and he's getting his head snapped back, and he can't make any use of the entry. Already the jab, and I should say the lead hand, rather, of Melnecki doing great work.
Talk about how much that loss to James Martin in 2021 humbled Melnecki. He said, when I win fights, I come back to my cell phone in the locker room. There's about 200 messages on there. That one time I didn't win, though, just mom, just siblings, just cousins, just closest friends.
Yep.
A reminder of, in this fickle game, they love you on top, but you are only as good as your last fight.
Every fighter will tell you the loneliest time they ever have is after a loss. When they're winning, they're the hero, they're the party of the city. When they lose, they feel very alone.
Rosales is a 32-year-old native of Houston, Texas, born in Mexico. Very busy since turning pro in 2022. Well, look, he's very patient here as he works the jab. Good left hand.
Excellent left hook there as Rosales didn't really change position and just came back up, moved right into it. Nice right hand there from Milnicki, sticking him as he comes in.
Rosales goes by the nickname El Charro, which he said had to do with the Mexican national sport of bull riding.
Right.
Say y'all mentioned Jag again.
But Rosales said he had plenty of respect for the skills of Milnicki coming in, saying as a prospect he would rate him about a 9 out of 10. So he knows the speed, the young ambition, the aggressiveness that Milnicki can bring here as we close round 1.
Great first round from Milnicki. Jab was working, right hand found a home as well. Got out of the way of just about everything Rosales was throwing. Intercepted him on his entries. Excellent first round.
Milnicki fought 3 times in 2022. All victories, of course. And here's a look back at the opening round. A perfect right counter from Vito Milnicki got the attention of Rosales.
Yeah, perfect pull-to counter. You can notice Milnicki kind of leaning over his front foot, baiting the entry, baiting the punch from Rosales. Then as it comes, he moves back and then counters himself with that counter too. Good work. How about that Frank Martin pull-to counter?
Woo!
That might be the best pull-to counter I saw all year. I mean, I think he fought at the end of 2022, so whatever, but you get the idea.
Hector Luis Garcia, who of course will be opposite Gervonta Davis in tonight's main event, one of those sneaky contenders for Fighter of the Year, definitely probably the leading one for Breakout Fighter of the Year, but don't forget Frank Martin, who just in December, boy, did he get our attention. He secured Derek James, trainer, of course, of Jermell Charlo and Errol Spence, as the trainer of the year. Bob Santos, Hector Luis Garcia's trainer, would have had a good chance to win it without that. Saw Derek James during fight week this week here in D.C. Fortunately, the setback from Jermell Charlo with the injury against Tim Tszyu, the undisputed Super Welterweight Championship. We'll be looking for a new date between those two. Originally scheduled for late January.
Jab working early for Milnicki. Nice. Kind of came low with it, then raised it up.
Even though he fought 3 times last year, Milnicki said he's hoping to fight upwards of 4 or 5 times, saying that's the best way to get experience, being in there.
So he's going to the body, and then he's getting underneath, just like that. So you see how he went to the body, and then the next time he starts low, but then finishes the punch high. So Rosales thinks there's going to be another body shot, and then leaves his face wide open. That's just great work.
Good head movement from Milnicki to avoid a counter right hand attempt from Rosales. Milnicki said he knows Rosales will be tough. Comes from that fighting city of Houston, which is certainly becoming an even bigger boxing hotbed. Shout out to our Showtime Sports colleague Raul Marquez, the former world champion. He's like the mayor of Houston. Rosales cornering Milnicki here as we close in on a minute left in round 2.
Rosales having a hard time with the distance. Bit of a low punch there. That one was below the belt line. Rosales is right to complain about that.
Referee David Braslow calls a halt to the action here as Rosales is given time to walk off that punch. South of the border, as Mauro Ranallo would often say. Ran into Mauro today, who of course will be on
How
the
was he?
Showtime pay-per-view call tonight. The legend, as you often said, maybe the GOAT. Maybe the combat sports combined GOAT. A guy, any season, any sport, from pro wrestling to kickboxing to MMA with Bellator and Strikeforce before him.
He's done pro wrestling at the highest level, commentary. He's done boxing commentary at the highest level. He's done mixed martial arts commentary at the highest level while Mielnicki lands a beautiful right hand.
That right hand seemed to hurt Rosales.
And don't forget, Mauro has also done kickboxing at the highest level. I don't know any other commentator with such a distinguished resume.
Mauro
as
also
Mauro Ranallo.
hosted a reality show last year on CBS as
How
well.
about that?
And the jungle here. Here's another right hand from Mielnicki.
It's the same pull-to counter.
Having no trouble timing Rosales and landing big power punches to end the second round. We mentioned Fairfield, New Jersey. The watch party watching the broadcast and cheering on young Vito Mielnicki Jr., 20 years old, looking good here in round two.
He faked to the body, then went upstairs to cheat the distance only so he could land the right hand. Did it twice. There's another example of it just like that. That is excellent work. So the jab was landing before when he was switching up body head. Now he's using that just to cut the distance to bring a punch from his power hand behind it, building on what he was doing in previous rounds. Love that.
By the way, we talked about the stern look that Royman Villa, who will be in tonight's welterweight till on the Showtime pay-per-view main card, has looked. Here's a great quote from Villa this week when asked about studying his opponent, Speedy Rashidi Ellis. He said, "No, I studied in school. I'm not here to study anybody. I'm going to come after him and be aggressive. I'm going to be myself." So
yeah, I believe him.
Yeah, that's enough. That's enough. He's got me hooked. Round three here, 10 rounds, 154 pounds. And rising prospect Vito Mielnicki Jr.
So far, everything really working pretty nicely for Mielnicki. He's got the jab, then he turns it into a left hook. He's got Rosales not knowing where the punches are coming from. Down, two liver shots, followed by a left hook and a right hand from Mielnicki. He is stealing.
Rosales could go at any time here. Referee David Braslow taking a look.
Good job, Mielnicki. He underhooks him, turns him into the ropes, and now he has reclaimed center.
Good poise shown by Mielnicki. He knew he had Rosales hurt, but didn't overextend.
Pay attention to that left hook to the body. He's been going to the body just like that the whole time. Let's see if he can mix it up, including if he can do it while Rosales jabs. There it is again. Double jab right hand.
Ends with another big right hand. The power shots landing on a consistent basis here from Mielnicki. Like to see him continue to cut off this ring. Try to put Rosales in a corner.
Rosales is starting to lunge a little bit, which means once he gets to the position he has lunged to, he is not very mobile. I will say the left-handed Mielnicki a little bit low. A couple times it's got a little bit low.
Mielnicki targets the body of Rosales with a combination, looking to bring down the guard to set up that overhand right. But talk about standing in punching range. Mielnicki largely in front of Rosales, not been made to pay up to this point.
Not at all. Oh my, that right hand barely missed for Mielnicki.
Just under 45 seconds to go in round three of a scheduled 10-minute
Whoa!
right. See if Rosales can survive the final 30 seconds.
Oh, he just moved. He stepped offline to throw the right hand. He did it again.
Rosales is going to go out on his shield if he does. He's standing and throwing.
He is square. Look at him. He is literally square to his opponent. Now he got an angle, but before he was quite square.
Another clean left hand from Mielnicki. Rosales had his right hand caught in the ropes there in that earlier assault by Mielnicki. Another right.
Oh, he can't see anything coming. That's it.
Right hand drops him, and the fight
No.
Oh, this is a knockdown ruled, excuse me, by referee David Braslow. Let's see if Omar Rosales can show him something. He will live to see another round here.
I got a feeling it's not going to go past this next one, BC.
Big-time power punching from 20-year-old Vito Melnecki Jr. to close the third round. Let's take a look back at what we saw.
Oh, slip the jab and then left hook to the liver. Where's Boss Rutan when you need him?
Big body shot and then going upstairs with the left hand. You love how Melnecki systematically breaking his opponent down.
Just has a real keen sense of what he's going to throw and when, and is able to move around it. Oh, that was brilliant. Straight 1-2, but he still lowers his level, so it looks like it's going to come to the body. He got him there flush with the overhand right.
Look, the fight could have been stopped after that right hand. It looked momentarily like referee David Braslow was about to do that, but he allowed Omar Rosales a chance to beat the 10 count. He did. We will enter round 4 of a scheduled 10.
Melnecki is basically doing whatever he wants.
Melnecki fought to the 10-round distance for the second time in his last bout, which came in October of 2022. A decision win in Brooklyn over Lindbergh Ponce.
Melnecki has just owned Rosales' jab, and you see the corner towel for Rosales being thrown in there. Very good call. That was unnecessary punishment. Didn't need it. Fantastic job by Melnecki. But the big key, BC, in this round and the last one, Melnecki having a keen sense of how to counter the jab. He saw the jab coming from Rosales a million miles away and slipped to the body off of it, or just countered over the top, or just came right through the middle.
Melnecki celebrating on the ropes. You heard the little pop from the crowd. He said he was able to bring a good amount of family and friends down from northern New Jersey to the fight tonight in Washington, D.C., but it was capital punishment for Rosales. As Melnecki put together power punches, and he made them count, Luke.
Certainly did. He got under the right hand that time and was able to counter him. But either case, getting underneath the jab in the right hand, coming to the body, and then left hook with an overcommitted Rosales who was basically stuck in position. And then the referee basically had seen enough, obviously with the corner towel as well.
You can see on the young 20-year-old Vito Melnecki Jr.'s body, good placement of tattoos, but the one on his left bicep, he said ultimately means the most to him and really echoes the advice that he says he's taken throughout his lifetime from his parents. The tattoo reads, "Comfortable being uncomfortable." And you saw already for a young fighter, responded in all positive ways to his first pro defeat in 2021, a majority decision loss, and has now extended that win streak since then to 6 fights. There just seems to be a maturity to Melnecki that is beyond his years. There's still a lot to prove. There's still a lot to go in terms of stepping up. And this year, he said, is going to be a big one for him, or so he hopes. But just really has next level poise, confidence, and seems to have his head on straight here as he continues to advance up the rankings.
2 things. Number one, let's just be honest about it. His team is doing a great job. Right? I know there was the one slip up. Now, what was it, 6, 7 fights ago you mentioned? Okay, fair enough. But in general, they're giving him the right kind of opportunities at the right time. Second of all, what I would say is, doesn't it feel like that loss is a completely distant memory from the guy that we saw here? A lot of times you see fighters be like, oh, that wasn't me, that was 30% of me, or whatever kind of thing they want to say where it's not the full them. And sometimes, obviously, that's really true. It's clearly true in this case. This guy looked phenomenal tonight. And by the way, we saw him, correct me if I was wrong, we saw him in Brooklyn on the Danny Garcia card, I believe, and some other ones as well. This is maybe the best I've seen him look. Now, okay, his opponent was overmatched, but just in terms of how he set up his offense and all the different ways in which he could get it done, taking away the jab of Rosales, among other things, he just looked really in command of his own skill set. Very, very strong
great discipline shown from the young fighter who, you can't talk enough, like I keep saying, about how impressive he is as a speaker and the confidence he shows. He did, like I mentioned, headline a PBC on Fox card on Christmas night back in 2021. So the idea of pressure and the bright lights doesn't seem to bother him.
I can take these off now, by the way.
It was a good featured placement opportunity tonight for him. And the final of 3 preliminary bouts that we saw on tonight's Showtime Boxing Countdown show. But once again, Brian Campbell and Luke Thomas with you. It's all going to go down at 9 p.m. Eastern tonight. Showtime pay-per-view. You can, of course, purchase the event right now. Don't wait any longer. Go to Showtime.com/PPV. But Luke, let's reset at the top here. Gervonta Tank Davis, Hector Luis Garcia. So let me ask it to you like this. If the key to victory overall, I guess the key to avoid a disaster for Garcia is he's going to have to show a chin. He's going to have to show tremendous head movement. He's going to have to take the right chances at the right time without letting it cost him. What are some keys for Gervonta Davis in getting this victory tonight against a very crafty and mentally tough opponent?
I think of it, a lot of different ways you could look at it. I'm going to argue two different things. Number one, I think he should be on the lookout for a couple of different punches.
Volume or not, you got a Gennady Golovkin when he was in his process.
Sure.
So active with that.
And I don't want to compare Garcia to prime Golovkin. And he's not. He doesn't have that kind of volume either. But I do think he does have enough to steal rounds.
Yes.
Right? He can keep fights close. He does. By the way, we haven't talked about this. The tape shows that Garcia does have a very good chin. Now, against Tank's power, I don't know if anyone has a good chin, but in general, he's pretty sturdy. So I'm going to say this. I think Gervonta, his best work lands when he punishes people to the head, but I think he's going to have to set that up tonight with a fair amount of body work. I really believe that is going to be a key focus for him in this fight tonight.
33%, according to CompuBox, of Gervonta Davis's landed punches, on average, are to the body. 1 out of every 3. For Hector Luis Garcia, just 13% downstairs. So you even heard it on the Showtime All Access pre-fight documentary show that set this up. Calvin Ford, the trainer of Gervonta Davis, said they know it's going to be a competitive fight to a certain point. They do believe that the body shots could end up leading Garcia to trouble in the end, and obviously Garcia's got to overcome that potential power difference between them. But as Luke said, you really have to just sort of, I don't know, be not amazed, but give him credit. The way that Hector Luis Garcia and his trainer Bob Santos is now really getting the recognition front-facing that he deserves. How he marries his two styles together has been so key. Pressure fighter without being a reckless one, right? Intelligent pressure with crafty shots, high volume, really yanks on your gas tank. But Chris Colbert and Roger Gutierrez are different type of punchers and counterpunchers than somebody like Gervonta Davis. And when you talk about the patience of Gervonta,
right,
averages 20 less than the division average at 135 pounds in terms of punches attempted per round. He doesn't waste punches, which means he doesn't overextend. Gervonta Davis is always in the right place at the right time. Really knows how to govern distance because he can throw an uppercut from far out and land it and make it count. So you're never comfortable against Gervonta at the end of the day. And you're, like you said, you expect Garcia to have success early. You expect that volume to lead to some early rounds as Gervonta studies him. But when that transition is made from studying to implementing, that's usually when things change. Can Garcia make it different? I'll tell you, in Garcia's favor, it's not just the gas tank, but it's that high volume of smart pressure. He does have a chance to win this fight by decision if he's able to overcome the punching power. And we do know that as much as it is one guy coming up in weight, Garcia from 130, you mentioned it all week, when these two fighters are standing across from each other, like the push that ended Thursday's press conference, like the intense stare down that was on Friday's weigh-in, Garcia's taller, not that much smaller when you talk about overall thickness than Tank Davis.
Yeah, I just don't think his power is going to carry quite like Tank's. I don't know if anybody's would. I do want to highlight something that I think is going to be a central tension in this fight. One of the things that Garcia loves to do is he loves to, and this is part of where his volume is around Steeler, not so much an overwhelming force of nature itself. He loves to throw, get a reaction, and then throw off the reaction. Sometimes he'll throw at the exact same time, knowing when it's coming, or he'll get out of the way, and then he'll land a left hook to the body. It's one of his favorite punches. What I'm pointing out is sometimes he has to eat punches as a consequence to do that. He has to draw out reactions, A lot of times he can step out of the way, he can lean out of the way, whatever. He can catch it, whatever the need may be. But then he likes to fire something right after that, or as I mentioned before, with it. That's going to be a very strange thing to do with Gervonta Davis for two reasons. One, he just doesn't throw a lot himself. It's going to be hard to get him trapped into coming forward. It's going to be hard to trap Gervonta. You saw the Rolly Romero fight. He will back up and then float on the outside of the ring if he needs to, if that's actually a better thing for him. So that's one kind of tension you want to point out. Two, as I mentioned, we talked about it earlier, I want to dig into it here a little bit. It's not like Garcia takes a ton of damage, but he is a little bit of a I'll take one to deliver one kind of guy. That is risky.
Right, he's going to have
risky
to,
against Tank Davis.
Well, look, there's the potential that Gervonta Davis's power could very well discipline him. There's levels of being disciplined. You could be disciplined into a defensive shell because that's your only way to survive. But you would agree, Hector Garcia, with that amateur background, Hector Luis Garcia, 2016 Olympian with the Dominican Republic. Bob Santos told us he's fought international tournaments all the way around the world. He moved to Russia at one point to train in Russia. So he's not going to be afraid of being here, but he does have the boxing, pure amateur experience and craft. He has multiple ways to win is really what I'm trying to say.
He does.
It doesn't have to come down to the full-on pressure fighting because at some point that power from Gervonta is going to get real. It's up to what Hector Luis Garcia does at that point.
Yeah, but here's
Which
the thing.
direction do you go?
Like, if I had to ask you, again, for me, the right hook is maybe one of the better weapons, obviously, for a guy like Garcia. But if I had to ask people, like, what are some of his dominant punches, it's a little bit harder to identify past, like, a couple of them. It's not with Tank.
Yeah.
Like, Tank can drop you to the body with either hand. I mean, this is on film. Obviously, he's got a great overhand himself. His left hand is dynamite. Like, he has a range of fight-altering, round-altering, teeth-rattling punches. Garcia does have the capacity to play the levels. He can play a little bit on the inside. He can do the angular stuff to set up his own left hand when he wants to. But he doesn't quite have the same arsenal, I think is the best way to put it, the same kind of extensive firepower that a guy like Tank does, not just in the overall physical ability, but in the unique way in which he can set it up.
Which is why it's going to have to be a marriage of styles, as Raul Marquez aptly said after Friday's weigh, and he's going to have to know when to hold him, know when to walk away, know when to pressure, all that stuff, all the routines in the world. But Gervonta Davis, 27 years old, one of the biggest stars in this game, when we last saw him in Brooklyn, New York, headlining a pay-per-view.
Yeah, he's in trouble. He's in trouble at that point. Tank can be slowed down. Tank, by the way, now he didn't have any making weight issues this time, but he will punt on rounds. Like, that's just a thing he'll do at times. He will give away a round, sometimes in the middle, sometimes even late if he's feeling like it. That could be a bit of a problem for him, but if Tank is not disciplined in some kind of way, it's going to be a rough go for Garcia, quite candidly. So I think he's going to have to. I think one of the things we've seen him do against orthodox opponents very well is angles. Angles is a big key for Garcia. They have set different kinds of angles depending on the stance of your opponent, but I think that will be something that he and Santos look into. If you stand in front of Tank and you don't have the ability to match power with him, your options are fairly limited at that point. And by the way, Garcia, not a big mover. He will, again, set angles.
Yeah, but he's not for a trunk movement, though. Very good at using that old style. I'm not going to compare him to James Toney, but some of that old type of swiveling and craft.
But he's not fast. He's not a slickster like Jaron Ennis in that sense. He's not a slickster like Rashidi Ellis. It's a little bit more, it's definitely coordinated, and it's definitely technical and foundational, but it's not like, I'll say this too, Garcia is a good athlete. I would not call him a great athlete.
All right, well, Tank Davis, so much power, but so much boxing game, and that can often get overlooked when he's stopping guys so early. But when tested at distance, he can show you that he's also one of the best boxers in the game, and that's where those CompuBox stats just jump off at you. His ability to be so efficient and set up his opponent is Canelo-like in so many ways. When you talk about the standpoint of never wasting shots and only throwing punches when the opening is perfectly there after you've done the work to step it up with feints and set it up with footwork and all that. I want to see, as much as it is how our breakdown goes, we're saying, look, Tank's power is going to decide in a lot of ways how successful Garcia can be. I want to see Tank showcase that boxing ability as well and that IQ that he doesn't always get the credit for. Calvin Ford and Tank together, you put those minds together, his ability to adjust, his ability to fake, his ability to bring out his opponent's offense, his mind for this game does not get the respect it deserves. And now sometimes Tank can be his own worst enemy in the public eye. And the head of build-up to this fight promotion has featured no shortage of distractions from the legal variety and the court of public opinion and all that. But when he puts his hard hat on, Tank Davis, and goes to work, mentally, game planning-wise, no slouch among any of the pound-for-pound greats in the world today.
I think one of the biggest areas of growth for Tank Davis that we've seen in the last 3 or so years for me has been his timing. Like you saw that in the Romero finish, basically. Tank's timing has gotten really good. Now, he was always a good boxer, a great boxer before that. But to me, it's gotten, just razor, Michelin star, sushi chef sharp, on that knife. Really, really, really good. And that has enabled him to do the things where you mentioned, if you look at the stats, you're like, my God, the numbers, they're not really there.
47% of his power shots. Do you realize how ridiculous that is on an average?
That's insane. But again, the overall volume, not necessarily all that high. Doesn't need to be, folks. When you've got crippling power and to BC's point, the opposite. That's why I actually love this fight. I think if you talk to the
staying busy and looking sharp, and Gervonta has a very tough test in Hector Luis Garcia. It's not meant to undermine that, but is there something that this fight can do to help prepare Tank moving forward for somebody as quick, dynamic, long as Ryan Garcia?
Listen, this Garcia, Hector Luis Garcia, is very different from Ryan Garcia. In many ways, more accomplished, actually, right? An Olympian.
Sure.
He certainly has...
World champion,
right? There's a lot of things you could point to that Ryan Garcia is not. But Ryan Garcia is a vastly different kind of opponent. The hand speed alone, the ranginess, the distance, those are...
With us on Friday at the weigh-in. And by the way, breaking news, we were able to break there with Boots that in his walkout tonight to the ring here at the Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C., Steven Jackson, the NBA veteran, the 2003 champion, the co-host, of course, alongside Matt Barnes of Showtime Sports Digital, breakthrough sensation, All the Smoke. They had Magic Johnson on, by the way, recently. A lot of good business advice.
We have not had Magic Johnson.
We have not had him on here. But Showtime Sports has a beautiful digital spin-off series as well called Fight Towns, in which Stack caught up with one Boots Ennis. He was in camp with him. You saw Stack Stack's got a reputation in the NBA as a guy
he was a pro athlete.
who will throw. We mentioned the moment in Detroit. He'll throw if he has to. But it was great to see them. And, Boots said, hey, Stack, will you walk me out tonight? So that's going to be great to see our colleague there. But as it pertains to the challenge ahead of one Boots Ennis, before we can talk about him fighting a Spence, Crawford, Thurman, Staniotis, Virgil Ortiz, everybody who's there waiting in line next at welterweight in that title picture, Yordenis Ugas, another one. Let's say what we can about Karen Chukajin, who came in, looked happy-go-lucky. He's in incredible shape. He's on a heck of a run in his own right. It is a different ballgame when you fight Spence. You're also on pay-per-view in the U.S. making his debut. What would you tell him tonight? He's a heavy underdog. How do you try to slow down someone as dynamic as Boots Ennis?
What would I tell him? I would tell him, make sure your mouthpiece fits.
You better get inside on him, probably. To quote Joe, you better effing get inside him, to quote Joe Goosen.
Make sure your mouthpiece fits. You're going to need it. Listen, Chukajin, his name is a little bit difficult to pronounce. I apologize. He is, like Hector Luis Garcia, put himself in this position fairly, reasonably, did the work. Boxing can be unpredictable, but I would almost be wasting the audience's time if I just wasn't honest about what he's up against. He's up against one of the premier dynamic talents. We don't know this for sure, but we think that maybe you'll ever see in boxing over the course of your lifetime. Not many Toronto's ever turn up.
If going just from the eye test, and that's all we can go on outside of those fights we mentioned, Delorme, Lipinets looked fantastic, but eye test alone, when was the last time you said this about a kid who's 24 and has yet to fight for a title, that you're like, it might be the best in the game right now? We don't know that. We just don't know that.
I can't remember the last time I ever felt this strongly about a prospect, because there are a lot of times where you get guys, BC, who you'll look at them and you'll say, oh, he can beat the top guy now, but they're not fully developed, right? Like you get to him and you say, okay, he's got whatever his best punches are, whatever his best skill set is, that's good enough to beat some of the best guys. But the reality is they haven't put all of the pieces of their game together. Excuse me. Now, I'm not saying Jaron Ennis is fully developed. Was he 25 years old, 24? He's got time as well. However, it looks like he's fully developed. You want to fight at range? Great. You want to fight on the inside? No problem. You want to fight southpaw? Not a problem. And by the way, a complete offensive and defensive arsenal at southpaw. A complete offensive and defensive arsenal at orthodox. He excellent footwork. His balance is tremendous. Shot selection, placement, accuracy, timing. Power. It's all there.
He also can.
It's all there.
Land dynamic shots from explosive angles that just weren't there.
So, BC, let me pitch this back to you: as the friend between us who can dig into crates of the boxing knowledge. In this sense, for the fans, what would you say about the opponents that Boots has faced? What do the wins over Delorme, for example, and other ones? What do they tell us in your mind?
They tell us that he's potentially spectacular on a level that you just don't normally see. That's the best way to say it. We've made the young LeBron comparisons, the idea of a finished product already, who knows? We're going to have to see what it's like when he's in a 12-round barn burner. Does the stamina hold up? We're going to have to see what it's like the first time he gets hurt along the ropes or dropped in the center of the ring. All of those things are lessons that can only be taught when he gets to that point. But I've asked him myself in interviews leading up to here at Morning Combat and said, how much of yourself have you had to show yet? He says, not a lot, meaning there's so much more when someone's able to bring it out of him. Wins like Thomas Delorme, Sergey Lipinets, they look great on paper, but you go back and rewatch those, and there was almost no opposition for him in there because he's that dynamic. He switches stances like it's, a basic thing you learn in boxing the first time you put on a pair of gloves, and he's truly a future dynamic, sensational force. He told us Friday after the weigh-in that, look, if I win this and I'm the mandatory for Spence, with all due respect to Spence Crawford and everybody wanting that fight, I'll just fight Spence next if he's willing. Okay. So we'll find out. But I mentioned the new Showtime Sports digital series, which you can check out right now. It's called Fight Towns. You can go to the Showtime Sports YouTube page. But Steven Jackson, the NBA vet, the co-host, of all the smoke on Showtime, he visited Philadelphia. I mean, maybe the best fight town in the United States, arguably. He, of course, visited with Stephen Fulton Jr., the unbeaten unified champion at 122 pounds, Danny Garcia. He went to the barbershop, but he got in the ring with young Boots Ennis. We asked Boots about that on Friday, and he gave Stack props. He said, you know, he's athletic if he ever wanted to, and Stack's in his 40s now, so let's let him retire peacefully, that, you know, he could get into this game. But seeing the footage of Stack put on the gloves and work with Boots, it was great. It was great. You know, I mean, luckily they asked that colleague to get in the ring with Boots and not these two colleagues right there. But if you want to know more about fight towns, let's take a closer look.
I'm gonna head over this up some more. That's good. I'm right now. I'm 230. 230. But I ain't in shape. In shape, I'm about 215, 220. Cruiserweight, 220. Yeah.
I've taken boxing classes before, but I've never been in the gym with a real champion.
Bring her behind.
Left behind it?
Yeah, so we go. Boom, 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 boom.
And they would learn how to punch, footwork, just everything about boxing that you can't learn. It was a great experience.
There you go. You're gonna keep that right hand up into the hook. Pop, 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 boom. Just keep it up. Come on. How do you feel?
Good.
You wanna do exhibition?
I would.
You would?
Money, right? You gotta be the right person, though.
Showtime, you heard that?
You gotta be
You
the
want
right person.
exhibition? Money gotta be right though. There you go.
Put this way down with a sucker punch. Got his ass whipped. Got his ass whipped. Really got his ass whipped. Ain't it's different without these gloves.
What you want to? Don't leave.
Now your back, see your back leg? Look, watch my back leg. Use your range. Your arms are so long. You're doing this.
Yeah.
You don't want to do this. You want to do this.
Yeah.
Look, I'm here. Ha, 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 ha.
Yeah, go. There you go. Yo, you catch here.
Yeah.
Catch here. 1, 2.
See, this is what he's doing. Look, you're doing this. Look. And that throws you off. That throws you off. Watch this. Look. You felt that, right? What I'm doing is sitting. I'm sitting with it. So it's like you're doing, almost like you're doing this. Look. Like you're doing karate almost. Yeah, snap it out. Turn your hips with it. Yeah, here you go.
Do it again. Sit down.
I can learn a lot by looking and listening, but I also want to get in there and try to put it together.
And pivot. Right. Nice. That's it. Catch. Come on. Catch. That's the rule. Catch. Stop.
Woo! I'm hurt. This is why I got so much respect for these guys. The shape they in, the work they do, it's crazy. That is the hardest thing to do. In basketball, you get timeouts. Football players, they get subbed out every 3-4 plays. Boxing, the shape you have to be in and the focus you have to be in, this is why these people are so great. I guess they just have something you can't teach. I'm standing up. I ain't bending over. 44 years old. I ain't bending over. I'm standing up. It's been a great day, man. I've been able to learn from him and watch him work. He taught me a lot today, man. What's going on? Everybody dodging him? Yeah. You know, this guy really worked. He's just not coming in the gym just because we're here. He was here 1 in the morning. So he really put that work in. That's what separated him from a lot of people. A lot of people are dodging him because they know the work he put in.
I'll tell you what, Steven Jackson graduated high school the same year I did, Luke. He still looks great. He's still got it. A very, an incredible boxing fan, by the way, and a great analyst. It was great working alongside him.
And we should say this, a phenomenal guy.
Well, that was my build-up to say, look,
okay.
we know he's a great player, great on his podcast, love his boxing analysis and working alongside him, but he has no business being that nice to us, too.
No.
So shout out to Steven Jackson. He will be a part of Jerron Boots Ennis' walkout tonight's pay-per-view bout. So, Luke, as we continue on this pay-per-view card, a reminder, 9 p.m. Eastern, their top of the hour Showtime pay-per-view, 4-fight main card. And I want to talk to you quickly about the after side of that. As soon as these fights are done for the evening, the press conference post-fight here after Tank versus Garcia is done. You can check that out on the Showtime Sports channel and also over on the Morning Combat YouTube page. Luke Thomas and myself, Brian Campbell, hitting you up with a post-fight show, breaking it all down from start to finish in tonight's pay-per-view card. And rounding out the pay-per-view card, Boots Ennis in the co-main, a welterweight bout with Speedy Rashidi Ellis and Royman Villa that we talked about that may be the best match, could end up being the fight of the night. How about Demetrius Boo Boo Andrade, 34 years old, a two-division champion, unbeaten, but we do know about sometimes his outside of the ring issues, being a high-risk, sometimes low-reward opponent. World-class opponent, though, moving up to 168 pounds for the first time and making his PBC debut in the process. And obviously, the reason why that matters is you look at 168 pounds, maybe the most exciting division in this new calendar year of 2023, with all the names like Benavidez, Plant, maybe Charlo, Morrell, maybe Canelo, okay, on and on. You know the big opportunities coming their way. He's got a hungry opponent, though, in one Damon Nicholson. It was the first fighter who went the distance with unbeaten prospect Edgar Berlanga when he had the first-round knockout streak. He's battle-tested on the elite level. But, Luke Thomas, what'd you learn about Damon Nicholson at Thursday's press conference?
Yo, he does not like to be looked over. He does not like to be considered cannon fodder. I mean, a huge opportunity for him as well. Not just because Demetrius Andrade has a big name to boxing insiders. He does not have a big name to boxing outsiders. But certainly with insiders, he has a quality name. People know how good he is. This will be the biggest win of Nicholson's career, and this whole week, the build-up to this fight has been very much about, hey,
who do you want him to fight? You want him to fight Gervonta
Benavidez or whatever. Yeah, so the whole conversation has been about that, and Damon has hated every bit of it. Can't believe that they're not giving him more consideration. And I will say this, too, for Demetrius Andrade, what's kind of interesting about him, BC, is people on the inside of boxing know how good he is. There's really no doubt about that. And at 34, we talked about it this week, it's not like he's taken a ton of damage in his career. He's pretty fresh.
Forget, he sat out 2 years earlier in his career to get out of a promotional deal.
Right.
And now he's coming off a stretch with Eddie Hearn and Matchroom Sport that didn't go his way from getting the opportunities he wanted, but he wasn't losing. He wasn't in brawls. He was always able to keep people on the outside when he wants to. He's a hard guy to beat. He's quick. He's smart. But he's as fresh as he's ever been.
It's amazing. But I will say this. He does have something to prove tonight. Now, we know he's good, but he needs to make the wider audience remember his name. He needs to make the wider audience, and even I would say even boxing hardcores, care about what's next in the life and chapter of the boxing career of Demetrius Andrade. There's been so much hope, so much expectation that frankly just hasn't been met.
Yes.
But he still has a chance to do something, as you mentioned, at 168. But that starts here tonight. We'll see if he can get it done.
Hungry opponent in Damon Nicholson. That'll kick off tonight's 4-fight Showtime pay-per-view card. You can't order that right now, by the way. Go to Showtime.com/PPV. But Luke Thomas, it's time to put the ribbon on the main event preparations here. 135 pounds. Gervonta Tank Davis, his secondary WBA world title is at stake. But for him, this is about survive and advance against a very tough out and get to bigger plans against a different Ryan Garcia. This one, Ryan Garcia, potentially in April. Tonight, though, it's Hector Luis Garcia, who told us this could change his life with an upset victory. Sometimes the betting odds don't always tell the story. I would say that this time around, Tank Davis is such a big star, they can be very wide. But Hector Luis Garcia has the potential to make this very, very interesting tonight. What are you looking for in rounds, let's say 1 through 4, that's going to tell you a lot about how competitive this fight will end up being?
I want to see the amount of volume that Garcia throws in the first 4. I tend to think he might win the majority of them. So what I would caution is not to make too much of a read early. I think the fight should begin to change one direction or the other at around round 5, round 6. It's the middle portion that I think you need to pay attention to. Again, we're going to say it. Is Tank a terrifying great white shark of a puncher? Yes he is. but you would be foolish to not consider his IQ, his craft, and his timing. I think he's going to wait to see exactly what Garcia shows him. So the early rounds, I'm expecting Garcia to win. But rounds 4, rounds 5, round 6, let's see how the worm turns when we get to that point.
Let's see what happens in that regard for sure. A lot that needs to be proven here. When you talk about the mindsets and all of that, Garcia told us on Friday that the shove, it was a weird shove. But closing
They had a super weird face.
Closing Thursday's press conference face-off, I didn't know if Gervonta Davis was fooling around, doing the little rolling with the shoulders, but it gave a little push.
And Garcia was all
to
here.
Hector Luis Garcia. And that little exchange on the stage, Garcia said that woke me up from a competitive standpoint. That I've got somebody who's, obviously going to come out here and look to knock me out, look to embarrass me, look to hand me my first defeat and stop what has been this inspirational journey to stardom here for Hector Luis Garcia. But Tank Davis, on the flip side, he saw some Facebook messages from Hector Garcia in the build-up that he said got his attention and motivated him. A little trash talk back and forth. That he says that was the onus to try to maybe just test where Garcia's at emotionally, right? Do a little half-serious push, just see what type of response you get. I will say the mental toughness of both was on display this week. And for Gervonta Davis, after some of the negative headlines and the things he has to deal with in his personal life, I believe I've seen the focus in the eye of the tiger that he will need to have tonight against a dangerous opponent to be able to, like we always talk about, compartmentalize, press pause on the distractions out of it, and be able to carry out his job inside of it. Garcia's camp said the same thing. They know how talented, they know how tough he is. But as this fight graduates, if you will, from those opening rounds where we know Tank will be selective, how aggressive will Hector Luis Garcia be allowed to be? Will he be? How much of a risk do you think he's willing to take to win this fight?
All of it. All of it. I mean, we asked him, obviously, what happens if you win. You mentioned it earlier at yesterday's weigh-ins. Like, what happens if you win? Because you're widely expected to lose. But what if you actually pull off yet another upset? And to the words you used, it would change my life. We're talking about a guy who's had a hard life, not given anything easy. Everything he's got, he's had to earn the hard way twice, right? We always talk about our dads. They had to go to school uphill, snowing both ways. No, he did. I mean, he did it because it was the Dominican Republic, but you get the idea. This is a guy that knows this is the precipice of changing not only your life, changing stupid fighter. So I don't expect him to take stupid risks. Sometimes people think that, I'll just go and do whatever. No, he's not going to do that. But within the confines of what a smart fighter will do, he will exhaust every possibility. I firmly believe
he's
that.
He's going to have to walk a tightrope because for Hector Luis Garcia to be in this fight, it's got to be volume. It's got to be a certain level of a daring nature to get inside, to land clean punches, and try to keep that output low for Gervonta. Gervonta's so selective, so efficient, so accurate. But if he can do things that can pull on the gas tank of Gervonta, that's got to be Garcia's best chance. Which means you got to be dangerous. You got to make this sort of a high-speed fight. You've got to make Gervonta work, but you've got to be able to swivel. You've got to be able to set those traps. His trainer, Bob Santos, said we have a level of craft from a amateur standpoint that's been, transitioned to the pro that they don't believe Tank Davis has ever fought yet. Tank Davis has beaten some big names. We'll see if Hector Luis Garcia can back up that type of boasting and confidence with some next-level skill with the fight on the line here, probably at the midway point as the adjustments start being made. Prediction time. Can Hector Luis Garcia pull this upset?
I take his abilities seriously. And again, I want to be very clear. BC will back me up on this too. Hector Luis Garcia earned this opportunity. Beating Chris Colbert, winning a world title against Roger Gutierrez. By the way, beating Chris Colbert on 13 days' notice. Think about that for just a second. So this is a guy who did everything he was supposed to and then some to find his way here. I believe he is a worthy adversary, worth being taken seriously. But Tank Davis is Tank Davis. And I really believe around the middle, maybe rounds 8, 9, 10, somewhere around that eventually. I think in the middle of the fight's going to turn, and then by rounds 8, 9, 10, you're going to see him close the show. His power is too dynamic. It is too much. It will eventually be the difference maker. Tank Davis, TKO, round, I'll say 9.
This arena behind us, the Capital One Arena, holds close to 20,000 at full capacity for boxing. We knew just a couple days ago ticket sales upwards of 16,000. I think when Tank Davis is able to put everything that happened behind him, walk into this arena, feel the love, all that preparation is going to meet with a spot where he's going to feel comfortable to go in there, be patient as we mentioned, but once he starts to make those adjustments, can he hurt Garcia to the body? Can he discipline with the big shots? Once Tank Davis starts going downhill and is able to walk down Garcia, that's when we're really going to see who's willing to risk it all, what can happen in this fight. I also like Tank Davis by a late stoppage, but Hector Luis Garcia, as Luke mentioned, has come this far to feel anything but. He deserves it. He's here to win. He's in this fight, and he has one heck of a chance with a life-changing opportunity for him at stake. For Tank Davis, is keeping that unbeaten record and maybe surviving and advancing to a proposed April showdown against fellow unbeaten Ryan Garcia. That could be the biggest fight that's made this calendar year. Who knows? We will check it out. 9 p.m. Eastern tonight is the start of the Showtime pay-per-view. Last plug, Showtime.com/PPV right now can get you signed up and ready. But we're going to throw, to close out today's Showtime Boxing Countdown Show, with that all-access episode we mentioned. Showtime All Access has been on the scene in the build to the training camp to tonight's fight, embedded with Tank, embedded with El Androide. But we've had a great time, a trio of fights featuring young prospects. Luke Thomas, I'm Brian Campbell of Showtime Digital's Morning Combat, the award-winning combat sports series that is every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on the Morning Combat YouTube channel at 11 a.m. Eastern. We're going to be on the back end on the Morning Combat YouTube channel after the pay-per-view ends with our instant analysis show. You can follow and subscribe below. But for LT and BC, we're going to toss you over to Showtime's All Access. That'll take you right up to the start of tonight's 9 p.m. Eastern start. It's Tank, it's Garcia. Enjoy.
Welcome back to everyone here in Washington, D.C. Saturday, January 7th on pay-per-view right here in the nation's capital. It's the main event. Gervonta Tank Davis, 27 fights, 25 knockouts. He will be opposing someone who is surprising everyone in the sport of boxing to be in this position, Hector Luis Garcia, for the WBA Lightweight Championship.
Everybody in front of you is a threat. You know what I mean? So it felt good to be back home. I'm just ready to shut everybody up. You know what I mean? All the talking that's going around, that's floating in the air. The 7th, come and watch this. We're putting everybody on notice. Black, but everybody.
A champion's career arc, under ideal circumstances, goes something like this. Prospect turned phenom, turned challenger, turned that dude with the belts around his waist. But for some boxers, the elite among the elites, there's an even higher level that most champions never reach. Such is the tantalizingly close ambitions of one Gervonta Tank Davis. A phenom no longer. A phenomenon, pretty much.
Tank Davis with one big left hand.
Tank is 25 knockouts.
Now goes Romero.
Jaws bruised and faces battered. Tank is one-name celebrity. And mainstream sports fans. Tank is record-setting crowds. But this next level is... And with the sports world stopping bout on the near horizon, we must first take care of Hector Garcia, an unbeaten and older southpaw, who has already upended another sure-to-be superstar's master plan.
And the counter left sends Colbert crashing to the canvas.
Lo único que necesito es estar físico y mentalmente listo. Con dedicación y disciplina todo se puede. Y ese soy yo. ¿Quién puede vencerlo?
My job is to show you what I got, and I know I'm better. I don't care what I got. There's like nothing you can do that I haven't seen before.
So, on Saturday, January 7th, in Washington, D.C., Davis might want to remember an unassailable truth. This is boxing. And things happen on the way to coronation, especially in what promises to be an old-fashioned brawl. One that will either move Davis towards immortality or make the climb back to here that much more steep.
Total for you.
I go right over his name?
Yeah.
Say no, it's right.
Much faster than he was.
I ain't gonna lie, the first time I fought, I was about to go out in the tunnel, and then the people, like, they was streaming. I just shut the curtains because I was, like, nervous type stuff. But now it's like, I embrace it because I always dreamed of this. That's why I don't never shy away from it. That's what I'm here to do. You know what I mean? To show up, so.
Number one, my co aquí. Boss Santo. We're going all the way to the top, baby. To the White House. That's cool. Bueno, lo que espero es estar aquí en el top. Me siento orgulloso de ser el primer dominicano en estar en un evento tan importante como este, peleando por el preview con uno de los mejores boxeadores del mundo. Todos queremos pelear con los grandes para elevarnos.
Right to the camera. Can you come uppercut? Yep.
He look a little hungry. A lot of people overlook him, but I ain't trying to overlook him. You know what I mean? He look like he's ready. And it could be a life changer for him. You know what I mean? So he wanna take my spot. So I'm definitely not looking past him. I'm in a real fight. Oh, and it's January 7th gonna be a crazy night.
Let's get focused, man. We got a fight to worry about here. Good money, good money.
For every boxing story of a blockbuster that's delayed,
I love it, Tank. I love it.
there's also considerable risk built in for champions who turn to other challengers.
Dancing with the stars, baby. Dancing with the stars.
So when Gervonta Davis went from one Garcia to another for his first bout of the new year, his choice of Hector Luis Garcia satisfied multiple aims. It's dangerous. It means he's active, with 2 fights scheduled for the first half of 2023. And it means he can put on yet another show, even in sparring, which can be unfortunate for anyone rounding Tank into shape.
He's in thought right now, and that's what I'm looking at. So right now, I just want to see what he brings to us. We just got off the plane. You know, a lot of work yesterday from the interviews and stuff, so I want to see how he react. 2 sparring partners, and rounds is unknown.
All right, y'all. Let's go.
When they watch us in here working, they saying we're going bang, 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 bang.
There you go. Good. There you go.
When he get in that ring, he's on a mission. Because he understands that he got to put his pants on, training wheels going. You got what you asked for. Let's get it now. Slow it down. Good work. He ain't playing with nobody. You step in that ring with him, be prepared.
All day. There you go. That's it.
There you go. Good round. That's it, y'all. Good round. That's it. That's all he needed today.
God damn. Just got off the plane.
They call it the hurt game for a reason. Because boxing, well, it hurts. Even for a champion like Davis. As Tank trains for yet another pivotal fight, his training is taking a toll. But the cure is just as bitter as what ails him.
Let's get in there, man.
No, give me the towel, bro.
You got the towel, bro.
It's cool. You wet.
That's cold, man.
That ain't cold, man. They baptized you, man.
You know they gonna mean your ass up in this kiddie pool, right?
All right, get the first bag. You ready? Yeah, get the first bag. Go ahead. You ready?
Don't stop it on me, though.
I'm not ready. Yo, I wish I could get all his facial expressions, yo. That's joking faces.
Nigga got me.
Not bad. Thank you. Doing good, baby. Doing good. You know, Dave got a cup holder. You want something to drink?
Where would you get this from, man?
Ain't no jumping out there.
Number 3.
They call the town with no
Few fighters have introduced themselves to boxing's highest level as dramatically as Hector Luis Garcia. Only a year ago, his status was unranked and unknown, but when presented an opportunity, he willed himself into a champion. Garcia is 31 and hails from the Dominican Republic. His long amateur career, over 300 bouts, and an Olympic appearance combined for his late start as a pro.
Incansable. Eso era lo que me daba la victoria siempre.
With a distinctive style and that tenacious bearing, all Garcia needed was a chance on a larger stage.
There's been a Dominican hiding in the shadows, ready to pounce on his opportunity.
In February of 2022, Garcia was a last-minute replacement in a WBA super featherweight title eliminator fight against highly touted American Chris Colbert.
Colbert would be a tough fight with 2 months.
With a force no one saw coming.
Different. Look at this. Nigga talking about he done selling shoes, but be selling shoes to hella people, bro. I think he said that just so people can stop bugging mugs that be not getting shoes.
So are you in that phase? Nah. But you still declining my call, though. Alright, bet.
With everything. He got nothing to lose. He got a lot to gain. So I know he's coming. He don't care. It's just how much pain that he's willing to take.
The path from champion to still higher is fraught with pain and pleasure. And for Davis to become Tank, to summon and inflict every time out, requires steady guidance. Calvin Ford understands that burdens weigh heavy, and that triumph can hurt, just not as much as losing will.
Feeling right? I used to tell Tank, man, I see why you waking up with a smile, man. Can't help but waking up with a smile when the sun show up every day. Years of being with Tank. We at that level been doing it for so long. We should know.
I want the world to see what Tank gonna bring. He's gonna come with everything. He got nothing to lose. He got a lot to gain. So I know he's coming. He don't care just how much pain that he's willing to take.
The path from champion to still higher is fraught with pain and pleasure. And for Davis to become Tank, to summon and inflict every time out, requires steady guidance. Calvin Ford understands that burdens weigh heavy, and that triumph can hurt, just not as much as losing.
Feeling right? I used to tell Tank, man, I see why you waking up with a smile, man. Can't help but waking up with a smile when the sun show up every day. Years of being with Tank. We at that level been doing it for so long. We should know what we're doing. We can trust each other in the ring and outside the ring. It's bigger than boxing. The way I describe it with him, man, he's trying to inflict that pain. Even when we working out, he said, man, I feel it. You know what I'm saying? I said, you supposed to feel it.
If someone understand where you come from, they will bring the best out of you. That's what Calvin been doing for me.
You see the kid is becoming a man. Stepping into his awareness of being who he's going to become. And it just, I had something to do with it.
Like you crying call.
Chop, chop.
You did. Twice. Back to back. Yes, you did.
That's right. Make them jokers move. Make them jokers move.
But you came and play back.
Y'all make it
But you came and play back on
Most of Davis's celebrated career, Ford and other trusted advisors remained in control.
Yeah. Did you say that?
But now, those in camp can sense a shift in command.
Make them jokers move.
As the fighter himself begins to oversee everything, while aiming at the destiny he alone must fulfill.
Hey, yo, I go get it. Get up, y'all. I'm watching when he get in that ring. He made the same.
You know that I got it. Baby, if you work it, you know that I got it. You know that I got it.
I'm not a kid now. Taking my body serious. These things matter.
It's not no tank anymore. Watch the phone, man.
Guess you did it by yourself, right? I guess you did it by yourself, right? I guess you declined by yourself, right?
I know it's more to come. Because we beat you that because he's hungry.
I guess you declined by yourself, right?
The battles ahead may be tantalizing, but Davis understands that their significance will be tied to January 7th.
Let's get those, man.
And Tank's hunger dictates that only Hector Luis Garcia will remain in the scope. For now.
30 days, 30 nights. How we looking at this?
Breathe, twist, squeeze, 4, 3, 2, and 1. protect your neck. Stay with me. We straighten out those obliques right here, all the while working those upper abs, squeezing your glutes, engaging that whole body. You got 10 seconds. Yep, breathe through it. Use your breath. 3, 2, and 1. Those hands come under the glutes. Let's hit those lower abs. Tiny little flutter kicks. Right under those glutes. Let's go in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Okay, keep going.
Pilates may not seem tailored for boxing, but the mind-body exercise is perfect for fighters, helping them to focus on breathing, stability, core strength, and control.
No es fácil, pero uno lo hace por el beneficio que uno consigue. Te ayuda psicológicamente, dice todo eso es lo que uno realmente busca para en la pelea sentirse bien.
Hector Garcia discovered the discipline thanks to someone who's undoubtedly influenced and guided Garcia's career in remarkable ways. His good friend and trainer, Bob Santos.
Es una relación más que un trabajo, una familia. Es una persona que te aconseja, mira lo positivo, siempre está pendiente de todo, del trabajo, de la alimentación, de todo.
So we brought him in for the power for Tank, and we brought him in for the size of Tank. So we got all our sparring covered right here. Ole, 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 ole.
After a banner 2022, trainer and fighter waved goodbye to obscurity, and now must adjust to boxing's brightest spotlight.
Don't get it twisted. You don't beat a guy like Chris Colbert on 19 days' notice. Ain't too many can say that. Yes! We going against the best so we can prove who the best is. That's what we want. You want to go against the best.
It's going to be a brutal fight. But as far as boxing goes, if he wants to box, that's fine. I'm riding a horse that's had over 400 amateur fights.
Most experienced fighter Tank's ever fought in his life. I guarantee you that. Hector, come on, man. Apples to apples, everybody knows who the fight of the year was.
Delivering another upset on January 7th would serve dual purposes, catapulting Garcia and Santos to stardom and putting Dominican boxing on the map.
Mucha gente dice que los dominicanos nos sucumbimos en el boxeo. Yo veo que tú tienes una camisa ahí que dice peleador del año. Y quizás no te lo van a dar. A mí no me importa, pero yo mismo compré esto. Y te voy a dar el honor yo para mi página. Que tú eres peleador del año.
Gracias, hermano. Gracias.
No Dominican has ever headlined a pay-per-view at this level. So he's making history not only for himself, but for his country.
Muchas gracias, gente de República Dominicana, de parte de Joe. Muchas gracias, hermano. Claro. ¿Pero qué más?
Tank Davis, every answer delivered with thudding left hands, has only yielded even more questions. For now, they're bigger, broader, simple, and yet infinitely complex. How much is enough? How high can he climb? How far can he take this?
I'm happy, but deep down inside, it's more the accomplishments. That's how I feel as a fighter. Our job is never enough. I won it all.
For unbeaten Hector Luis Garcia, the intention of Ames is similar to Davis, and yet altogether different.
So you call better than him before.
Shattering upset. The one coming out in the bathroom.
That is, when he can shock the boxing world once more.
Es un peleador que se prepara, trabaja duro, cuando sabe que va a pelear con alguien que le puede dar problemas, que tiene problemas serios.
Both men, the concept matters and ambition. Both are aimed even more dizzying heights. But on Saturday, January 7th, in our nation's capital, one unbeaten boxer will move forward. The other will learn one of boxing's oldest lessons. That ambition is necessary, at least until the moment they never see coming. On Saturday, January 7th, Gervonta Tank Davis clashes with Hector Luis Garcia in a matchup of
We are charged to protect these kids. I'm a police officer in North Minneapolis, and a coach for North High School.
Good afternoon to you, and we welcome you. Premier Boxing Champions continues with our official weigh-in. Big night of action at the Capital One Arena.
A loaded card with no shortage of storylines.
Bond Nicholson, his opponent Demetrius Andrade. Here's Royman Villa. Here is the undefeated Speedy Rashidi Ellis. Fighting out of Kiev, Ukraine. Welcome, Karen Chukachan. He is the young star of boxing, the hard-hitting welterweight top contender Jerron Boots Ennis.
I don't do it for the money. I do it. I love beating people up. Who knows? I could be lined up here with you myself.
Let me know separating them tomorrow. Here is Hector Luis Garcia. And his opponent, he's the popular star of boxing, Gervonta Tank Davis.
Some intense stares, gentlemen. The weights are in, the main event is set. Your top pay-per-view is going to be a rockin' here in DC.
Birds of a feather. They stuck together.
Good afternoon to you, and we welcome you. Premier Boxing Champions continues with our
Oh yeah, broski. Come on, bro. Come on.
A loaded card with no shortage of storylines. Demetrius. Here's Rayman Villa. Here is the undefeated Speedy Rashidi Avalis. Ukraine. Welcome, Karen. Chukachan. He's the young star of boxing, the hard-hitting welterweight top contender to run. Boots
I don't do it for the money. I do it. I love being people. Who knows? I could be lying here you myself.
Let me know separating them tomorrow. Here is Hector Luis Garcia. And his opponent, he's the popular star of boxing, Javante Davis. Some intense stares, gentlemen. The weights are in the man.
Just watching TV.
Set for a quadruple header here tonight from the Capital One Arena, home of the NBA's Washington Wizards and the NHL's Washington Capitals. Tonight is the home of Javante Davis, making a homecoming of sorts. He is from nearby Baltimore. He will put up his lightweight championship of the world on the line against a fellow unbeaten champion. In this one, though, from 130
himself, Hector Luis Garcia of the Dominican Republic. Miguel Javante Davis is one of the best lightweights in the world, trying to prove that he is the man at 145, but his journey here in 2023 begins with Hector Luis Garcia.
It's a bit of a new career path for Javante Davis. He is, like you said, in 2023, a lot is riding on it. He wants the biggest fights. We've already heard of potentially for spring of later this year. A lot's been made of that. He also left Floyd Mayweather. Javante Davis has said he appreciates 23. A lot is riding on it. He wants the biggest fights. We've already heard a link potentially super fight with Brian Garcia for spring of later this year. Lots been made of that. He also left Floyd Mayweather. Javante Davis has said he appreciates everything Floyd has done for him, but it is now time for him to step out onto his own. And Floyd says, hey, I brought a win, so he would step onto his own. It's great to see him doing that. And Tank Davis now, in his first fight away from Floyd Mayweather and TMNT, fights Luis Garcia. A lot of people are looking at this as a tune-up. They're looking forward to the Brian Garcia fight. But even Tank Davis says, I can't overlook this guy. Chris Colbert overlooked Hector Luis Garcia. And look what happens to him. So this should be a fantastic fight between two world champions.
Well, speaking of world champions, a young fighter who has aspirations of championship gold, Sharon Boots Ennis from Philadelphia, PA, known as Boots, will put his unbeaten record on the line against Karen Chikatsian of the Ukraine, now living in Germany. This is for an idea of Inter-Welterweight Championship. Essentially what this does is this puts Boots in line to be successful to take on the best at 147, something that at 25 years of age, he feels needs to happen sooner rather than later.
Ray, this has been a fighter I've been high on for as long as I can remember. First seeing him fight, he has all the tools, and in my opinion, could be a future pound-for-pound king in this sport. He is that ultra-talented, and he is waiting for his shot at one of the belts. And as we all know, Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford, the two champions at the top of this division, everyone's waiting for them to go at it. But Luke Dennis says, hey, look, if they're not going to lace him up, give me one of them. I want one of them. This is a big year. This is my year, 2023. I want to be a world champion.
Well, not many guys are clamoring to fight Sharon Boots Ennis. Karen Chikatsian has that distinction also. A fighter who feels that if he defeats Royman Villa, that he wants Sharon Boots Ennis next. I'm talking about Rashidi Ellis from Linton, Massachusetts. He's undefeated. Made his PBC debut a fight ago, taking on the Venezuelan power puncher Royman Villa, who has a knockout percentage of over 92%.
Yeah, Rashidi Ellis is one of those guys that it seems he gets overlooked because of a guy like Gerard Boots Ennis. Got Bertrand Ortiz as well, who's a young, talented fighter. Montez Stanionis, another one. Rashidi Ellis gets kind of lost in that mix, but he is also a very talented fighter. He went through some promotional problems that kept him out of action for over a year and a half, but he was able to finally clear that up, get in the ring last summer, and score a first-round victory. And he says, look, people are running late for Boots. I'm not. They had a war of words at the press conference earlier this week. He said, look, this was supposed to be you and me tonight, not me fighting Roman Villa. And Boots says you can get it whenever you want. So that's a fight in the future that could shape this welterweight division as well.
To begin the night, we have the PBC debut of Demetrius Kukuventre, the former world champion at 154 and 160, incidentally made 5 successful title defenses. He'll take on, from Laurel, Maryland, Damon Nicholson. Nicholson has been in the ring against the likes of Jesse Hart, along with Edgar Berlanga, since the loss at the hands of Berlanga that he took him to a decision. He has won 3 straight. Nicholson claims he's healthy, determined, ready to go, and that the plans of Demetrius Andrade about possibly taking on the Charlo brothers will go up in smoke following tonight's matchup.
Yeah, Demetrius Andrade has had a good career. He's been a 2-division world champion. Says, you want me to lose 168 to be a 3-division world champion. He's had a frustrating championship career because he feels that he has not been able to get the fights that he's wanted. He's wanted to fight Triple G. He's wanted to fight Canelo. He's wanted to fight some of these other champions. And he says, look, it hasn't worked on the other side of the street. So let's go to PBC, and I want all the smoke. I want Benavidez. I want Plant. I want Charlo. Let's make these fights happen. I'm 30
John Nicholson, who is tired of people overlooking him. He thinks he is a live dog in this fight.
Well, he said that, you know what, he found it to be extremely, he got upset that people were already looking past this fight for Bubu Andre. He said, without a doubt, people are talking about who's going to fight next. He goes, what the heck is in front of him? I'm in front of him. That's what upset John Nicholson. Well, all that talking will now dissipate as they will step inside the ring in a few moments. Here's what you have on tap for fights tonight. We have the super middleweight division, the welterweight division, and we have the lightweight division. And if you look at all four weight classes weekend, this is the kind of three of the four weight classes that we're going to be focusing on. They are all very talented. Super middleweight, you got Canelo, you got Caleb Plant, you got David Benavidez, you have Jamal Charlo, who might campaign there. Welterweight's always been one of the glamour divisions in boxing. And lightweight, you got Gervonta Davis, you got Ryan Garcia, you got Devin Haney, Vasily Lomachenko, Teofimo Lopez was there. Now he's up to 140. So, I mean, talk about great division, great mark. Shakur Stevenson, Shakur Stevenson, you know, sort of those young up-and-coming studs. Frank Mark, we saw him less than a month ago in Las Vegas. He looked tremendous handling business against Michelle Rivera. So, lightweight 147 and 168 divisions that are very much on the minds of fight fans as we get into 2023. And Gervonta Tank Davis from nearby Baltimore, Maryland, he's already in the building. This place is sold out, and I found it to be interesting. He was eating chips on the way into the locker room area. I mean, can you imagine being from nearby Baltimore? He's had sellouts in Baltimore, in Atlanta, Barclays Center, Los Angeles, but now you're fighting here in an area where he probably was a Wizards fan, or at least came to a couple Wizards games when he was growing up.
Absolutely. This has got to be a big, big fight for Gervonta Tank Davis because, you know, it's just bigger and bigger fights from here on out. And as we all know, he has been a showstopper. Everywhere he goes, every building he enters, he sells the place out. And there's an argument to being made that he is boxing's #1 star in the sense of when you want to go see a fight, everyone wants to go see a Gervonta Tank Davis fight. You have Canelo, who obviously has the talent, has been the #1 pound-for-pound fighter for quite some time. He's obviously got the recognition, but Tank Davis is certainly in that category when you talk about top stars in boxing. And again, he has another chance to prove it tonight against a current world champion, Hector Garcia.
Well, a reason why Gervonta Davis is just so popular no matter where he goes is because performances like this. He comes out with a unique ring walk. You know, he has his own sense of fashion, and then the bell rings, and he is lightning quick, has destructive power in his hands, can put you away at any one moment. There's his mother. That was the fight with Rolando Rolly Romero. He set the attendance record at Barclays Center and the gate record. I mean, talk about an accomplishment for a young fighter who's not even 30 years of age.
Look, anybody that can get Madonna to come out and see your fight, that's a superstar. And that's exactly what Tank Davis is. It's a who's who in the crowd every time Tank Davis fights. And he is always a showstopper, as you saw when he stopped Rolly Romero. He is absolutely an entertaining fighter. A lot of people equate him to a mini Mike Tyson, and it's hard to disagree when you see what the power he has, and some of the performances he has put on late.
Well, performances as of late, you go back to December of last year, prior to the fight with Rolando Rolly Romero. I think Tank earned a lot of respect, not that he needs it, but I think it furthered his ability and in the eyes of fight fans because he fought a very determined Isaac Pitbull Cruz who was coming into that fight with a lot of momentum. Tank pulled it out, but it wasn't easy for the Baltimore Raiders.
Look, I think Tank has way too much greed for what people consider he has a light resume. Look at some of the guys he's fought. He's fought Isaac Cruz. He's fought former world champion Leo Santa Cruz. He's fought Rolly Romero. And I don't see many people complaining enough to fight Rolly Romero at all right now. division, but he is taking on all comers. And now Hector Luis Garcia, who is another champion. This guy, and now we see it. Who knows if this fight's going to happen, but the rumor is Ryan Garcia later on in the spring, so he is taking on all comers.
Well, let's take a look at his last 5 fights. The TKO win over Yuriel Gamboa in Atlanta, October 31st at the Alamodome in San Antonio, a 6th round. A vicious uppercut knockout over Leo Santa Cruz. The TKO win over Mario Barrios in Atlanta. The unanimous decision win over Isaac Cruz in Los Angeles at what is now known as Crypto.com Arena. And the 6th round TKO win for Rolando Rolly Romero and Gervonta. What I like is as he's gotten into his late 20s, is that he's not paying attention to the odds makers nor the noise around him. He takes every single fight seriously, which is why he's had the performances in which he has exhibited over his last 3 to 4 fights.
And he has looked absolutely tremendous. And he's been able to fight through adversity, as you mentioned. The Isaac Cruz fight hurt his hand early on in that fight and was able to finish it off. He really is an underrated boxer because of all the highlight knockouts that we are used to seeing from him. People really underrate his boxing acumen. His technical skills are tremendous. He has a fantastic trainer in Calvin Ford in his corner. And they really are able to put together smart gameplay for the knockouts.
Well, for Gervonta Davis's opponent, Hector Luis Garcia, he makes his way into the ring. He's trained by the Sports Illustrated 2022 Trainer of the Year, Bob Santos. Bob Santos has been around for a long time, finally getting the accolades that he so deserves. And one of his pupils happens to be this man, Hector Luis Garcia. Surprised everybody when he defeated Chris Colbert. He was a 21 underdog coming into that fight last February in Las Vegas. Followed it up with, in my opinion, was an even better performance over Roger Gutierrez back in August.
Yeah, he is a fighter that's pretty much playing with house money right now. He is the underdog, a 14-1 underdog, taking on Tank Davis. This is his show. This is his city that he's fighting in, and all the eyes are on Tank Davis. Hector Garcia, he's coming in with house money. He can come in and upset. That's how he upset Chris Colbert. That's how he upset Roger Gutierrez. And he has really improved over this past year. This past year has certainly made the career of Hector Luis Garcia. And he's looking to start off 2023 with an absolute bang in what can be an early upset of the year candidate if he's able to be victorious over Tank Davis.
So how did Hector Luis Garcia get here? Well, by this. This is, you have to go back to February of last year at the Cosmopolitan in Las Vegas. He was a sizable, rather unknown quantity, and he just tore right through Chris Colbert, putting Colbert down in the fight, as you see here.
Yeah, well, Hector Luis Garcia was shocked everybody, I believe, because Chris Colbert was on his way at this point in his career and becoming a world champion. And really, you heard guys like Gary Russell wanting Chris Colbert. There was talk of him potentially being the guy to fight Tank Davis and give Tank Davis his first loss. And all of a sudden, he just ran into a buzzsaw on Luis Garcia.
Well, Luis Garcia, and here was his performance in August at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Fort Lauderdale, and he looked tremendous in that performance. He took Gutierrez out of the fight after the 2nd round.
Yeah, Hector Luis Garcia, he is a tenacious fighter. He's a southpaw. He come at different angles, has a tough chin. But his chin is going to be tested tonight. And the toughest fight of his career.
Now let's get ready for our opening matchup tonight. Demond Nicholson and Demetrius Game-Train. This one in the super middleweight division making his way inside the ring. The very healthy Demond Nicholson. What they said was his trainer told me that the issue with Demond Nicholson was that he lacked potassium in many of his fights, so he needed to get on potassium supplements so he wouldn't cramp up. They said that he is now totally fully healthy, and the world is going to see the best version of Demond Nicholson here tonight in his matchup against Demetrius Gutierrez. And you see Calvin Ford happens to be in the corner of Demond Nicholson, and that doesn't hurt your case, huh?
Oh, it does doesn't, and I was actually talking with Calvin Ford earlier today, and you know, he obviously has St. Davis on the card. He had Mia Ellis, who fought earlier on the prelims portion of his card as well. He also has Demond Nicholson, and he was saying, I told him, like, Calvin, this is a massive night for you. I'm sure you're excited. He said, you know, look, we're loving it. We're glad to be here in D.C. He said, but honestly, he's like, the most nervous I am for is this fight right here. Demond Nicholson taking on Bubu Andre. He really believes they can play upset to the former world champion and Bubu Andre. Bubu has never been defeated. He's got an awkward style, and Demond Nicholson believes he's got the tools to solve that puzzle. As we take a look at his last 5 fights.
Well, look, since the loss at the hands of Edgar Berlanga, he's won 3 in a row, but it was that fight against Berlanga almost 2 years ago that people said, okay, is Berlanga not that good, or I think it was the case that Demond Nicholson is a better fighter than what people gave him credit for heading into that fight.
Absolutely, and I think he's still very young in his athletic prime at 29 years old. He is someone that absolutely cause some problems for Bubu Andre. And also, it doesn't help that Bubu Andre has been inactive since 2021. So he has been on over a 13-month layoff, figuring out whether he was going to defend his 160-pound WBO title or move up to 168.
Bubu Andre with a very unique ring entrance. He got a cascade of moves, a fencer's mask. Okay, that's something that I've never seen before. No better way. I mean, Bubu's a guy that he sort of beats to his own drum.
He absolutely does. He's someone that, as people have wanted to see him fight Jamal Charlo, they wanted to see him fight Triple G, and those fights have just never happened. And right now, he's going to be 35 years old next month. It is now or never for Bubu Andre. Some big fights have to happen. There's no more. He felt that he was held back by a lot of mandatories, and the fact that, you know, he said, I never shied away from any of these fights. I could never get these fights. Fighters, for whatever reason, have other plans in their careers, and I could never give them the sign of the dot line to face me. And now he says, enough is enough. I want all this fight.
So Bubu Andre was off all of last year because of a shoulder injury. He said it's not a problem now. Now making the jump up from the middleweight division to the super middleweight division. Demond Nicholson does not want to welcome him with open arms. Taking a look at our table of the tape, we see that Demond Nicholson, 5 years younger than that of Bubu. He has the height and reach advantage as well. Taking a look at our rules for the evening. There's no knockdown rule. Only the referee can stop the fight. Fighter cannot be saved by the bell in any round. Fight is official after 4 rounds have been completed. So it's an opening matchup here at 168. The super middleweight debut of Demetrius Andrade. Demond Nicholson looks in impeccable physical shape. He has won 3 straight. He's from nearby Laurel, Maryland, 35 minutes away from here at the Capital One Arena. As we begin what should be a terrific quadruple header, a sold-out crowd here at Capital One Arena, home of the Washington Wizards and the Washington Capitals. As we get ready to begin the night, Happy New Year, everybody. We start off the 2023 boxing calendar. Here's Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you and welcome to the Capital One Arena here in Washington, D.C. as Premier Boxing Champions presents a big night of action coming your way, brought to you by GTD Promotions, TGT Promotions, and Showtime Pay-Per-View. And we extend a special welcome to the brave men and women serving around the world and joining us tonight on AFN, the American Forces Network. And now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting the judges scoring our opening attraction from ringside, we have from Maryland, Stephen Rados, from Virginia, Wayne Smith, and from Maryland, Paul Wallace. Introducing our third man to the ring, the referee in charge of our opening attraction, Malik Wali. All right, fans, here we go with our super middleweight special attraction. We're scheduled 10 rounds of boxing. Introducing you first on my right, fighting out of the red corner. Wearing black
black trunks with multicolored trim and hailing from Laurel, Maryland. He weighed in at 167 and 1/4 pounds with a record of 26 wins, 4 losses, and 1 draw. He has 22 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the battle-ready, hard-hitting, world-ranked super middleweight contender, introducing Demand, the best at it, Nicholson. And his opponent across the ring on my left, fighting out of the blue corner in this 10th-round attraction, wearing black trunks, hailing from Providence, Rhode Island. He weighed in at a ready 167 pounds. He is undefeated in his campaign to the ring with a record of 31 wins, no losses, 19 wins coming by way of knockout. Unbeaten in 9 world title appearances. Tonight making his super middleweight debut. Please welcome the former 2-division champion of the world, introducing Demetrius Boo Boo Andrade. Once again, a referee in charge now to give instructions, Malik Waleed.
Okay, gentlemen, you both are making the rules. Expect a clean boxes. When I say break, stop punching. Take a full step back. Remember, protect yourselves at all times. Touch them up. Good luck to you both.
So it is Demetrius Boo Boo Andrade taking on Damon Nicholson to begin. What I love is how the fans here in Washington, D.C. are already supporting their local fighters. Damon Nicholson got a very good reception, and Demetrius Andrade, you would think that he's public enemy #1 based on the reception and the boos cascading upon the ring.
Absolutely, it's been like that all night with some of their other hometown fighters on the preliminary card, and it's not changing as we get to our pay-per-view portion of the card with Boo Boo and Damon Nicholson already.
Oh, look at this! Who would have thought we were going to have a star like this? Boo Boo going right after Damon Nicholson. I think that even caught Nicholson by surprise. But now Nicholson says, okay, you want to go and throw hands? Not a problem.
It certainly did, because Boo Boo's usually a slow starter. His has one of the most awkward styles in the entire sport, and he has been very difficult to solve. And that's why so many people have wanted to see him in the ring. Guys like Jamal Charlo and Triple G, because they wanted to see what that style would look like against the top in that division.
Referee Malik Waleed. Accidental headbutt. Alright, so time being called, and we are away we go here. Look, Andrade starting strong, so I like to pay attention to things, and not that it's an issue, but I see a knee brace on the right knee of Demetrius Andrade. I wonder if that's just, precautionary, if there's something there. Just thinking out loud, you're not trying to speculate.
Okay, break the ring. Get out of there. Get out of there.
What a crowd down the run arena.
It's already starting. Looks like referee Malik Waleed is going to have his hands full.
Yes, he is.
He is. And this is very typical with Andrade fights. I mean, he ties up a lot. There's headbutts, there's elbows. It is not really an enjoyable
It's not aesthetically
style.
It's not
No,
aesthetically
it's tough, but it's what's made him a world champion in 2 divisions.
And he's physical.
And it's what he wants to make him a world champion in a 3rd division. And this might be the reason why fighters have not wanted to fight Boo Boo, because of his style and how it is very awkward, and it makes you fight a certain way.
Like Waleed warning with Damon Nicholson. I think Nicholson, when it comes to trying to tie up and using his forearms and hitting on the hip, I mean, Boo-Boo's one of those guys that uses the tricks of the trade. I'm not going to say he does anything illegal, because he doesn't, but it's that fine line where he knows when to go ahead. That's a nice left by Andre, where he knows where to go and then pull back immediately. So it's almost borderline, but it's nothing that he does is technically.
Illegal. Hey, look, I don't fault anyway the way he fights. He tries to stretch the rules as much as he can, and he's going to do as much as he can. As the ref allows. And if the referee is leading and he allows you to get away with it, then so be it.
There's a nice left uppercut.
Fighters have not a fight really because of this style and how it is very awkward and it makes you fight just as you
When it comes to trying to tie up and using his forearms and hitting on the hip, I mean, Luke's one of those guys that uses the tricks of the trade. I'm not going to say he does anything illegal because he doesn't, but it's that fine line where he knows when to go. And that's a nice left by Andre, where he knows where to go and then pull back immediately. So it's almost borderline, but it's nothing that he does is technically illegal.
Hey, look, I don't fault anyway the way he fights. He tries to stretch the rules as much as he can, and he's going to do as much as he can as the ref allows. And if the referee is leading and he allows you to get away with it, then so be it.
There's a nice left uppercut that backed up Nicholson. That uppercut at the end of the round, you saw Nicholson blinking a couple of times. That affected, and there's a cut outside of the left eye of Demetrius Andre, but thankfully he's got knocked down, so this quarter we're the best five minutes of business.
You see the flash of heads there already. I mean, he likes to lead with his head a lot. It's not illegal, and he's not purposely trying to get away. It's just the way he fights. There's that straight left. There was another headbutt there that caught Nicholson as a one-man came in.
All right, but you got to stay busy, okay? Keep your hands up when you break. All right?
So there's already a bruise on the right eye of Nicholson. I believe that was from that headbutt earlier.
We will see if that affects. You see power punches. Andre, 12 of 29, 41%. The neck percentage, Nicholson, just 3 of 27, 11% the neck percentage. So there is some swelling underneath the eye of Demond Nicholson, a cut outside of the left eye of Demetrius Andre.
Granted, you're going to see a lot of trips, some flashing heads, especially when an orthodox and southpaw fighter is stepping on the top of each other. And we got Mbu's awkward style, which just amplifies it.
And it doubles the impact of the awkwardness between the two. I think at this point, Nicholson is waiting. He's trying to figure out Andre, but against Andre, you can't sit back and wait because that's the kind of tempo in which he wants to fight. And he wants to be calculated. He wants to be deliberate. If you're Nicholson, you have to have more of a higher work rate to be able to beat Demetrius Andre.
Absolutely. Andre, he's disciplined. He's a 2008. Even though he may have an awkward style, he gets the job done.
Money still, there's a nice left down the middle for Andre. Nicholson, though, is one of those fighters that I feel is a good litmus test for he's not ready to sort of give up the distinction of wanting to have his own success for his career. He doesn't want to bow down to what Nicholson. And Andrew puts him down.
Nicholson's complaints were frequently falling. He believes he was tripped and pushed down. He didn't think that was a knockdown. I, on the other hand, I don't think his foot got caught, but I think it was a great combination by Andre. It was a justifiable knockdown.
It was close, I will say. We saw some speed being demonstrated by Demetrius Andrade under a minute left here in the second round. There's a straight left by Andrade. Again, they continue some clubhouse tactics that we are witnessing from Demetrius Andrade. And Nicholson still has yet to figure him out. He's in excellent shape and totally prepared. It's easier said than done when you're taking on someone like Demetrius Andrade.
How was it, bro?
This round, he looks to eliminate those frustrations and not allow Anthony to vent to the bricks. That's what he's doing so far.
That's why you have a plan B and plan C. We'll see if Nicholson can go to that. That'll conclude the second round. We'll go back and revisit what referee in charge Malik Waleed said was a knockdown. Nicholson was protesting it. Taking a look at it from the overhead perspective. As we take a look.
Yeah, that was a clean knockdown.
That was fine.
It was a straight left that knocked Nicholson off balance. Here it is again. You see the right hook. And it was a straight left that Nicholson just didn't have his feet underneath him. I think it was more of a momentum knockdown, but nonetheless, it was still a knockdown.
So a knockdown for Demetrius Andrade in the second round, starting off the third, swinging. So 2 of the 3 rounds, Andrade has started off swinging right from the outset of the bell.
This has been a very aggressive Andrade. I'm sure the last year has been very frustrating with him being out of the ring. And now that he has been switched promotions, he wants to make a statement to all the other 168 pounders in the division to let them know, like, I'm here. I still want to be a 3-division world champion. He complimented it. He said, look, I'm glad Caleb Plant and David Benavidez have signed to fight each other. Let's get me and Jamal Charlo going. I still want the Canelo fight. So Andre is wanting. This is why he has won at the top level to become a world champion.
At this point, for Andrade, he has been paid very well financially. Ultimately, that will give him a signature fight from Nicholson. So he might be thinking at this stage of his career, he can find that sort of uniting up and get the bigger fights in the mid-30s to late 30s. That's certainly a distinct possibility if he continues to perform like this.
Straight left from Andrade. He has dominated the first 3 rounds in this fight. he's always been in great shape. He always has good cardio. So this pace is not going to stop him.
You see all jabs landed, thrown through a grade. Andre 6 of 19. Nicholson 0 for 6.
Nicholson's going to have to start getting comfortable with being uncomfortable. That is how this fight is going to be.
There's a left that backed up Nicholson. I think Andre's probably thinking, I might be able to stop this guy. I don't think that the right shoulder is still totally healthy with Nicholson. He he did something with his right glove to try to create some space, so maybe loosen it up. But that to me says that the right shoulder is problematic for the lower Maryland fighter.
Luke was able to control Nicholson with his jab, and Andre has just continues to come at different angles. Every time he doesn't like an angle or Nicholson's coming in, he ties him up. He ties him up, switches stances, and then gets out of the way. That's just smart boxing.
And now time being called here with Malik Waleed. As we are now at the midway point of the fourth round.
Nicholson really have to take some handles as this fight progresses. Continuing to fight this way, Andre should take a pivotal part.
You got to be thinking you're probably down. Unless anything dramatic changes, you're probably down 4 rounds to nothing. And there are only 10 rounds in this fight. So if you're Nicholson, you have to win every round moving forward to be able to get a decision over Demetrius Andre. You have to be perfect against a former 2-division world champion if the cards are what they think.
And it's a little, because Andre's the one that made the move up to 168. Nicholson's taller, he's got the longer reach, he's the bigger fighter, yet it seems like Andre has been the one bullying Nicholson. And that's something that Nicholson cannot let happen. He needs to be the one to protect Andre.
I think that Nicholson might have potentially thought that this guy's smaller than me. I'm going to introduce him in a Ron Francisco manner, not totally understanding or giving credit for being as physical as he is, as we are on our way to round number 5. Round number 5, this one is scheduled for 10. At least from our standpoint, Miguel, it's been a clinic. It has been a clinic, and it has been a total one-sided performance in favor of Demetrius Andre.
You can just see in the corner of Nicholson, he looks absolutely dejected. I think Andre has taken all the fight out of Nicholson. And he is now, I think, at a point, just by the way he is looking, the way he looked at the corner, just trying to survive.
Andre unloads a straight left. Also, not only is Andre physical, down goes Andre. Is that a knockdown? No, it's a slip.
I don't think I agree with that either.
No, I thought that was a knockdown. Andre is going backwards. Well, It's not a knockdown, but if you're Ron Nicholson, that's got to give you confidence. Maybe that's what you need. We said this. He needs a big round here in the 5th round because things were not looking good. And how do you change things around with something like that? And Nicholson built upon that. We'll find out.
That was the first little bit of a momentum shift in this fight in his favor.
They looked at a long look at Andre and then decided to rule it and not call it a knockdown, which I think would be very problematic for Nicholson.
Exactly. I don't think Malik Wally fully saw it. There's a great left jab from Nicholson. He started to build some momentum now.
Nicholson starting to cut the distance, so he's trying to put Andre on his back foot.
And this is where critics of Andre have come in because they feel like at times in a fight, in an Andre fight, he will take a lot of rounds off and he allows his opponents to really get their game going, making them look averages. And right now, this is what Nicholson has done. All that's a nice little combination from Andre.
Yeah, it's almost like Andre does so well that he bores himself, and then he needs to be tested just on the fact that he needs it in order to compete. He could be just tremendous throughout the course of a fight, dominate, but I don't think Andre likes that. I mean, some people are wired differently, and I think it is clear that Demetrius Andre has and beats to his own drum. Well, some drama that has picked up in the 5th round as what we thought was a knockdown. It was not ruled a knockdown from referee in charge, Malik Wally. It seemed that was a knockdown. I don't know what the referee was looking at.
That was a 10-8 round. There was no beating. Their feet didn't even touch each other. There was no tread. And, I mean, credit to Google for selling it to referee Malik Wally and making them believe that it was a tread. Do I think Nicholson hurt Andre? Not so much. But I think it was certainly enough. There's a fantastic jab on the chin by Nicholson. But in regards to the knockdown, do I believe Nicholson hurt Andre? Not so much. I think it was just similar to the knockdown Nicholson suffered earlier in the fight. It was more of a momentum knockdown, but nonetheless, still a knockdown.
Absolutely. Now we begin the second half of the fight, and with there being, you have to consider that could be detrimental to Nicholson for trying to get in the fight. Because Andre, as you see, Andre, 73 of 167, 44% connect percentage. Nicholson 15 of 106, just a 14% connect percentage. But that was the kind of round that could have got Nicholson really back into this fight, and he probably won it, but he could have won it in a more significant margin.
I think Andre has seen that. He's stepping on the gas in round 6 here because he doesn't want to give any hope to Nicholson that he thinks he can compete.
Demetrius Andrade is the kind of fighter that leaves himself vulnerable enough to make things interesting, and I'm sure that some of the members of his team, it drives them nuts because he is that good to put on a complete shutout. And then he allows fighters that are determined that may not be as talented with all the weaponry to be able to get back in the fight. I'm not saying Nicholson is back in the fight, but he's got a lot more confidence than what he did compared to that 2 rounds ago.
You see Nicholson starting to talk with Andre. He's trying to motivate himself for the second half of this fight.
Well, even Andre goes, come on. As we said, when he came in with a answers mask on, something I've never seen before. 80 seconds remaining in the 6th. There's a left right to the midsection by Demetrius Andrade.
It appears that Andrade has got this fight back under control. He came out hard to start this 6th round to reestablish himself. Now he is using the jab
Nicholson has a puncher's chance.
He absolutely does. I mean, he's had 22 knockouts and 26 victories.
You could tell that Nicholson, he is in very good shape. They told me that because of potassium deficiency, they have prevented his right hand there. And now Malik Waleed saying, I don't know why he stepped in, because he didn't break them all. Boy, now they are saying they're literally testing each other. Nicholson and Andre talking back and forth with one another. And back comes Andre. Look at this. Set off fire being exhibited by Devon Nicholson and Demetrius Andre. Business has picked up in a major way.
Woo! Who you get at too? Huh? I say y'all to do it around. He's still losing. Yeah, he's still losing. To the post.
And there you see Andre. He came out, tried to reestablish control early, throwing some combinations, mixing it into the body. There's that big jab. And it almost
I'd say like this, like the black dude, the darker dude, like he hit you like first fight. Like he want to hit you on target.
Jab, strong. Just immediately got him as he was coming in. As you mentioned, it seemed like Nicholson, in my opinion, he lost that round. But this is a different version of Nicholson that we're seeing that we had in the first half of this fight. It seems like he is now woken up and he is ready to try to empty the chamber to steal a victory maybe from Andre. You even heard Andre's words rather than him know, like, look, let's let him get inside your head. Yes. Keep fighting the way you've been fighting. He was trying to rile you up, wrestle you, and take you out of your element.
So, in the first couple of rounds, it was Andre who was being the aggressor in the hand speed. Now that we're seeing from Demetrius Andre, it was Andre who was the more physical fight. He was the one that was imposed as well on Nicholson. And then in that fifth round, things changed a little bit, especially as we head into the sixth. And we're seeing Nicholson pick up the pace a little bit. I still have him down by a wide margin, but he's making it more entertaining.
He's making it more entertaining, and I think this is the fight he should have been fighting from the get-go. This would have given him more of an underdog chance to defeat Bubu.
Now he has to be nearly perfect and even try to clamor for a draw.
You even heard Nicholson, Bubu hit him with a quick straight left. And Nicholson pounded on us, think that was a good shot.
It's interesting that amongst all the theatrics and the trash talking, these guys still respect each other. That's what I enjoy seeing when two warriors step inside the ring.
Yeah, I like the mentality change. It looked like in that fourth and fifth round, he looked completely defeated.
Yeah,
and he was going to throw up and just let Bubu walk all over him. And he finally said, you know, if I'm going to go out, I want to go on my shield. I'm going to give it all I can. If I don't get the victory, so be it, but I'm not going to go out this way.
Well, Nicholson, I still think that the right shoulder is affecting him, and he's just fighting through the pain because he winced about a good 20 seconds ago, and he just got caught with a jab followed by a left, right on the top of the head. We are under a minute to go here in the seventh. There was any question of how Bubu would respond here at 168. I think he has answered those questions, and he can handle the weight at least physically pretty well.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way, especially with a guy like Nicholson, who you thought would be the bigger fighter, but Bubu's been the one that appears to be the bigger fighter, just in the way he has been fighting and throwing Nicholson around the ring.
I like this fight for both guys because Nicholson has earned the right for another fight of this magnitude. And if you're Andre, as he tags Nicholson, down goes Nicholson. No knockdown though. So says Malik Waleed, the referee in charge.
There's that left hand. Both fighters, and there you see, it seems that didn't have his right glove behind the neck of Nicholson. It might have been a clean knockdown. And there you see the tug with the right hand, and then it took the balance away from Nicholson, and then Andre was able to connect with that huge straight left.
He had to put his behind the neck. He hammered on the body, but then let's take a look at that.
And in my opinion, I don't think Andre needed to do that.
No.
I think he kind of scored the knockdown without giving up that tug, but the referee legally saw the tug and said that was not a knockdown.
We are on to round number 8. This one is scheduled for 10. Rick Lewis, Miguel Flores here. And now, Demetrius Andre is singing. Okay. You've seen the record past the 12th round. Andre undefeated, 12-0. Nicholson 4-2-1. This is a good start to the night, though, when it comes to our punch or whatever, because we've seen a lot of different things in this fight, some ebbs and flows, and I think it's a good starter for what is to come as it gets to fight to focus in on the welterweight division.
But dude trying to catch him on the capital sauce. That's why he ain't get off on him.
Seeing a fight is gained a little bit more respect for him, seeing a fight in person, because his style is so awkward that you can see the difficulty it's giving Nicholson.
And Nicholson he's tough and he is a rugged competitor. And Andre, from the beginning of the fight, has established the fact that I'm going to prove to you that I'm better than you.
And Nicholson, or excuse me, not Nicholson, Andre, from whoever fights him next, if it is one of the big 3 or 4 guys in the super middleweight division, it's not going to be easy. I mean, he is one of those guys that has a fighting chance of beating a Caleb Plant, a David Benavidez, a Alvarez, or if Jamal Charlo makes it up. He has himself a real shot to defeat any of those.
Playing BBC Matchmaker, as I often like to do, theoretically, a fight that I think could very well be at least on the table based on the fact
He thought he was going to throw a left hook, low left hook.
What Charlo wants to do, if he wants to endeavor into a fight with Andre, but if it's a guy from Minneapolis, David Morrell, or not from Minneapolis, but from Cuba, who calls Minneapolis his adopted hometown, David Morrell and Andre, I think, is a feasible fight to make.
That would be quite an entertaining fight, because Morrell also very awkward, explosive, comes from different angles, can fight with both hands and both stances. I think that would be an excellent fight. But is that a fight we want? I don't know.
They're both southpaws, and if you're looking at it, if you're Demetrius Andre, if you're not going to get a fight against Jamal Charlo, I'm talking hypothetically here, then why not go ahead and say, the young lion that no one wants to fight, no one wants to touch, I'll fight him. Put me in the marquee in the main event. Let's do this.
You're completely right, because Plant and Benavidez are both tied up. Canelo, we know he's got other plans in his head, and he's talking about rematch with Richard Beeble. So whether that happens or not, that kind of puts it in perspective. Unless it's Jamal Charlo, seems to be the only guy there.
I would say that out of the two events, depending on Jamal Charlo wants to get right by the line. Round number 9, this one is scheduled for 10. But I'm curious about a couple of things. One, how does Demetrius Andre finish? 2, as we see total power punches thrown through 8. Andre, very accurate, a 53% connect percentage, 100 compared to that. Throwing 198. Nicholson 16% connect percentage. You pointed out all fight long again about how awkward Demetrius Andrade is. And you look at the offensive numbers, all that they're all from an accuracy standpoint from DeMond Nicholson.
Absolutely. I mean, that is made it extremely difficult. You saw the frustration, how visibly frustrated Dennis was, especially in the first half of this fight. He just could not figure it out. And Andrade knew that. He was a good man. He's pretty much sailing outside of that sixth round. There's Andrade again.
He's swarming DeMond Nicholson. For people that say Demetrius Andrade cannot crack, well, how about you sit ringside and hear some of the thuds and the punches that have been slamming into the face of DeMond Nicholson, and then you can make your own judgments.
See them once it became so right shoulder is not right ever since that little bust up they had. I believe it was the second round where here in the 6 week.
You know what the thing is, here is that you pointed out, even as we are just at the midway point, Andrade put all his body weight on the shoulders of Nicholson. That's not illegal.
Black Gold, yeah, he's right. Everybody can, he's very low.
Been impacting DeMond Nicholson. Not to say they would make a significant difference, but it hasn't worked in favor of Nicholson either.
No, it certainly has not. And there you see this is just another example where Andrade used his body and just absolutely bullied Nicholson on the ropes here.
He has a very rugged and physical style, and I think Nicholson had enough of it. That's why he almost tossed Andrade. I think he was looking for a shoot. That's what it looked like on Nicholson.
Look, if you're Andrade, you're going to be 35. You figure I have maybe 3 to 4 more big fights left. I do not want to use it. This was a fight to get me back in a rhythm after having an over 13-month layoff. Now I want the big fights. And you don't want those 4 to 5 fights.
Listen, this leader doesn't go work. He gotta make you count on. He puts right on the bus.
Or just stay busy fights. It's time to maximize the rest of your career.
I think for Andrade, he needs big fights moving forward from here on out. Assuming anything crazy happens as one more round to go.
Yeah, why y'all ain't tell me I was getting some food, bro? Stupid.
Look at some of this action from round number
'That's my bad, bro. I feel very damn hungry.
You saw both men embracing each other, giving each other a hug. You don't really see that until after the last bell sounds. But there you see just the mutual respect that both men have for each other, as much trash talking as they were doing during this fight.
I think it was sort of gamesmanship, and it's good to see the respect between the two. And now we'll find out if the 10th round, if Nicholson can pull something out dramatically, because he certainly needs it. He has been competitive in this fight, but it has been all Demetrius Andrade.
Yeah, for Andrade's just been better. He dominated the first half of this fight. The second half of this fight was really more competitive, but Andrade, outside of maybe 1 round, has gotten the better of Nicholson in every aspect, even though Nicholson has fought much better in the second half of this fight.
Demetrius Andrade looking to step it up and continue and remain undefeated tonight. There's a jab ball by a straight left for Andrade.
This happens in boxing sometimes. No matter how much you come to fights, you change your approach in the middle of it, make the right adjustments. The other guy's just better. And this is, I think, an example of that where Andre is just better than Nicholson.
It's almost one of the mindset of as we're at the midway point of the 10th round. Demetrius Andrade is a Swiss Army knife, and you have MAdden who literally just has one way to win a fight, and that causes issues when you have someone that has various layers and aspects to their arsenal.
After seeing Andrade, this makes you more, as a boxing fan, you want to see him in the ring. I want to see what he would do with a guy like David Morrell or Jamal Charlo or a Caleb Benavidez. How would they handle this style? And also, how would Andre adjust against one of those guys that has that lethal power to answer some of these combinations and counters? That's just the science of the game.
Down goes Nicholson for the second time of the fight. And Nicholson protesting it. He's ready to go right after Andrade. And I believe there's some blood. Yes, there's some blood from the nose of DeMond Nicholson. And that very well, I mean, not that he needed to seal it, but talk about an exclamation mark for a two-division world champion from Providence, Rhode Island.
That was a legitimate knockdown as well. Andrade caught perfectly with the hood as Nicholson was coming in. Albeit a flash knockdown, it certainly connected.
Andrade looking to finish strong and now at the fight. And Andrade looks over at Nicholson. I think he wants to embrace him, but Nicholson dejected. Andrade gives him a hug, and I think Nicholson knows that this big opportunity has gone by the wayside for him, and I think it is finally starting to set in for the Laurel, Maryland product. Meantime, for Demetrius Andrade, aside from getting a stoppage, I think his return to the ring couldn't have gone better.
Yeah, Andrade looked really, really solid in this fight. There was that, it seemed like it was a right hook on the side of the head that put, there was that right hook that put Nicholson took him off balance and made Nicholson touch the mat right here. There's the left, and here's the right. That's the right on the ear. That's where your equilibrium is. It's where your balance is. And it knocked Nicholson off balance, scoring that knockdown, albeit I don't think that Andrade didn't need it on the scorecards. I don't think he dominated most of this fight. I think you gave Nicholson one round that he was able to put Andrade down. Outside of that, though, Andrade just was in a different class.
Well, he proved there's a reason why he is indeed two-division world champion and why he was among the elite at 160 and here in this maiden voyage. At 168, I thought Andrade was terrific.
Andrade certainly looks terrific. His awkward style is going to cause a lot of problems for a lot of fighters. And hopefully, this will be a more productive year for Andrade. And he does get the fights that he was hoping for. And again, I think any of those fights that you mentioned, David Morrell, Jamal Charlo, I would love to see them.
Well, for Demetrius Andrade, welcome to PBC. Now under the Premier Boxing Champions banner. And for Demetrius Andrade from Providence, Rhode Island, and you can tell as we look at Ron Nicholson clearly upset, frustrated. And now, we'll set it up with the verdict. Here's Jimmy MAdden Jr.
Action so good, why go unboxing anywhere else?
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds of action, we have a unanimous decision same 100-88. All three in favor of the winner, and still undefeated Demetrius Andre.
Oh, he's from out there.
Rhode Island.
Yeah. That's like hours.
No, Rhode Island is the state. That's like up in New York, Baltimore.
And Demetrius Andre standing by with Jim Gray.
All right, congratulations, Demetrius. You move up 154, 160. Your debut here at 168. How'd you feel? How was the adjustment?
I felt good. You definitely tell the weight difference, but speed combinations and IQ was a win today. Get the 10 rounds in, and that's exactly what we did.
What did you feel was the most different? You said you felt what most?
No, I'm just saying the weight.
You dominated this fight, and you really took control of this fight, basically through a shutout there. Now you came up because you want the Charlos or Benavides or Plant winner. Is that your plan here going forward?
Yeah, I mean, the only way I can say I'm the best is by fighting the best.
In this fight here particularly, this is a tough guy. I mean, you hit him with everything and kitchen sink, and he went down a couple of times, but not major knockdowns. But this guy was tough.
Yeah, for sure. Everybody knows the man was the dog, That's why we took this fight. He took this fight because he knew I was coming up, and he definitely has an animal with him. He showed it today, and just boxing, baby, IQ.
Let's take a look at a replay of one of the knockdowns here. There's a lot of talk going on. He seems to be talking quite a bit. Tell us what happened there.
Yeah, I know. He was just, trying to get himself into the fight, It looks like it could have been like a slick. I don't think that was official tissue. I see clean right there.
Now let's jump forward to the last round here on this knockdown.
That was definitely clean. Nice left to the...
Yeah, and the glove touch right there.
Yeah, definitely a knockdown.
All right, Demetrius.
That left hand,
We're going to have a close eye on that Plant Benavides fight coming up in March. Welcome to BBC. Look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you. It was great to be here. Thank you so much for the opportunity. BBC, and everybody came out to show up today. And all the people that advocate to boxing. God bless.
Hello. Congratulations. Happy New Year.
Demetrius Andre certainly is a unique personality. It is great to see him back and a shutout across the board. The fight was longer than what we thought. I thought Nicholson won at least 1 or 2 rounds, but barely no.
Yeah, I thought maybe 1 round.
Yeah.
I don't fault any of the strong parts. Andre dominated every single one of this fight. He outpointed them, outlanded them. He was more accurate. It was just really, really impressive performance from Andre. And I think he lost promise to anyone in this 168-pound division. And I again said I would love to see him fight any of those top contenders in that division.
So Demetrius Andre remains undefeated. His record 32 wins, 19 knockouts, a political unanimous decision victory over Nicholson. Nicholson will fall to 26-5-1. So that is now behind us. Now we focus our attention on the welterweights. Over the next couple of fights before our main event in the lightweight division, with the Rashidi Ellis taking on Roy Manapia. That to come in a few short moments. All right, so let's go back and take a look at our main event press conference as the fighters took to the stage to get ready for their upcoming showdowns here tonight in Washington, D.C.
sleep on. It's a tough opponent, and this will do heavy, but the line fight. So hopefully we don't get too banged up in this fight, so we can figure it all out. But we definitely live with that. This guy, it's tough. It's tough. But just want to go out there and give him a great performance in front of a nice crowd, show him that I'm actually one of the top guys. I want to send my prayer and love to one of the field players that hurt themselves actually playing the sport in the field. Jamal Henry, speed recovery, to his family and friends, guys, be able to play again. Well, his brothers on the field, so I want to send my prayers to him and his family. As far as the last word I want to say is that just be ready. This cat been great. Little hiccups, but we got through it, and I know that has been somewhat ready, coming. Just don't make a lot of mistakes, because there can be too many. It might be the early night. Well, it's like Aaron, it's a little different, but though Hector doesn't do anything I haven't seen before. He said he had 400 fights, but I had half of that. I feel as though he definitely someone that I gotta pay attention to while we fight. But overall, just want to show him.
Bueno, sí, acepté este desafío porque me gusta los grandes retos. Para mí las dos divisiones son iguales, en las cuales me siento bien, me siento en óptima condición, en la 135, y enfrentando a Diego David esta vez, eso me da más fuerza todavía, más ganas, más deseo de superación, de ganar mi pelea el próximo septiembre.
Well, all divisions are basically the same to me. I feel equally comfortable in both, and I took this challenge because I always want to surpass my own limits and go after the very best. So in the end, it's up to me to show what I can do on Saturday night, but when it comes to having to face what I have to face and the way I have to face, I'll be ready no matter what.
Bueno, presión no está equivocado, porque Real García soy yo, el verdadero García soy yo, y por eso estoy aquí ante el Diego David, y sé que va a ser una pelea muy emocionante, porque Diego para mí es un gran peleador, y estaré listo para como él venga.
The real Garcia is right here. I'm the real Garcia. I don't care who is focused on, because I know I'm the true challenge. And Saturday night, fans are gonna see a thrilling fight. They're not gonna wanna miss it, and it's gonna be a show that everyone will enjoy.
So here we see the Capital One Arena, home of the NBA's Washington Wizards and the NHL's Washington Capitals, starting in the WNBA's Washington Mystics. It is starting to fill up. What a capacity crowd that we have. I don't see a seat open right now again.
We always do. I mean, this is what Tim Davis fights are. It's sellouts everywhere he goes. He is one of boxing's biggest attractions across the country, and he's again moving here tonight in the nation's capital.
Taking a look at what we have over the next three fights. You saw Demetrius Andrade with a unanimous decision win over Damon Nicholson to remain undefeated. Now the welterweight to be front and center. An IBF welterweight title eliminated. Essentially, the way I'm looking at this, and again, mere speculation on my part. In my estimation, the winners of these next two fights will probably fight each other. If the favorites win, it's
Fight card be better.
that much more destined to happen. The favorites being that of Rashidi Ellis and Jerron Woodson is in our next fight in our co-main event.
Yeah, these two had some words in the presser earlier this week. Ellis was saying, look, this was a fight that was supposed to happen tonight. We were supposed to go at it, and Woods was what you wanted, and Ellis was saying, I asked for double what you had offered, and you weren't offering that much in the first place. So, little back and forth negotiations, but I do see down the line, as you said, if both of these guys are victorious, I don't see Spencer Crawford fighting either of these guys just yet. I do think this will take another fight for both Dennis and Ellis to lace them up, and why not be against each other, and the winner gets that title opportunity.
As I observe these next two fights, you're thinking about what could be the future of the welterweight division. Dennis is 25 years of age, Ellis is 29, but he's a young 29 because of the promotional and managerial issues that are now in the past. So he now is thinking, look, they talked about me for a long time, I've been a fringe contender, but now this is my moment, I'm ready to have my run, and it starts with the Venezuelan power punch in Roy Maravilla.
Yeah, Ellis has been talked about for a little bit, but ever since he had those promotional issues, he kind of got thrown under the radar because you had guys like Jerome Lutz and Virgil Ortiz, Ivan Stanionis coming up and being active, being in the limelight, being in the headlines as some of these young, up-and-coming welterweights that want to crack at that title with Spence or Crawford, and Ellis was kind of forgotten about until he was able to finally solve those promotional issues and get back on track, get back in the ring last summer, and really throw his hat into the fray and let everyone know, like, look, Lutz is not the only young contender in this division. I want mine as well, and I'm not afraid of Jerome Lutz. I'm not afraid of anybody. I'll fight them all. And he thinks that this 2023 will be a crucial year for his career at 29 years of age.
Well, Rashidi Ellis has only fought one round in the last 27 months, that being a knockout win over Jose Barruco. He was a substitute for Alberto Palmetta, who came out with a back injury. Had a 21-month layoff from October 2020 to July of 2022. Flash the line on the stand side. Now here comes Flash. And decided to sign with career boxing champions, but he's got his work cut out for him as he takes on Roy Maravilla. Villa is a Venezuelan power puncher who has a knockout percentage of over 90%.
Yeah, Villa is not something that Ellis can overlook. He is big power puncher. I mean, out of his 25 victories, 24 of them are by knockout. He made his U.S. debut in his last fight, defeated a young, undefeated prospect in Janelson Bocachica in a unanimous decision back in September of last year. So, and he also dropped him in that fight as well. So he is not someone to be overlooked, and he thinks he's got a real opportunity to surprise some people. And whenever you see that man Samson Lukowicz in corporate providers, you cannot overlook it because, as we all know, Samson Lukowicz is one of the best eyes in the sport.
I'll tell you a quick story on how I used to work on my eyes. I did a fight with Samson Lukowicz in Panama, and I saw him last April, and when I saw him beat the guy that he did, and I think it was like the third or fourth round, every time I came in Panama, I told Samson Lukowicz, I go, this kid punches and has very special punching power. He goes, I'm probably going to take him to the United States, walk the hall, he fought Bocachica, he beat Bocachica, now he's in this position here tonight to begin 2023.
Samson Lukowicz is one of the smartest minds in all of boxing. He knows exactly what he's doing. And as we all know with Samson fighters, he loves being in that underdog role. He loves surprising some of these young, undefeated contenders. And how many times have we seen a Samson fighter beat these young contenders in his career? It's been quite a while, and Vila's got the tools to upset Ellis.
Here is Rashidi Ellis, who has fought just one round over the past 23 months. We'll find out to see how he responds with the power puncher in Roy Maravilla. As we take a look at this, our tale of the tape for our next matchup here in Washington, D.C. between Roy Maravilla and Rashidi Ellis. We see both men 29 years of age, but height pretty much identical, reach as well. Ellis undefeated. Rules of our next matchup here, 147 is being rounds have been completed, so Roman Villa coming into this fight weekend as a sizable underdog. And that's a little surprising to me because of the fact that he does have such dynamic punching power. He's still relatively an unknown quantity, though, to the U.S. audience.
I mean, that's exactly what I was going to say. He's an unknown entity. Not many people know about him, but he is someone I hope Ellis knows about him because his power is for real. He's a volume puncher. He's a body puncher as well. And his rookie defeat was a very narrow split decision loss to Marcos Villasana, and that was in 2019. And he believes that he won that fight. So I do believe that this will be a tougher fight than many people expect for Rashidi Ellis.
Well, this will be the first time that he's trained by Rene Oroderica for the first time. And now we get ready to send it to Chibi Malinchi.
Well, fans, from the Capital One Arena here in Hawaii City, the Real Boxing Champions continues the action with the World Title Eliminator, brought to you by DGB Promotions, DGB Promotions in association with Sanderson Boxing and Showtime Pay-Per-View. Tonight, after the boxers of the Rampage Sportsbook, $25 is $200 wins, which is so good, watch out boxing and and sponsored by Universal Pictures, Fox Academy, the Super Monsters Joshi Rixasai from Maryland, David Winslow from the District of Columbia Championships, and from Maryland, Paul Wallace. Presenting our referee in charge, he will be giving instructions, not the introductions, Prince Gomez. Right now, here we go, 12 rounds of boxing in the IBF welterweight world title eliminator. Introducing you first, on my right, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black trunks with gold trim, hailing from Barranquitas, Venezuela. He weighed in at already 145 and 3/4 pounds, with an outstanding record of 25 wins, 1 defeat, 24 wins coming by way of knockout. He's one of the hard-hitting world-ranked welterweight contender, introducing Roman Flaco de Oro Villa. And his opponent across the ring, coming up in the blue, wearing white trunks with black trim, hailing from Massachusetts. He weighed in at 146 pounds. He is undefeated. He is campaigning the ring, 124 wins, no losses, 15 wins coming by way of knockout. Tonight, making his Showtime debut, here is the undefeated IBF world-ranked welterweight contender, introducing Speedy Rashidi Ellis. Once again, over in charge, give us your notice.
Put that on this TV.
So the best wins for Rashidi Ellis, wins over Alexis Rocha and Eddie Gomez. For Roman Villa, a victory over Genesel Boca Chica in his U.S. debut. Ellis, a sizable favorite, Villa, a considerable underdog. We are underway. Ellis, perfect so far in his career, as he has a 24-0 record with 15 wins coming by way of knockout. Villa's last win against Boca Chica, his only decision victory. Already, you see Villa trying to cut off the ring.
It's hard to gauge his talent after his last fight against Jose Rufo. He's so quick. He really wasn't able to get any rounds, and he's talented. But as you mentioned, one round 27 months is not ideal. You can be in the gym training every single day for hours. It is still not the same, boxers will tell you, as fighting in the ring. For real. And I think we'll see that adjustment against Vila as this fight goes on. And you're really going to find out about Ellis in this fight.
Ron Villa's one of those guys who just loves to fight. He is made to be and born to be a fighter. This is all he thinks about for Rashidi Ellis. As a brother that fights as well, Ronald Ellis actually fought David Benavidez last year.
And you got to believe that they may not have said it, but Ellis and Gerard Boots Ennis are almost in competition with each other to make the bigger statement tonight.
Yeah, they were sitting on the same part of the stage with each other, sort of going back and forth. Ellis hits that the money wasn't right, and it said, yeah, the fight, we wanted to fight you, but you didn't want to do it. And Ellis said, well, the money wasn't right, which is why they took this fight with me. I think maybe, I mean, you hate to hear about fights marinating as we're under a minute to go, because I think as fight fans, we've had enough of that. But I think in this particular case, it wouldn't hurt either guy to look impressive again, though. If Villa's successful, then he makes a point. He'd probably want to fight Boots Ennis. And to me, I think Ennis would fight anybody on the table at this point.
Yeah, I don't think either of these guys are scared or avoiding each other. I think everyone wants to fight all the top guys in this division. Unfortunately, we have Virgil Ortiz fighting Francis Stanionis later this year. Hopefully, we can get Spence Crawford fighting later this year. But Gerard Boots Ennis has said, I'll fight Crawford, I'll fight Spence, I'll fight Ellis. I'm not afraid of anybody. I think I'm the best in this division. I think Ellis feels the same.
Absolutely. We're heading towards the second round.
You've seen everything, bro. You've seen everything. You've seen everything. Beautiful work. Be great. I will tell you, man. Be great. Samuel, I need towels. Be great, be great. Cuando sientas que el gancho está aquí contra la ventana, hay que ganarle la confrontación.
Corner from Villa saying, come on, let's go. They want him to pick up the pace a little bit. Yes, we are into the second round. This one's scheduled for 12. Between Rashidi Ellis and Roymond Villa.
This certainly could be a huge opportunity for Roymond Villa. If you're able to put a stop to Rashidi Ellis, give him his first defeat, you all of a sudden become the hot new contender in a loaded 147-pound division.
All right, uppercut by Rashidi Ellis. You see punches landed 25 of 59 at 42% connect percentage. Villa just 3 of 26, a 12% connect percentage. If you're Villa, though, you cannot afford to wait too long to try to get offense started.
Absolutely not. You have to put rounds in the bank because Ellis is a very technical boxer. He's fast. He's not going to give you many opportunities at a target.
He's got an engine. He's got a mobile that can go.
He's good right now.
Ellis, his nickname is Speedy, and for him, he's got to use his speed, his technique. He's got to use his legs to stay away from the concussive power of Roymond Villa. You saw that left hook, a grazing shot by Villa, but he does pack a wall of a punch.
Great body work from Ellis. He is continuing to move and positions for Villa to load up as he just tried to right there.
I like the trap that he set up for Villa. Villa was very heavy in his front foot, and Ellis countered him with the right hand as we are approaching the 1 minute mark in the second round.
The last thing you want to happen for Villa is to chase Ellis all over the screen and start to get counter into that by Ellis. That's what's happened so far in the first 2 rounds. Not a lot of connect percentage for Villa.
Villa is throwing one shot at a time, a singular shot. If you're Villa, you got to be in the mindset. You're not going to be able to land anything crazy just with a lead right hand or a big shot. You're going to have to set it up with the jab and use it and have some technical brilliance behind the power and not just be going for the fences.
Yes, he is right there. This is a different class for Villa. He is figuring that out very quickly right now, early in this fight.
So we have a sold-out crowd here at Capital One Arena. The reason for that, Baltimore's own Javante Davis. He's standing by to shoot break.
All right, Laurel, thank you very much. Well, you got another sellout crowd. Why'd you pick such a tough opponent, Hector Garcia?
I just want to get people where they want to see.
Losing weight, but I'm very sorry for anybody who's family members are diabetes driving.
Let it go that energy spot. So, yeah,
How do you avoid looking forward to the next Garcia, Ryan Garcia?
you gotta put Hector first. I'm not really too focused on Ryan right now. I think that's Hector that people will see from Ryan talking about.
How's your focus been? Have you been distracted?
Somewhat, but I'm back on track. I'm excited. I'm home, so I'm ready to party.
Best of luck, Tank. We'll talk to you afterwards. All right, Mark.
I do get a kick out of Javante Davis. He's been in better spirits, more so this week compared to that previous fight. It's not that he's contentious by any means, but he said, I'm ready to party. He's enjoying this homecoming that he's having to begin 2023.
It's a big step up. He's in his hometown. This is his first fight under his promotion. He's on his moments now, away from Floyd Mayweather. As much as thankful as he is for him, he's wanted to be his own man. And this is his first step into that limelight where he is under his own umbrella. And I'm curious to see how that's going to be for Javante Davis. Because as you see, he's in fantastic spirits. And he's going to make that pay off here tonight.
We'll see Javante Davis in a few hours against Hector Garcia, but now we zero in on this welterweight title eliminator. We're in the third round between Rashidi Ellis and Roman Villa. So far, Ellis looks terrific, and Villa needs to be able to put together some punches.
Yeah, Ellis is got great IQ. There's a fantastic right hand as Ellis was walking away there. He's able to connect it. For Villa, he is going to have to amp up the aggression. Right now, he's looking for, as you mentioned in the second round, he's looking for those one shots, trying to load up and going for the knockout shots. And Ellis is too good of a fighter to try to load up on one shot.
Well, Villa's trying to make Ellis fight on the inside. He's aiming to drive him to the perimeter of the ring. But if you are Villa from a baseball standpoint, maybe that home run shot, you can't be looking for it throughout the entirety of that 12th round. There's only one or two Deontay Wilders in the world. There's only one Deontay Wilder in the world, and guess what? You're not in. And that's the heavyweight division, so the action is considerably a bit slower at heavyweight compared to that of here at 147. You've got to be able to string together singles, doubles, triples, and just create some offense.
You see Ellis smiling. He knows exactly what Villa wants to do. He is taking him all over this ring and just putting on a boxing masterclass so far through 2.5 rounds. Utilizing the jab. The jab's been working beautifully for Ellis. Again, he is just making Villa work.
Villa missing that left hook. And And he gets tagged with a left uppercut from Rashidi Ellis. Ellis looks like he can do this all night. Box on the outside. Keeps setting traps. Counter via uses jab to stymie the forward progression of Via and frustrate him. But later on tonight, will Hector Garcia, the Superflyweight champion of the world, make this an unceremonious homecoming for
All right,
Davis?
Hector Garcia and Martins will translate for us. Did he pick the wrong Garcia?
¿Acaso Gervonta Davis eligió a García equivocado?
No, eligió el Real García.
No. What he did was pick the real Garcia.
Are you going to fight power with power? Because Hector has said this will be an explosive fight, and obviously Tank's very powerful.
¿Acaso va a ser una lucha de poder contra poder? Porque vos dijiste que esta pelea va a ser explosiva y Gervonta tiene poder en sus manos.
Sí, claro, va a ser una pelea muy explosiva, muy emocionante. El que cometió un error pagó.
Absolutely, it's going to be a thrilling, powerful, explosive fight, and whoever makes a mistake is going to pay.
How are you going to entice him into that mistake?
¿Y cómo vas a hacer para que él cometa ese error?
Bueno, poner trampa como los cazadores.
I'm going to be a hunter setting traps for him. Let's see if he falls for it.
We will indeed. Hector, best of luck. Martin, thank you.
Hector Garcia saying he's going to set some traps for Gervonta Davis. We'll find out if he can follow through on that prediction here at the Capital One Arena. Sellout crowd. Not a seat to be had. Power punches thrown through 3. Alice 33 of 56 for a 59% connect percentage. Via 15 of 72, just a 21% connect percentage. As Ellis is over double that of power punches landing compared to that of Via.
So far, Via has been very one-dimensional, easy to read. Ellis sees it coming from a mile away. He hasn't been setting traps. He hasn't been baiting Ellis into false senses of security through this fight. And it's really been a cakewalk thus far for Ellis. He'll be happy to do this for the full 12 rounds if Via allows him to. And Via's coming forward with a 1-2, trying to corner Ellis, looking for a big right hand. He's just coming out short every single time.
Ellis was doing some dancing there already into the 4th round. I mean, I don't think it's dancing time just yet, but that's how confident he is. And he just clobbered Via with a counter right hand and a left hook. He's smiling in there. He's having fun, showcasing his talent, exhibiting. He's probably feeling good with finally getting in rhythm after fighting just 1 round in over 20 months.
Yeah, but I think Ellis needs to be careful. There was that exchange. It was a good exchange in favor of Ellis. You can't afford too many of those because I think that's exactly the type of fight Via wants. He wants those firefight exchanges where both guys are going toe-to-toe, and Ellis almost got baited into that. And he's got to be careful with this. Don't want to get careless, especially with the power of Via.
Well, to me, it's way too early to start having that victory lap in the morning. Even barely a third of the way done. So he's got 2/3 of a fight left, and anything can happen, especially against somebody that can turn out your lights in Boyman Via. Now, is his confidence soaring right now for Rashidi Ellis? Deservedly so.
He's fighting a fantastic fight. He would walk from there. Another lap.
He might have hurt Via. I think he hurt Via with that right uppercut. And the hand speed is frustrating the Venezuelan.
You're starting to see Ellis sit down on this much more. Put way more power behind it.
And Via seems to be just way too tense. You want to see a power puncher be loose, be free, throw a lot, get leverage behind your shots. Via is sort of throwing everything with conviction, but it is to his detriment.
Yeah, it's leaving him open, and Ellis is too smart. He's seeing those openings, he's taking advantage of them.
Near the end of the 4th round. As we take a look at some of the action.
And you saw Via trying to just load up with the left, but again, right there, left himself open. Ellis takes the advantage with a straight right and then a left hook. Again, Via going for a massive uppercut, and Ellis just sticks him with a jab and he gets out of the way. It's just moving. That was a good body shot from Via. But Ellis still able to take
like you said, what Ellis needs to avoid is being in those firefights like that exchange.
Exactly. That's exactly the type of fight that Villa would love to have the rest of his way. And then another clean uppercut from Ellis. Ellis just needs to continue staying on the outside, darting in and out, and making him a difficult target to hit for Villa.
Well, it's what they say. I mean, it sounds so simple, but as we take a look at jabs, you see total jabs landed 73 of 154 for Ellis. That's a 47% connect percentage. He had just 6 of 92. As soon as I looked at that, I'm like, wait a minute, is that wrong? But that's actually correct. A 47% connect percentage with Rashidi Ellis, landing 73 jabs. Again, fundamentals, footwork, speed, ring generalship, high boxing IQ. That's what you're seeing out of Rashidi Ellis.
Hit and not get hit. It's as simple as that. Much easier said than done, but right now Ellis is showing it off. Right now against Villa.
He's putting on a clinic and making a guy who has concussive knockout power in Roymond Villa look very average, and I think that's why Rashidi Ellis has so much confidence as to be the only one that I know that is calling out Gerard Boost at this particular point.
He knows what potential fight is. He can somehow beat the guy that stops the boogeyman. Everyone, it appears, in the boxing world to play that Gerard Boost tennis. And deservedly so. I mean, he's been one of those guys that we'll see later on tonight. Why? He's already the best fighter in the world. There's a massive right hand. People want to see Boots fight, stiffer competition. I don't think Boots can shy away from that. And as you said, there hasn't been hardly anything called out to fight Boots Ennis. And Rashidi Ellis is one of the only guys to do so.
Well, we say that, but also we fail to, let us be careful and not put the cart before the horse. Ennis has got to get past Karen Chukatsian here tonight in our next fight. The Ukrainian that now lives in Germany. Chukatsian cooked very well. He is an 11-1 underdog coming into the fight, so that fight still has to happen. But assuming what we believe may happen, that's when we are talking about hypotheticals and with Ellis and a potential Ennis match.
Yeah, I think we're getting closer and closer to where the time for talk is over in a lot of these divisions. And hopefully here in 2023, it comes to a head with a lot of matchups between top contenders or undefeated champions. And we get to see some of these matchups that boxing fans have been clamoring for years.
I think as a fight fan, you and I are like this, but the whole boxing public and sports fans in general, they want clarity. They want to see who's the best in the divisions. And I think these younger guys like the Ellises, the Ennises of the world, Spence, hopefully Crawford, they get it on, and we get some clarification as to who's the top dog in respective divisions.
Absolutely. It's few and far between, but right now, Ellis has put himself as the pack so far. Impressive start.
This is the 6th round. Good? Okay. I need the job. And we gotta start hurting them so we can get the fuck out of here. You heard them before, you can hurt them again. Give me a couple of combination shots. Give me a couple of push-ups. See how? I do too much in the corners.
Se la puede perder aquí o el otro por abajo. Sí, vamos a hacer. Suéltate. Hay que soltar, pero maneja más allá. Usted se frente a él, cámbiaselo. Y adelante de la pinche frente de frente. Hay que trabajar. Suéltalo, Antonio.
We begin round number 6. Rashidi Ellis looking terrific so far against the Venezuelan power puncher, Roymond Villa. And if you look at Roymond Villa, he has to be of the aptitude. Things aren't going my way. I need to find a way and dig down deep to be able to string together punches and start to make this a more physically taxing fight against Rashidi Ellis.
He needs to find a way to get back on the side because right now everything else is pushing a shutout.
Almost at the halfway point. If it's going to change, it's got to change right now. You got to look at it in baseball terms of the fact of you have a stud ace pitcher and Rashidi Ellis taking on a big slugger in Roymond Villa. And right now it is the pitcher who is frustrating the heavy power hitter in Roymond Villa.
Yeah, hasn't really changed his approach. I think he's continuing to fight the same style as he did from round one on. And as long as he continues to do this, Ellis is just too smart. He's too good. As he smiles again, backing away, he knows exactly what Villa wants. He's not giving it to him. He is more than content. He just outboxes him to the outside, stick and move.
Just over the midway point of the 6th round, it was interesting on Wednesday at one of the recreation centers here with the youth of Washington, D.C. Rashidi Ellis jumped in the ring and was working out for 10 or 15 minutes. And, I told him, I go, okay, we're ready for our next fighter. He goes, that's it, I'm barely getting warmed up. His warm-up on what my intense workouts are like. That just goes to show you how good a shape Rashidi Ellis is in.
I think he's been very excited to pursue his career after all the emotional mess that he was having to deal with and material issues he was having to deal with. And he's excited now. And that's behind him. He can just move on and stick to boxing and be one of those top contenders that people are talking about. Because it had to eat away at him over those year and a half where he was not being talked about. He was hearing all the other names on television. His name wasn't one of them.
He was watching his brother fight against David Benavidez in November of 2021. Watching his brother on the top of the marquee, even on as the beast said, he's got to be thinking, man, I want to get back in there. Finally, he has that opportunity. And also, people are looking at, well, he's 29 years of age. He's young 29 because he hasn't really been in these floors that many fighters have been.
So far, so good. Everything's going according to plan right now. Rashidi Ellis.
Halfway home.
Creo que cuando deportes el ritmo, sigue recto por frente y tú cortales para los lados. Este pie, córtaselo. Y así sabes que viene, no me lo dejes. Aquí traspasa la derecha, el ancho de derecha. Pero sí, manejando tu chingada. Está sin medida. Está mal medido. And the shoulders relax. Go. Relax your shoulders. Relax your shoulders and keep going.
Coming up on the 7th round, this one's scheduled for 12. Roymond Villa's got 6 more rounds to try to turn things around in a major way. He has quite a bit of a deficit to climb back from. As you see, total punches landed thrown through 6. Ellis accurate indeed. 162 of 327, a 15% or 50% connect percentage, a 12% connect percentage for Villa, 35 of 294. So not only is Villa just landing at barely over double-digit percentage, but Ellis is being more aggressive and throwing more punches compared to that of Villa.
This has been pure domination thus far.
There's a shot downstairs. Referee in charge. Gonna call some time. Brett Bobel calling time with Rashidi Ellis. Ellis says he's okay, ready to go. If you're Roymond Villa, though, this is the opportunity of a lifetime, and you have to act as such. But I knew that Ellis was supremely talented, but I didn't think he was going to make it look this easy against Roymond Villa.
I think Villa just walking, he was looking, he was head of me pretty much, and he's been head of me this entire fight. He showed up, and he's a good body puncher, that's where he would have been able to take away the speed of Ellis if he began his approach by attacking the body at will. Because that's one way you can negate the speed of Ellis, and then all the movement slows down. There's a good body shot there.
Now, let's see if he can capitalize on that. We are now at 80 seconds to go in the 7th round. There's a right hand. If you're Ellis, though, shake the cobwebs off and then go right back to work. You know that Via's going to have to get more aggressive. Well, that's another shot below the belt. Oh, boy. And Via says, hey, wait a minute, what's going on here? I think that Ellis wanted a time called, or maybe a warning, but the referee in charge, Brett Bovell, did not give that to him.
No, and I'm not entirely sure if that was low or not, but nonetheless, it was enough to hurt Ellis. But it should be the sign that Via, you can't outbox Ellis. He's not going to outbox Ellis. So when you know you can't outbox your opponent, the next best thing you need to do is make it a dogfight. You need to make it a dogfight. You need to use your physicality on Ellis, push him up against the ropes, cut off the ring, and work the body. You work the body, you slow him down, you negate the biggest asset that Ellis has, and that's his speed.
You should have done that from the outset, but now it's like, okay, you got 5 more rounds to go. The clock is not your favorite territory on Via. And he's going to have to try to really pick up the pace and hurt Rashidi Ellis as we near the end of the 7th round. As we end both with a flurry and Via stepping right towards Ellis has to say, I'm not going away just yet. As we look at the action, there's the low blow and the belly shot.
That was just low.
Later on in the round.
And that also seemed to be a little bit below the belt line. But I don't think it was enough to warrant a stoppage.
Round number 8. This one is scheduled for 12 between Rashidi Ellis and Royman Via. I think that was a better 7th round for Via, but I mean, I still think that Ellis has probably won every round thus far.
He certainly has. That was a nice one. A lot of throw from Ellis. He was smiling after he mentioned that. If I was in Via's camp into this fight, you're attacking the body at will. To cut off the ring. Use your size and your power to slow him down, and then fall asleep with the body shots. Then that opens up the upstairs. Then you can start headhunting in the later half of this fight, and you can potentially score a knockdown or two, or finish the fight and utilize that power. But that has not been the game plan. It hasn't been the approach. I think it's been the wrong one for Via. And I think, as you mentioned, if you start attacking the body now, it might be too little too late.
Well, to echo your point, when it comes to if you're defending somebody in basketball or even fighting somebody in the ring, the head will move, the body does not. The body is a stationary target that you can throw upon, and a way to get rid of the mobility of a fighter who is a grouper, who relies on his legs, as you alluded to, is to attack the body, to be able to hit him on the hips when you can, to try to take some of the steam out of the lungs of Rashidi Ellis. And Ellis looks just as fresh now in the game as he did in the first round.
Jab, right? Yes. Right over the top left hand. Yeah, there you go. 2 on him. He did hit him with 2.
He is the kind of fighter that will not speak on because he does have a knockout percentage of over 92%. However, Rashidi Ellis is not the kind of basic fighter that you can just decide to telegraph a right hand and he's going to be waiting for you on the other end to absorb it. That's not going to happen either.
No, it certainly is, and Ellis is too good for that. And he's aware. knows the power that he possesses, and he's going to have to continue to be on his P's and Q's and not allow any momentum whatsoever.
And go back to general sports terminology, but it certainly is apropos in this particular case. A quality defense has the propensity in big moments, in playoff situations, in fights like this, to shut off and shut down a high-powered offense. And that is exactly what Rashidi Ellis is doing to the Royal Beat.
You see the frustration on the face of where he has not been able to really get his offense off at all against Ellis. Ellis continues to pepper up the shots. There's a late one after the ball. Something to Ellis.
Cortando la salida siempre, porque el modo lo dejas, es el malo. Siempre está moviéndose para la izquierda, pero se va, ¡pam! Forward upstairs. These are the two amateur players. Okay? So keep on punching, keep on punching. Let's go, let's go.
Joe told him though that it was fighting. But he really is I don't know.
Number 9, this one is scheduled for 12. Total jabs landed. Look at these staggering numbers. 129 for Ellis. He's thrown 290. 44% net percentage jab-wise. Villa just 7 of 199, 44% net percentage. Tremendous numbers that certainly help to tell the story of the fight if you are just joining us.
On the outworking and outsmarting. Ellis is just on another level right now.
He's outclassing him, honestly. I mean, it's just, you have a guy who's just a technician taking on someone in Villa who tonight has decided to be one-dimensional. And a flash of hands right there, and that was right on the mouth of Rashidi Ellis.
Athlete, and that's the issue that knockout artists run into a lot of times, where if the knockout is not coming, they don't have a backup. And that's where they end up running into tricky situations when you come across a fighter that's a defensive fighter, but very technical. They can avoid the knockout shots for 12 rounds. And you're really just giving away rounds and rounds because you're assuming the knockout's going to eventually come. And then when it doesn't, you're left with nothing.
What do? We are now over the midway mark of the 9th round. Villa chasing Ellis. There's a couple of shots here from Villa. When he throws, he shakes you up, but it has been so few and far between that Ellis has been able to dictate, for the most part, the tempo and the pace of this fight.
You can tell he's trying, right? And he just went back to the same well over and over and over again, and there's just no water. He assumes it's going to change. It's just not. Maybe he'll get lucky. Maybe Ellis, if he does, he hasn't changed his game. But the only thing that Villa can rely on is maybe Ellis gets relaxed a little too much, lets his guard down, and that's when Villa can explode on him. But if that doesn't happen, I just don't see any other option.
There's a left hook there by Villa. That might have wobbled Ellis, followed by a right hand, but back comes Ellis.
This is a little bit too much for my liking.
There's a left hook by Villa.
I think this might be the first opportunity where Villa has finally seen a little bit of a crack in the defense of Ellis.
3 more rounds to go. As we're on our way towards the 10th.
Big right hand and then the left.
Damn, man.
Here. As we say all the time. stiff jab from Villa. And see if we get through the defense there. There's another stiff jab that surprised Ellis. It's just not enough activity from Villa. He's trying. As you said,
Everyone who thinks he blocked him is mad.
Positive in that ninth round, but it's not enough.
When you look at the power punches thrown through 9, Ellis 82 of 157, a 52% connect percentage. Villa 54 of 224 for a 24% connect percentage. So Ellis has been doubly accurate of that of Roymond Villa. And Villa picking up the pace, smashing right into Ellis. He is gaining quite a bit of confidence. Is Roymond Villa, and at this particular time, you gotta be thinking if you're Rashidi Ellis and company. Time is as of the essence. There's a right hand by Villa. Villa staggered Ellis. This is the best we've seen Roymond Villa, and a power puncher who is still very much in this fight. Can Ellis stay out of danger throughout the next 2.5 rounds?
This is where Villa has looked his best. His final half a round and a half. Ellis takes a knee.
Well, look, if you're Villa, you have to. There's a mouse underneath the right eye of Roymond Villa, but Villa's got to really press the issue if he's to try to get some things going. And Ellis is so smart that he knows how to kill the clock in many aspects. But if you're Roymond Villa, you need to go right now. Under the holding, the clutching, the grabbing, you got to push him off it, and then you got to go right back to work. If you're Ellis, do everything you can to be able to just kill off precious seconds.
I'm curious if it's just Ellis is slowly running out of gas from all the movement he was doing earlier in the fight, or if he's just kind of relaxed and figures, I got this in the bag. I won virtually every round of this fight. I can kind of coast now.
Big shots by Roymond Villa. Roymond Villa hammering away upon Rashidi Ellis. Ellis is getting tagged more in these past 2 rounds than what he has throughout the entirety of the previous 8 rounds combined.
This is what Villa thought the type of fight he was going to have.
Corner of Roymond Villa urging him as to say, come on, keep coming forward, let's go.
Yeah, because right now, the Villa, in my opinion, can win
every by Villa. Oh my goodness, that might have shaken up Rashidi Ellis, but he answered back well.
This is exactly what I was saying. The type of fight Ellis cannot afford, and that's going into these big exchanges and having this type of fire because that's what he wants.
2 more rounds remaining. Rashidi Ellis finally being put in a difficult spot, although he is ahead by a significant margin.
You can see Roymond Villa pursuing it. That was a massive right hand. You saw the right knee buckle for Ellis. This is what Villa expected to have throughout this fight.
Yeah, right there.
I still believe he needs a knockout if he wants to be victorious.
Here's more of Roymond Villa demonstrating some of that big power.
And this is where Ellis cannot afford. There's a big shot, huge right hand that really woke up Ellis. These are crucial rounds for Ellis just for the simple fact that he needs to get this fight back under control. I think he let his foot off the gas a little bit too much. He was starting to coast and almost not giving Villa the respect that he deserves because he was so dominant in the first several rounds.
Well, now Villa is going and swinging for the fences. He has another 5.5 minutes to try to turn this fight around in a major way. Big shot there by Villa.
Another right hand that continues to catch Ellis as he's falling away. And now
dropped
a little bit of a
Huh?
tussle down.
Yeah, he really did.
Ellis, you stay down, take your time, kill the clock. And we are on
He
to
really
the
dropped it.
we're
He
in
hurt.
the 11th round. If you're Fiat, time is ticking. Every single moment is so valuable. He's got to do some damage every second of the round. There's a win uppercut by Fiat.
Yeah.
He's got 2 rounds to really
Oh,
try.
no.
It's less than 2 rounds to finish this. About a round and a half now as we are coming up on the midway point of the 11th round. Fiat, there's a cut outside of his left eye. Blood streaming. That will not deter the hard-hitting Venezuelan. I think positives for both guys, if you think about it. Ellis looked really good for the first 8 rounds and then kind of got lulled into a little bit of a mini slugfest against Roymond Villa, probably because he was so tired from keeping him at bay for the first 2/3 of the fight. For Villa, if he would have started a little bit quicker, who knows, things might have been different. His issue is still in doubt because of the fact that Villa does have such a high knockout percentage. Yeah, he still has a puncher's chance. He's hurt Ellis a couple of times in the final quarter of this fight. But I'm sure if he's not able to score the knockout, he's going to be very frustrated with himself, especially when he comes back to look at this fight. And I believe he left a little bit more on the table. He could have done a lot more to give himself a better opportunity on the scorecards. Nice right hand by Roymond Villa. Even with the loss, I mean, for some reason, because I've gotten into playing matchmaker tonight. Obviously, if Ellis wins and if Ennis wins, they'll probably be in a collision course. But how about Roymond Villa and Sergey Lipinets, maybe? That would be a fight. People guys love to bang, and certainly would go the distance. That's a fight that I wouldn't mind seeing either. It's a very good co-main event on our pay-per-view card. Final minutes, final moments of the 11th round. We're on our way to the 12th.
Right at the end, right before the bell, we ended with
You need to knock them out.
who that?
You need to knock out this guy.
Yeah, you
You
go.
need to knock him out.
Every time, but no lie, every time he get hit, he get hit because he more looking at the punch.
Is this likely put the winner of this fight in line to fight the winner of our next fight, which Rodinus, who's taking on Aaron Chukatsian for the IBF interim welterweight championship, a title that is vacant. You heard the corner of Ellis. What do you know? You know he's coming for the knockout. You cannot get sloppy. You have to be alert. Touch and go, touch and go. What I like that I heard from Roymond Villa's corner is that you need to knock this guy out. They were not sugarcoating things. They weren't saying, oh, you're doing good, or that's what runs been good. They go, you need to knock this guy out. It's not just you knock him out or you lose. I like how honest they were. Not enough corners are honest enough like that. Either tell their fighter they're clearly winning, and your job is to make sure your fighter does win. Yes. Oh, down goes Ellis on a big left hook by Roymond Villa. And now Villa has a minute 45 to try to get a finish. Oh my goodness, how things change.
It's over.
It's over. He ran into something, and now Villa looking for the finish. Ellis is hurt. It was a left hand too. This
This was what Ellis worried about all fight. He was able to avoid it, and now he's lost all balance, Ray. I think you gotta call that a knockdown. Oh, come on! Are you kidding me? The referee is not calling it a knockdown. It is clear as day that that was a knockdown, but the fight has to continue. Okay, let's see what Villa can do. Yeah, he has got to. Ellis is just trying to hold on. Ellis is in significant trouble. Elias got to push him off. The referee's got to get out of the way and let these guys fight. Diaz got to go. He's got to leave it all in the ring. He might have punched himself off, though. If Ellis remains upright, he will likely win this fight. Oh, big shot by Villa. Villa unloading upon him. Oh, another big shot. Oh, my goodness, but Ellis is doing everything he can to hold on, clutching, grabbing, to remain upright. This is dangerous waters. It's the most dangerous waters Ellis has ever been in. Can he regain his balance? 20 seconds left. I think Ellis is trying to signal some Beyonce, I'm a survivor. Will he survive? He's getting hit and hammered. He almost went down again by a massive uppercut. Oh my goodness. Ellis is going to survive, but not without eye trauma.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
That's a second knockdown. That's massive. Oh my goodness.
It's over.
But the thing is, Ellis, all he has to do is answer the bell. The fight is over if he can walk. And that ends the fight. Royman Villa with 2 knockdowns. But man, oh man, talk about eye trauma here in Washington, D.C.
He know he lost that. He know he lost that.
Ellis is so fortunate. And his corner told him the massive left hook on the chin. Hands down. And it was just a leapy left hook that put Ellis on the mat. Take a look at the second knockdown. I think that, and it should have been 3 in this fight. I think that second one should have been counted as a knockdown. A left hook on the chin, a right hand on the side of the head. And this truly was a saved by the bell situation for Ellis. Well, Rashidi Ellis likely. I mean, it's going to be curious to see what the scorecards are. High trauma here in Washington, D.C. This has got to be frustrating for both men. I mean, if you're Villa, this is what you wanted. You wanted a firefight. You wanted to show off your power, and you finally were able to break through, but it was too little too late. And honestly, I think if there was one more round, Villa might stop Ellis because his balance was completely off. And if you're Ellis, it's got to be frustrating because you were dominating the first 3 quarters of this fight. And then in the final 4 rounds, you kind of left your foot off the gas. And you allowed Villa to gain momentum, tag you with some big shots, and he capitalized in that final round. Here's the first knockdown. Bang, that big left hook by Royman Villa. That was just a huge leaping left hook. That would surprise Ellis because he was doing a wonderful job at avoiding those massive knockout shots for a majority of this fight. And there was Ellis crashing to the canvas. And Ellis knew, I got to get to my feet because I just need to get to the belt. I have the scorecards, and there was that should have been, I believe that was the second knockdown, so he was able to put him down with that left hook straight right.
That should have been the end of the fight right there.
And kind of flipped him off the back of the head. But there was a left hook on the chin and then a straight right. Well, if there would be 3 knockdowns instead of 2, that could have signaled the fact that maybe Villa could have gotten a draw, but I think that Ellis, because there were only 2 knockdowns, you have to say that Ellis, at least from my perspective, You really brought it, but if you had done it a little bit more earlier, it could have been vastly different. And if you're Rashidi Ellis, you got to be thinking, okay, well, even if you sign up to fight John Boots Ennis is not going to wait till the 11th or 12th round to get going by any means.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it's a learning lesson for Ellis. He's, like you said, 29 years old. He's been one round in 27 months. This is certainly a learning experience for him. And I'm sure he hopes this will never be the case again.
And look, I like to pound the pulpit and variety different things, but the referees in our first two pay-per-view fights have been terrible. I mean, literally, they blew a knockdown in the fight with Andre and Juan Damon Nicholson. It seemed like the referee was holding up Rashidi Ellis for crying out loud and blew the knockdown. So it's like the referees have got to get better in our co-main event and our main event. But who is going to take home this fight? We're about to find out. We send it up to our ring announcer. Here's Jimmy Brennan Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of action, we go to the scorecards. We have a majority decision. Here are the score totals. Judge ringside, Tammy Jenkins scores it at 113 to 113, even a draw. Overruled by judges Dave Breslow and Paul Wallace, both scoring about 114 to 112. In favor of the winner of the IBF Welterweight World Title Eliminator, El Flanco de Oro, Roy
So Roy gets a win in his biggest victory to date. When they said we have a majority decision, I thought it was going to go to Ellis, but the knockdowns didn't matter. Roy upsets Rashidi Ellis. He was nearly a 4-1 underdog, and he surprises Ellis. And so much for that matchup with Boots Ennis. It now goes up in smoke. Oh my goodness. He was doing well, and he got knocked down twice, and it made the difference in the fight.
Yeah. He didn't last 3-4 rounds. He lost.
Will translate. Royman, how would you describe this victory?
Esta victoria en el día de hoy, ¿cómo lo puede describir?
Bueno, fue una pelea dura, en verdad, un peleador no se mueve mucho, golpea bien, se me hacía muy difícil, estaba un poco apagado, pero bueno, gracias a Dios por esta victoria, de la honra y la victoria es para el Señor.
I want to first of all thank God because of this victory. Second of all, he's a tough fighter. He moves a lot. He does hit hard. And at the first couple of rounds, I was a little tight, but then I got loose.
How did you overcome losing all of those early rounds and overcome the constant jab?
No, porque yo dije que iba a trabajar encima de él a todo momento y yo sabía que se iba a cansar porque los peleadores así se cansan, entonces la mayoría de los golpes se los aguantaban toditos.
No, I was on top of him from the first round. I knew that I was like that quick. Sooner or later, I get a little tired, and that's what I took advantage of.
Your corner told you in the 12th round, and we can take a look at it, that you had to knock him out. Turns out you didn't quite have to knock him out, but you knocked him down twice. Let's take a look at the first knockdown and tell us what you were thinking going into this round.
Primero que tú dijiste cuando lo toqué la primera vez.
Ya hace mi trabajo a buscarlo, pero bueno, no se puede buscar y bueno, gracias a Dios por la victoria.
Yeah, no, I went to do my job in that 12th round, and my corner told me to knock him down, and I couldn't do it in the first try, but I kept going.
And then as we go toward the very end of the fight, the second knockdown.
Bueno, lo que otra vez, si tú me dices cómo fue.
Sí, lo que pasa es que dijeron que no era caída, pero bueno, si quiere la revancha se la volvemos a dar. No te peleemos.
Right now, he said that they told him right there that he just fell on the last knockdown, so he wasn't sure. But if they want the rematch, they'll give him the rematch again.
Right, so that's what you like next. Let's do it again.
¿Quieres hacerlo otra vez? Levanta otra vez.
Me gustan peleas así, aguerridas, me gustan los peleadores mexicanos con huevos.
I like the Mexican fighters with balls.
Congratulations, perfect fight. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Yo le dije que una pelea la pondita no va a dar.
And I told him after the fight that the smile would not be the same.
Thank you, Felix. You all right?
Yeah, all I heard from him was a rematch, and I'm like that right away.
You're okay physically.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm good.
What happened there? You were dominating this fight. The jab was so effective, and then things had to change course later on in the fight after the first half of the fight.
I don't know. I thought I was dictating the fight, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Do you agree or disagree with the judge's decision, or do you understand it with those two knockdowns?
I totally disagree to his decision. I was winning most of the rounds. Like, yeah, the knockdown, but other than that, I was winning almost every round.
All right, we look forward to the rematch. Glad you're okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right, Oro, back to you.
So I think it's fair to say that Rashidi Ellis is dejected. But 114, 112, I think you and I kind of thought Ellis was likely, based on his body of work throughout the first 8 rounds, probably had the verdict in his favor. But that was not to be the case. The third knockdown did not matter. It would have been more of a significant victory for Roman Villa.
I overall think it was a bad decision. I think Ellis did more than enough to control the pace of this fight. And I think while it was a valiant effort in the final couple of rounds by Villa, I thought it was too little too late. I cannot see any rounds in the early going that you could have put in favor of Villa. The only thing I can see is maybe the judges thought the aggression for Villa continuing to come forward scored it enough for him to get some of those rounds in the middle portion of that fight. They didn't like the fact that Ellis was consistently moving, but I thought Ellis was boxing a masterclass for the majority of this fight. You saw the surprise response with those boxing. He thought that they lost. He was disappointed when he came to celebration. He was happy for his fighter because he thought, all right, we needed to start a little bit earlier. Let's try to see if we can get a rematch. You heard his corner. We need the knockdown. We need the knockdown from his corner. They thought that they were already lost and they needed a knockdown. I think Villa, after the fight, was disappointed. He thought that he lost. So I just don't see what the judges saw to give Villa a majority of that fight.
So I'm not going to say necessarily robbery. I think it was a close fight. What I want to look at, if we can somehow find a way to get the scorecards, is apparently the judges thought 1 or 2 of the early rounds, they thought Villa did enough to win the fight. Because from round 9 on, the last third of the fight, it was Roman Villa. And you look at it, aside from the knockdown in that regard, you got to be thinking it's kind of shades of that, not that dramatic, but of an Julio Cesar Chavez, Meltrick Taylor, and he started to pick up the pace of the fight in the second or to the final third of the fight, and was hammering away, landing big shots, and was able to get that 12-round stoppage over Meltrick Taylor. Now, obviously not as dramatic, and nor did it have as much significance on the division as this one did. But Villa started hurting Rashidi Ellis in the 9th round, and you saw Ellis, his activity rate started to drop, and he was visibly being affected and punished and hurt by the shots of the Venezuelan power puncher.
Yeah, we were seeing it, as you mentioned, it was progressing so slowly, and the momentum was shifting into the favor of Villa. But I just thought it was too little too late. If you were Ellis, you wonder, is it the fact that I've only fought 1 round in the last 27 months? My cardio wasn't up to what it needed to be to go the full 12 rounds at the pace that I was fighting in the first half of this fight. Those are all questions that Ellis is going to be going back to the drawing board for. But I don't think it was enough, again, to give Villa that victory. And like you said, I would love to see if there's an opportunity to see where the judges scored in favor of Villa over Ellis, because it had to be one of those first 7 rounds where they felt Villa was able to steal it from them.
I would have been Ellis, obviously dejected for Via, the biggest moment of his prize-fighting career. Now we get ready. Our co-main event coming up with Ron Ennis, Karen Chukatsian, and yesterday, we were there in Washington, D.C., here in Washington, D.C., as the fighters took to the scale to make their way and weigh in ahead of their matchup.
Defending WBA lightweight champion of the world, Gervonta Tank Davis. 134 pounds, already 134 pounds for Gervonta Tank Davis. And Garcia. £134, 134 for Hector Luis Garcia.
All right, so that was the weigh-in yesterday. Miguel, you were there here in Washington, D.C. What did you take away from the weigh-in yesterday?
I felt Tank Davis was in great spirits. He was in a really good mood. He made weight comfortably. Both fighters were in great physical shape. I didn't really see much of an advantage either way, but the mood was certainly there. You can see that Garcia was extremely focused, and in regards to Davis, he was very lighthearted. He was having a good time. Didn't seem to be in a bad mood whatsoever, and he was feeling good. So I think it was a testament to both men's personalities and how they feel coming into this fight. And but that all goes out the window once both men step into this ring.
Well, that is to come in about an hour or so from now. But our focus will be on continuing in the welterweight division with Jerron Boots Ennis and Karen Chukatsian. We saw one incident already tonight with Roman Villa defeating one Rashidi Ellis. And now we get ready for Jerron Ennis, Karen Chukatsian. This is our co-main event here in Washington, D.C.
You know, Jerron Boots Ennis was seeing that backstage. And after all the trash talking that was going on, he knows that all eyes now are on him. And he does not want to let happen what just happened to Rashidi Ellis.
Ellis, I think, he either one, ran out of gas, two, he couldn't do what he did in the last third of the fight. And credit to Roman Villa for being able to find a way to get that offense going. But for Jerron Ennis, he is extremely offensive and he wants to tear your head up. You were there on you saw him call this fight when he wiped out Castillo Clayton as the co-main event of Jermell Charlo Ryan Castanio in May after Warren Bronze. What did you take away from that performance from Boots?
I mean, it's just his aura only grows bigger and bigger. I mean, that wasn't even a fight. Clayton was hesitant. It was as I've seen Castillo Clayton fight before. He's an aggressive fighter. He's a fighter that doesn't back down. And he immediately, after the first shot from Ennis, was backing away, and he wanted no part of that fight after one shot from Boots Ennis. And I think it just his aura only grows after each performance because every fighter is just almost in awe of him. And then once you feel his power and you're in the ring with him, you see how he moves and how fast and explosive he is. Mentally you lose. Mentally you've already lost the fight, and then it just becomes a matter of time. And that's how every Boots Ennis fight has gone so far. And you wonder with the guy that Karen Chukatsian, you wonder the fact that he hasn't fought in the U.S., the fact that he's been overseas, he's on a win streak right now, that he doesn't seem to be engaged in the headlines of Jerron Boots Ennis. and everything that surrounds him, and that may play a positive factor for him. That he's coming in and just looks at Toronto as just another man, rather than this intimidator that has destroyed so many other fighters mentally.
Well, on Thursday, both men took to the stage to give their thoughts on their upcoming IBF interim welterweight championship affair.
I'm looking to make a statement towards, the whole world. I ain't worried about him or opponent, I'm just going out there to do me, have fun, put on the show, get this explosive knockout, and then see what's next, My message is to the whole world, just to continue to keep watching me grow, progress, get better and better, and don't miss this knockout on Saturday night. I can't wait to have fun and put it on for DC. Shout out to DC, Showtime. It's going to be with my own twist, though. It's going to be me in here doing a few things that I see that Mike Tyson do. It's going to be
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please for a solemn moment as at this time we pause to recognize the recent passing of 3 dignitaries in the world of boxing. Steve Spobert was the longtime respected and world-class Hall of Fame referee. Jerry Roth was one of boxing's highly regarded judges, also a Hall of Famer. And Hector Roca was a beloved and venerable trainer of 13 world champions. Their presence in our sport will be dearly missed, and this time we'd like to ask you to rise and remain silent as our timekeeper tolls 10 in honor of Steve Spobert, Jerry Roth, and Hector Roca. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May God rest their souls. Well, fans, as we approach the co-main event of the evening, please welcome the boxers as they make their way to the ring. First, joining us to the red corner from Kyiv, Ukraine, here's the IBF number 4 ranked welterweight contender. Please welcome Karen Chukadjan.
So, Karen Chukadjan making his U.S. debut. He is Ukrainian but lives in Germany. His 4 most recent fights have been in Germany. He's won 19 straight. His only loss came when he turned pro in a tournament comprised of 3-round fights in 2015. He won the first 2 tournament bouts and lost in the final. He's ranked number 4 by the IBF, but only 26 according to BoxRec, which is an unofficial website that keeps statistical data for boxing. And looking at Chukadjan, he's an unknown quantity. And he could surprise Jaron Butenis, but, Chukadjan's fighting for more than just himself. He is draped in the Ukrainian flag. Our thoughts and prayers go out to all the people in Ukraine as they are continuing to be embroiled in that turmoil out in that part of the world. So Chukadjan is coming to fight for more than just himself.
And now from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, here's the undefeated IBF number 1 ranked welterweight contender, Jaron Butenis.
the 27 knockouts.
Not just the future face of the welterweight division, the future face of boxing. That's how skilled he is. I mean, there's fighters that, come every few in a generation where you watch them fight for the first time and you're like, you're in awe. And that's how I felt when I first saw Jerome Lewis Henderson. I've been around a lot of fighters. I've seen a lot of fighters debut. And I've never felt that way about any other fighter than when I saw Jerome Lewis Henderson. And I think this year is going to be a massive year for him. He realizes no one's going to sign up to fight me, so I'm just going to keep knocking guys out until they're forced to fight me.
Ron Ennis, and you and I thought he very well could be one of those very big crossover stars in boxing. And he has a great opportunity tonight against Chukatsian as he looks to add some championship gold to his trophy case.
Everybody's been looking for that chink in the armor with Ennis. We just saw that chink with Rashidi Ellis, who suffered his first defeat, and we have yet to see it. Can Chukatsian find that chink? Because we have not seen Ennis even remotely in any danger.
Well, his last two fights, a first round drumming over Tomas Lorbe, the second round winner of Castillo Clayton. Take a look at our tail of the tape. You see Chukatsian 1 year older than that of Ennis. Ennis has the height and a significant reach advantage. Ennis undefeated. Rules of our co-main event here in Washington, D.C. There's no 3 knockdown rule. Only the referee can stop the fight. Fighter cannot be singled down any non-fight is official after both rounds have been completed. Here's Julian Jr.
Well, fans from the Capitol One Arena here in Washington, D.C., Premier Boxing Champions presents the co-main event of the evening, brought to you by GTV Promotions and TGV Promotions. This bout in association with D&D Boxing and Showtime Pay-Per-View. We're sanctioned by the IBF President Darrell Peoples, Supervisor Melvina Latham. Introducing our 3 judges, scoring from ringside, from Maryland, David Braslow, from the District of Columbia, Tammy Jenkins, and from Maryland, Paul Wallace. Introducing the 3rd man to bring the referee in charge of this bout, Malik Wali. All right, fans, here we go. 12 rounds of boxing scheduled for the IBF Interim Welterweight World Championship. Introducing you first on my right, fighting out of the red corner, wearing red trunks with black trim, hailing from Kyiv, Ukraine. He weighed in at 146 1/4 pounds. His record stands at 21 wins, 1 loss, with 11 wins coming by way of knockout. Tonight, in his U.S. and Showtime debut, he's seeking his 21st straight win. Please welcome the IBF number 4 ranked welterweight contender, introducing Karen Chukatsian. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, this is the world title bout, wearing the red trunks with multicolored trim, talking out of the representing his home of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He weighed in at a trim and ready 145 and 1 pounds. He is undefeated in his campaign in the ring with an outstanding record of 29 wins, no losses, 1 no decision with 27 big wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the hard-hitting IBF number 1 ranked welterweight contender whose last 19 wins have all been by knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the undefeated, sensational young star of the welterweight division, introducing Jerome Let's get a referee in charge now to give instructions. Malik Wali.
say break, stop punching, take a full step back. Remember, protect yourself at all times. Touch them up. Good luck to you both.
All right, so it is our co-main event between Jaron Butsinis and Karen Chukadzian. Butsinis is must-see TV. He is a massive favorite coming into this fight. The odds makers have it yet that Butsinis is a minus 10,000 favorite. Chukadzian is an 11.5 to 1 underdog. Not that the odds really, truly tell the story of a fight, but my goodness.
Hot shot. Tournament streak.
On a stage like this, Jaron Butsinis, he has been clamoring and waiting for a moment like this. You heard a sizable ovation. Half of that you would have to attribute to the fans that have made their way from Philadelphia. Stephen Fulton, the current bantamweight champion of the world, here to support his fellow Philadelphian, but also the fact that this is a smart boxing crowd. Look at that right hand, right on the top of Chukadzian.
Yeah, there's no feeling out front. Ready to close the deal.
Who got hit with it?
Just by the way he's
Yeah, he missed it, bro. He turned White
He is patient, but then he just all of a sudden turns it up in a flash.
Butsinis is like the Matrix from a boxing standpoint. And I know that I'm gushing over his clear ability, but it's the truth. I mean, nobody does that to LaForme. Nobody does what he did to one. Castillo Clayton was the only guy to stop Sergey Lipinets. Lipinets is not easy for any competitor. Now it's the midway point of the first round.
You're starting to see the fan base is more enamored of Jaron Ennis. The more and more he fights, everyone was on their feet when he was making his entrance. He walked out with NBA champion Steven Jackson. So his name is starting to garner more and more popularity within the casual crowd.
Because the hardcores know who he is. I mean, the way I look at Jaron Butsinis is he's like that underground band that is now starting to get some mainstream play on top 40 radio stations.
You couldn't have described it any better. That's exactly how it is. And that's why Jaron Ennis thinks 2023 will be his biggest year yet. As he said, by the end of this year, I want to be crowned champion. I don't care if it's vacated belt or if I go through Crawford or Spence. I'm willing to go by any means necessary to grab one of those straps.
Man, I thought that missed. Oh man, when Butsinis throws a big power punch, even when he misses, it's exciting to see. Two guys that are must-see TV, Jaron Ennis, Gervonta Davis in our main event coming up next against Hector Luis Garcia. Sold out crowd here at Capital One Arena right now as we get bonus. Happy New Year, everybody. It's so privileged to be with all of you wherever you're tuning us around the world. So round one's in the books. So far, Chukadzian staying out of the way danger from Jaron Ennis.
Yeah, that's a winner itself in the first round. But as this fight goes on, Chukadzian, he said, I'm not coming in here to just lay down. I immediately said this. this is a massive opportunity to shock the world, and he wanted it. He said, if this is what it takes to become a champion, I'm willing to do it. And credit to him. Now as this fight goes on, it's easier said than done, but he's going to have to figure out a way to bring the fight to Ennis and make him uncomfortable for once in his career. Nobody's been able to make him uncomfortable ever for any long period of time. Not even a few rounds where you can say, okay, this is how you can maybe fight. There's a right hand for Ennis. I think Ennis feels like he hurt Chukadzian, which is why he is really picking up the pace, almost chasing around Chukadzian. Ennis does a great job. As you heard, he's very similar to Terrence Crawford. He can do loads of damage. The minute he senses that you're hurt, he's closing that gap immediately. If he was probably about 5 or 6 inches taller, he'd make for a heck of a defender, that man. Because he knows how to crouch you, cut off the distance, get in your chest, and make you uncomfortable. Yeah, he's really an athlete in that ring. He uses all of his skills and his tool set, moving side to side, and that athleticism to really bother his opponents. There's a good jab from Chukadzian. Yes, get out! The Ukrainian national team and extensive amateur background without habits and solid fundamentals. Under a minute left here in the second round. Big right hand, scooping right cross by Ennis. Everybody's been waiting. What's the weakness of Ennis? No one's been ever able to find that weakness. No one's been able to pound him. And everyone's, what's it going to take? Is it going to take lack of focus, lack of discipline for a fight where Ennis starts to read all these newspaper headlines and his ego kind of overtakes his skills? He's always been very disciplined. I've heard nothing but great things about Ennis, but people are just grasping at straws. Like, what's it going to take to derail this guy? Because we don't see any weakness. That's a left shot by Chukadzian, right hand over the top by Ennis. So far, Chukadzian staying out of significant danger here. Round 3, this one's scheduled for 12. Ron Butenis and Karen Chukadzian put in the mouthpiece. Well, the odds makers love drawing it so much that they set the rounds at over under 3.5. Meaning they think this fight can potentially end in under 3.5 rounds, which is such a short number, and the respect that people have for Butenis. There's a big right hand by the Philadelphia native. See the jab, 16 to 73. This Chukadzian just punched at 137. Right now, Boots has been patient. Chukadzian has done a good job to stay out of harm's way thus far, but not really racking up any rounds.
Okay, keep playing. Work out clean.
Take some risks.
And engage.
Ennis goes, his ambidextrous, he goes from conventional southpaw, mixes up the looks, and he does it in such a fluid way. He's got dynamite in both hands. It's clear that Ennis is looking to put on a show here tonight for this capacity crowd. There's a big left. Chukadzian went backwards, a big straight left from the undefeated 25-year-old in Butenis. But Chukadzian is different. I mean, he's standing and
bouncing around. He's a bit unorthodox.
He's definitely unorthodox. And see what it was in fact the fact that there wasn't that much on him. It's relatively unknown. He's made a name for himself in Europe a bit, but at least here in America, not many boxers are familiar with Chicago. Whether that may affect his but the way he prepared for this fight.
There's a left to the midsection by Ennis. There's a offense for Chukadze, but I think Ennis might be upset. Honestly, physically, he is in impeccable shape. We're talking about Tron Ennis. He is probably the most shredded we've ever seen him.
Yeah, he looks phenomenal, and everyone's asked him, how much you keep 147. He said, I think 147. So I plan to be at this weight for a long time.
We've never heard a fighter say that.
Exactly. There's a right hand that seems to have hurt Chikadze.
And when you ever hear a fighter that says, yeah, I can make the weight easy, and I want to be here for a long time, very few important things. That'll end the third round. And here's some of the action and some of the handiwork from Boots. Nice right to the body by the Philadelphia product.
It seems like Boots is trying to go to the distance. He's been reaching a bit. And he's still trying to figure out that spot.
This one is scheduled for 12 between Gerard Ennis and Karen Chukadze out of the Ukraine.
You can almost feel the energy just waiting for that explosion. So it's similar to with Gervonta Davis, for instance. It's just you kind of waiting for that drop. As it happens, it is always there. A fighter like Boots.
And it's very accurate, 43% connect percentage. He has landed 21 to 49. Power punch-wise. This reminds me of a crowd in Japan. They're so quiet, and something happens, and they explode.
There's a great left by Chikadze.
But he caught Ennis.
He was able to slip him. Smartly ties up Ennis. Maybe this is a little bit of a cheat. It's been talking about it hasn't been much. I'm not saying it's a cheat at all, but I mean that's what makes Boots so good. Is the fact that the no shot that catches him clean. You look for everything.
There's a right hook that caught the jaw of Chukadze. Chukadze is still very much alive in this fight. And in demonstrate, there's a left by Ennis. Called by a right hook, and now Ennis unloading. That right hook upstairs. Coming up on the 1 minute mark in the fourth. So far, we've never really seen Ennis in any danger for even a minute and a half. Nothing that you can say, okay, this is problematic. Look at that. He literally spun into Chukadze. This ring spin around had he been given the opportunity to do so. There's a left hook by Chukadze.
Was partially blocked by Ennis, but Chukadze starting to gain more and more confidence. So he's starting to open up here. That's a part of the plan for Boots. Wants him to kind of relax, open up,
things that Ennis is, we're not saying he's losing any bit of the fight whatsoever, even ground, but Chikadze is being a bit more competitive than what we've seen other guys, and world-class guys. Because Clayton, Tomas Delorme, Lipinets, pretty solid group of guys there, that trio.
I got it.
And we'll take a look at some of the action from the round.
See much offense on the run in this, but Conchian is
Like a corner of Ennis saying, you got to attack the body.
Well, as soon as that round ended, Luce looked towards his father and said, "Look, I got it." So I wonder if he saw something in that one round and he finally figured out Chakotay. So that's waiting here on the five.
Right, Flores, we got Flores here. Body shots. You see Ennis with a 22-3 advantage over Chikadze. Chikadze just 1 year older than Ennis at 26 years of age. Ennis in this co-main event spot. Coming up next, Gervonta Davis. Hector Luis Garcia. That is on the way here from Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. as Premier Boxing Champions beginning in 2023 with the bang. There's a nice right hand right on the jaw of Chikadze by Ennis. Another one, no big shot. Well, here is Ennis. How's that ramp? Massive right hand. Why dispute on your part? We got to pick up that what Ennis took is that I got this, because he's looking solid here in this fifth round, landing some pretty big shots in the first half of the fifth round as he goes to southpaw. Just for the sake of the audience, I'm not going to, every time that Ennis goes from conventional southpaw, I'm not going to point it out because he does it so frequently. Chikadze ties up just over the midway point of the fifth.
I like what I see from Chakotay. No easy task, but it's not that he's winning the fight, he's giving a valiant effort so far.
He didn't come in all of Bruce Ennis. He didn't reach all. There are a couple right hands there by Chikadze, and I think Ennis was a little bit off balance, but he did not come in all of Ennis. He wasn't reading the press clippings and the articles online. He came in like, look, I believe in my skills, and I'm going to go ahead and demonstrate that.
I think that's where, especially recently, a lot of fighters have lost the fight. It's very similar to when it was Mike Tyson's heyday, where fighters were basically done, or they even fought Mike Tyson, not waiting Ennis to the legend Mike Tyson, because he certainly has a long career and he much more accomplished to get to that level. But it's very similar to how some of these fighters came into these fights. Chakotay seems to have come in with a warrior mentality that he's a great fighter, not even looking to pull off the upside.
No commercial.
Yeah, I'm great by myself on the left by Ennis to end the bit.
You got to show your legs. Nice and short, man.
Taking a look at some of the action. There's a nice right hand over the top.
Quick right hand. He's going to have a lot more money to take a snap that back.
Taking a look at some of the defensive ability. There's a right on the So that was something that we saw, and it's a little bit of defense, a new bit of wrinkle to his game.
He really hasn't had to show off his defense much in his career because he's
so offensive.
Exactly, and he just runs through guys quickly. He's been able to show that off here in Chicago.
We hear in sports in general that sometimes your best offense or your best defense is truly your best offense, and that's what has been the case for Gerard Ennis throughout the first 29 fights of his career, now into fight number 30. We saw a little bit of that defense, and we're seeing these little nuances out of Ennis that I'm okay to see. I want to see and get more of a feel about what this youngster can offer and bring to the table.
You can see the confidence of Chakachi picking up. He's slapping his gloves together. He's partially connecting on his at times.
There's self-belief that Chakatsian has compared to that, and that isn't something that exists with Boots and his opponents in the midway point of the fight.
And I wonder if that has distracted Boots in preparation for this fight. There's been a lot of talk about whether he fight Spencer Crawford. He had war words with Rashidi Ellis and the wrestler and not Chakatsian. So you wonder if there's been some bit of distractions, overlooking a guy like Chakatsian. Doesn't have a name. He's and this is expected to just run through him. And at a certain point, everybody's human. You hear the talk. You can't get distracted easily into hear the talk of everyone wanting to see those dream matchups with Boots Ennis and Spence, Boots Ennis and Crawford. Some of these Boots Ennis and Virtual Ortiz.
Under a minute left here in the sixth.
Take a guy like Chakachi to refocus Boots Ennis. You have to always take care of the business at hand before you think about your next move.
Not comparing Chakatsian to a Sherman-born Felix Sturm, but let's not forget Oscar De La Hoya narrowly defeated Felix Sturm back years ago prior to his fight against Bernard Hopkins. So, it has been done, especially in that part of the world.
It's known in boxing. When we go through the history books of boxing, the super fights that were supposed to happen that didn't because a fighter overlooked another.
We're not saying that Chakatsian is on par with Felix Sturm or those guys were mentioned that Ennis is in any peril whatsoever possibly losing this fight, but just showing about the fact that Chakatsian did not come just to line out. And our main event fighters, Gervonta Davis, Hector Garcia, there's Tank. He's a big fight fan. He's watching, look at that. He's got a unique personality. He is, I'd have to say that Tank is quirky. And I like that. He's kind of quirky. He's a little bit of a nerd. Look at that. I mean, he's enjoying it. He loves the limelight.
He's a jokester, man. If you see some of the videos or see him on social media, he truly is a jokester. He likes to have fun.
Playing the booze at the Capital One Arena. Hector Garcia smiling, got Bob Santos in his corner. The Sports Illustrated Trainer of the Year. Capacity crowd here at the Capital One Arena. Such a privilege to be with all of you. Happy New Year wherever you're joining us around the world. This fight was scheduled for January 7th. It is now January 8th here of the East Coast. So, the first time Boots has gone past the 6th round. So, we are into foreign territory for the Philadelphia native.
I think this is going to a surprise of many people. I think not many had this fight being reaching the 7th round. Here we are. Now,
right hand there by Boots.
As we enter the second half of this fight, I mean, if you look at the statistics, it's not that far off. 78 punches landed compared to 50. Boots with the advantage. 297 punches thrown compared to Chakatsian. It hasn't been total domination by Boots. I think Boots is winning this fight, but it is not overwhelming in the favor of Boots. I actually thought Ellis was dominating his matchup more over Mia, then what Boots is winning.
Шел на ту воду, тебя уклон, разворот, и ты сюда плавай. Или боковой сюда. Ты хорошо уклон и разворачивайся за переднюю его руку. И добавь еще удар, хорошо? Ты уходишь хорошо, и добавь туда еще удар. Если ты уже зашел ему за руку, стискнул в линии атаки, ударь правый боковой ему через вид. Хорошо?
Sold out crowd here in Washington, D.C., Capital One Arena. Tron Boots is in complete control against Karen Chukatsian, but Chukatsian is fighting hard. He's received total power punches landed thrown through 7, and is 63 of 146 for a 43% connect percentage. Chukatsian 53 of 212 for a 25% connect percentage.
Other 147 pounders open their eyes watching this 7 rounds so far. Taylor Woods is human. He is beatable. He's not immortal like we've seen in the past several fights of his, where he just absolutely smashes quality opposition. This might be the fight that brings him back down to earth. Also, his belief in other fighters' eyes. Look, I can step in there. I can do what he's doing. And I can do it better.
If he was still fighting in the time of his career, the guy who I would love to see Brucenis fight, and I think it's like 99.99% that it won't happen with Sean Porter. I think that would be perfect. Can you imagine Sean Porter in his prime taking on Brucenis? Because that would have been.
Porter has always been difficult to opponents. Very similar to Rubu Andrade in the sense of how physical he fights, how awkward he is, and physical style, it's going to be so problem. Fighters so many problems. He's trying to turn it up now.
I imagine John Bork, because he's sitting in the front row as well, enjoying the action. But right now, Ennis is picking up the pace. We are under a minute to go here in the 8th round. Good jab by Ennis. And I think Ennis is of the mindset. Let me stick to this guy a little bit more.
Oh,
This fight might last this long.
Chikadze holding on to the arms of Gerard Ennis. There's a couple of right hands. Ennis blocking some of those, deflecting them with his forearms. By the moments of the 8th.
We know Cruz is in great shape, but you wonder if the power and the speed and the slows, because all of his recent fights have ended so early.
And also, it could be a case as we end the 8th. Does packing on muscle deter him from being as fluid as he has been in the past? So now we get ready, and we begin round number 9. Immediately you see that left hook upstairs by Ennis. So jab landed from through 8. Ennis 41 of 221, a 19% connect percentage jab-wise. Chikadze 5 of 122 for a 4% connect percentage.
Starting to see Ennis come more aggressive to start this fight. In his mind, not playing around. This is not going to
Chikadze and awkward, and he gets blasted with a shot. I think he's hurt. And now Ennis knows it.
You saw the frustration on Chikadze because he's been doing such a great job at avoiding his shot. That was the first big shot that was going to be mad. Chikadze was almost mad at himself that he allowed that to happen.
There's a right to the body by Ennis. Just over a minute has elapsed in this 9th round. Ennis is in seek and destroy mode at this particular time. He just blasted Chikadze with the left straight left. Coming up on the midway point of the 9th round, there's a right hook that found its destination. And is starting to nail Chikadze with more frequency. But Chikadze has a solid chin so far.
And he hasn't really shown where he's kept his balance so far.
He just ate a right hook and just sort of went with it. A lot of guys, that would put them down.
Trying to cut it off.
You know what, to Chikadze's credit, he ate a straight left and then tied up with Ennis immediately.
There's a left, but an uppercut connected by Lutz. But he's being smart. Every time Lutz starts to gain some momentum, he ties up Ennis.
Disrupting the rhythm. He doesn't allow Ennis to get prolonged periods of rhythm and sustained offense over 40 to 50 seconds. It's almost like it spurts that he's trying to make Ennis fight it. Oh, we're gonna, we're on our way to the 10th. Who would have thought? I thought this fight would end in the first 6 rounds.
10.
That's what I said. Walk it down, make it something. What are you talking?
Take a look at some of the action here from the ninth round. And it's breathing some water out there.
They don't want to fight. They want to try to dance with. They want to dance with. That's why when you do it, from the shot. When you go to the shot, you bring it around, and then you'll stop your body and go on the shot. Same when you're on the side, when you're going over the shot. Same thing. Well, sit down. Sit down.
I think there is borderline disappointment, borderline like a hint of frustration from the corner of John Ennis with his dad as to say, this guy don't want to fight, he wants to dance around. Understandably, and is he winning many rounds? I don't think so. But he's making it difficult for Ennis to go out there and look mightily impressive. Certain guys are just professional opponents. And I'm not saying Chukadzian is at that distinction just yet, but certain guys won't make you look good. And Chukadzian is that foil tonight that isn't making Ennis look like this world beater that we've seen over the past several years as he's been on this upward trajectory.
No, and the way Ennis' career has gone, you almost get spoiled. And isn't picture perfect, isn't a highlight reel knockout that everyone's so used to seeing. You wonder, what's wrong with this guy? What's the issue? Why? People figure him out. It's like, well, this is professional boxing. You can't expect guys to come in, a guy like Bruce Ennis, and walk through opponent after opponent after opponent after opponent in just stunning fashion. It just doesn't happen in our sport. Even Mike Tyson had his day where it wasn't happening.
Oh, big right hook upstairs. That was the best punch of the fight for Ennis as he uncorked a vicious right hook. That favored up in the cheap seats here at Capital One Arena. Well, you're right. Mike Tyson did have his day where he didn't look particularly good. He had his, well, I'm not saying that this is anywhere near having his Buster Douglas moment per se, but, you know, there's certain guys that you get in there with and you don't necessarily look the best against. I'm not saying that this is a subpar performance by Ennis, but he's getting tagged more than what we've seen. He isn't able to steamroll this guy to the degree that he's done to other world-class welterweights. Now they're mixing it up on the inside, and now the fans believe that Ennis might very well be in line for a little bit of offense. Look at that. As soon as Ennis starts to pick up the pace, this crowd gets excited.
There's another left hook.
That body work taking a toll. It's like a baseball bat hitting a pumpkin.
And it's fine. Awesome. Chukadzian is starting to break it down along the ropes.
The corner Chukadzian watching as ripping body shots by Ennis. The corner Chukadzian telling him vehemently to tie him up and disrupt the rhythm. 2 more rounds to go. And John Ennis in control against Karen Chukadzian. More John Ennis.
That's a massive right hand. Just back Chukadzian up. He took it. He's in bubble. Took it in stride. I think it was the body or
Você não quer onde заряжается покой, você não quer удар сбоку, вот правый заряжается, удар печень здесь, вот заваливается чуть, вот справа бьет и чуть заваливается, правильно удар, This could be the win, I'm telling you, man. Let your hands go, like I said, let your hands go.
Corner of Bruce Ennis believes this could be the round they go. It's motherfucking let their hands go, this could be the round. The corner of Chukadzian, they were telling him in
serious trouble.
I just figured out that I think he finally has his key on the button. Now, our boots is corner, as you mentioned. This is it. This is the round.
Well, this is for the vacant IBF Interim Welterweight Championship. So Ennis looking to add championship gold to his resume and put it around his waist. He has fought professional resistance from Chikatsian, who is not making it easy tonight for the Philadelphia product. But Ennis is still in control and has been in control of the fight from the outset. There's a left hook connecting upstairs by Chikatsian. There's a right hand followed by a left hook by Chikatsian. I'm surprised that Ennis has abandoned his body attack because that seemed to be affecting Chikatsian in the 10th round again.
Yeah, I think that's what really took its toll on Chikatsian and was causing him to throw up as that round ended. It was, and Ennis has fantastic body work. He really holds in, and that's what he was doing in the second half of that 10th round. But he was gone away from it. His father said, you got to let your hands go. You let your hands go, this will be over. But Boots has been very hesitant. So far in this one.
It's like imagine, being and having success in one particular department offensively, then you abandon that. There's a right hook upstairs by Ennis. Very interesting here with this fight with Ron Ennis and Karen Chikatsian. I did not expect it to go like this. There's a little bit of a headbutt there. And again, those veteran-like tactics that we're seeing from Chikatsian that are allowing him to prolong the fight.
You have to take advantage of any opportunities.
Remember, you're joining us around the world. We appreciate it. One more round to go with Ron Ennis and Karen Chikatsian.
Ударь правый бок. Вот когда ты влево этот короткий разворот делаешь, он в стороне у тебя. Здесь ударь навстречу, хорошо?
Twelfth and final round between Jerron Boots Ennis and Karen Chikatsian. Ennis undefeated from Philadelphia, PA, 29-0, 27 knockouts. He's 4-0 when the fight goes the distance. Chikatsian at 10-1. That only blemish coming in that tournament he was involved in. Ennis really picking up the pace, and it's putting the pedal to the metal, it would seem, we get here in this 12th round.
Yeah, you wonder if Vincent has had that. See if I can try to finish him. There's a great right hand from Chikatsian.
Oh, look at that left hook by Chikatsian. Chikatsian pounded his gloves to say, yeah, got him. Another chopping left by Chikatsian. Ennis had never been past the 6th round coming into this fight. And now he's into the 12th against a very determined Ukrainian, now living in Germany, and Karen Chikatsian.
Yeah, this is an accomplishment in itself.
There's a big shot by Ennis. Chikatsian now holding that right arm of Ennis. And I gotta say, Malik Waleed has done a very good job here in this fight of the co-main event between Ennis and Chikazi.
Said it's an accomplishment. He can go the distance in final 90 seconds.
It is a battle within the battle, as they say.
This is good for Boots as well.
He's learning on the job against as you move up in competition and take on these unknown quantities. Chikazian making his US debut, he just absorbed a big right hand. And Chikazian still in the pocket, still throwing a little bit more. The confidence of Chikazian is increasing as we head down the stretch of this 12th and final round. Something about those fighters in Eastern Europe, you got that they're built differently. And they are literally just so tough and determined. You look at several Ukrainian fighters, obviously Kusev, Lomachenko. You look at the Klitschko brothers, you look at the Lithuanian and Montestanionis from that particular part of the world. They say often, and I grew up in Kazakhstan. It's not going to go away. And look at Chikazian sort of challenging us. Let's say, come on, man, let's go. Oddsmaker's standpoint, this fight to go the distance was 550. Unbelievable. And that'll end. We go the distance. Gerard Ennis and Karen Chikazian.
I hear fans go, you have to give respect to fighting these guys. It is difficult to knock out the other dude.
Yes.
And the fact that this has been able to make it look so easy over and over and over, and if he doesn't, people start moving. And that's just, you gotta know the game. It's only going to get tougher from here on out for Ennis.
Well, I think what the performance does is, in the words of ESPN's Nick Corso, not so fast. I think it sort of puts some of the hype at least. Instead of going 120 miles an hour, you gotta go about 75, 80 miles an hour, because he did not steamroll this guy. He didn't have him in any imminent danger. He did not put him on the canvas. Did he win the majority of the rounds? Absolutely. Is he a kosher decision? Absolutely. But there was talk about him. He called out Errol Spence and Crawford. Those guys are champions and have been champions for a long time for a reason. I think it's like, let's hold back a little bit. There's a reason why fighters are developed in a calculated fashion.
And everyone is so quick to overreact one way or the other. Which was running through every single opponent. It was, he would destroy Errol Spence. He would destroy Terrence Crawford. He's someone that, fighters don't want to see. He's the next big thing. And then now, after this fight, I'm sure you're going to see in the headlines, oh, Errol Spence is way better than Chikazi. These fights like that, he's got no shot.
And here's Jimmy Lynn Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of action, we have a unanimous decision. All three judges score the bout 120 to 108. All three in favor of the winner, and still undefeated. Now the IBF interim welterweight world champion, Gerard Boots Ennis.
And that's with the Ennis decision victory. We got to talk about boxing Twitter. You know, we actually kidding me. My man Ernie Green keeps me safe when it comes to the positivity of the negativity of boxing Twitter. So boxing Twitter's gonna have a field day with this one. Here's Jim Ray.
I should throw a little more punches. I
I still got him out of here. You know?
What'd you think of this guy, Karim's endurance? It was pretty impressive, wasn't it?
He ran a lot, you know, but it was, you know,
a lot too.
Yeah, he did. You know, hands off to him, because a lot of guys didn't want to fight me, you know. Shout out to him for coming here, you know, taking this fight.
So, Boots, now you find yourself in this position. You're watching Spencer Crawford, Ortiz, and Stanionis. And what are you going to do now as these guys? We don't know what Arrow will do. We don't know what Crawford will do. The other two will fight. Would you like to take on that winner?
Most definitely. Yeah, I know everybody know that I want, you know, Errol Spence, but, you know, and the winner, Virgil Ortiz and Stanionis. You know, all the top guys, let's get it, you know?
How long will you wait on that? You're mandatory for Spence, but how long will you wait?
Until, you know, until the time when, until the time when it's right, you know, whenever he ready, you know?
All right. Appreciate it. Thanks so much, Boots.
Thank you.
Talk to you soon. All right, Marvel, back to you.
So the first time that Jaron Ennis has gone the full 12 rounds, he is now the interim IBF welterweight champion. 121 away. I thought it was correct across the board. So, and here is how the fight unfolded weekend.
Yeah, Boots, let's see, there was flashes where you thought he was going to explode it and get Charkazian out of here, but he proved to be a worthy opposition. He made Boots work, as you heard Boots, you know, it felt good for him to go the full distance. I think there was a couple of shots that I thought would have put down a lot of guys in that division, and I think Charkazian proved how durable and how tough his chin really is. And as I was mentioning before June Leonard ran the decision, I think typical boxing overreaction fashion, you're going to see from what everyone thought Boots would run through Crawford and Spence, I think now you're going to see, oh, there's no way Boots is ready for Spence and Crawford now. And it's the beauty of boxing, it's the beauty of debate online, and you're going to see more of that. But I still think, you know, Jaron Ennis has, just because he did not finish Charkazian, I still think he is the real deal. Now, I'm not saying he, you know, runs through Terrence Crawford or an Errol Spence by any means. I think both of those matchups could be, you know, 50-50 fights. But I think Ennis is still at the upper echelon of the 147-pound division as we take a look at Hector Garcia.
Well, our main event coming up in a few moments. Jaron Ennis remains undefeated. He is the interim IBF welterweight champion of the world and will improve his record of 30-0. Terrence Charkazian with the second loss of his career. But now it is time to get ready and gear up for our main event of the evening. The reason why we're here, Baltimore's own Gervonta Tank Davis. This place is sold out. They have been here for hours. This fight was scheduled for January 7th. We are now on January 8th on the East Coast. But nobody has left. There is not a seat to be had. Standing room only here at the home of the Washington Wizards, Washington Mystics of the WNBA, and the Washington Capitals of the NHL. Tonight, it is the home of Gervonta Tank Davis, a WNBA lightweight champion of the world, as he puts his title on the line against Hector Garcia here in our nation's capital. And you know what? DC has come out. The fans have supported this youngster in Gervonta Davis, one of the most electrifying fighters in the sport. And you see the Lincoln Monument. Look at this in the beautiful Capital One Arena. Last time they held the prize fight, you got to go back to that of 2006 when Iron Mike Tyson lost at the hands of Kevin McBride. The first boxing show was back on April 24th, 1999. Beg your pardon, that was not 2006, it was 2005. The final fight of
I gotta go.
Tyson's career, but we are inching closer to our main event of the evening.
All right, I love
Sold
you.
out right here at Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. So Gervonta Davis from nearby Baltimore, Maryland. Very much looking forward to this moment. Yet another homecoming in his home area On Thursday, he gave his thoughts on how he's feeling coming into this matchup against Hector Luis Garcia.
I feel though he earned his a spot. You know what I mean? They definitely earned his spot off the week and a few months there. You know what I mean? Even I'll fight him. So I feel though that he beat a top prospect. I think he came back and, you know what I mean, had a great performance on the belt. So I think he earned his spot. You know what I mean? I feel though he's not someone to sleep on. I feel though that he's a tough opponent, and this would prepare me for, you know what I mean, the Ryan fight. So hopefully we don't get too banged up in this fight, so we can put him around. But we definitely live past this guy. I feel though he's tough. He's tough, and I just want to go out there and put on a great performance in front of a nice crowd and show them that I'm actually one of the top guys. I want to send my prayer and love out to one of the Bill players that heard that song actually playing the sport on the field. You know what I mean? Demar Henry, wish him a speedy recovery. I hope he don't make it. You know what I mean? Make it to his family and friends and guys that be able to play again. With his brothers on the field, so I want to send my prayers to him and his family. As far as the last word I want to say to Hector, just be ready. Be ready. I feel as though this camp been great. Little hiccups, but we got through it, and I know that Hector somewhat ready or coming. Just don't make a lot of mistakes, because if you make too many, it might be an early night.
As far as like pattern, just a little different, but even though Hector doesn't do anything I haven't seen before. He said he had 400 fights, but I had half of that. I feel as though he definitely someone that I gotta pay attention to while we fighting. But overall, I'm just want to show I'm a better fighter.
So that was Gervonta Davis getting ready for his main event matchup in a few moments. And yeah, Gervonta Davis seems to be in the best place mentally coming into a fight in quite some time.
Yeah, he seems very at ease. He was very comfortable at the weigh-in in the press conference. He was even, some people thought, there's bad blood between him and Hector Luis Garcia after he stared off at the presser. Gervonta seems to be, it's like a light shot. I took it more as, feeling easy going, playing around with Hector Luis Garcia. You almost do that as brothers when you're just kind of fooling around, and that's how I took it with Gervonta Davis, and I didn't think there was much bad blood between them. And I think, he's very comfortable now that he is the lead. He's the guy that this is his show. He's stepping out onto his own. There's been a lot made of that coming into this fight. This is his first opportunity to show the world, look, I can do this. I thank Floyd for everything that he's done for me in my career. I've learned so much from him and never me. But now is the time for me to go out, leave the nest, as Floyd Mayweather said. It's time for him to leave the nest and fly. And I usually do it his way. Exactly, and Floyd wished him all the best, and he's glad he did that. So I think with Tank Davis, this is his first opportunity. He plans to have a massive year. He said, look, I want to fight 3 times this year. I'm not overlooking Hector Luis Garcia, but I want to fight him. I want to fight, apparently there's a fight set up already with Brian Garcia, who, in boxing terms, we gotta wait to see, if that comes to fruition, but we all hope so, because that would be a massive fight. And who knows, if he's able to be victorious in there may be another top champion down the line later in the second half of 2023.
Well, in order for those plans to manifest themselves first, Gervonta Davis has to get past Hector Luis Garcia. Garcia coming into Davis's backyard for the opportunity of a lifetime. He was an unknown quantity under a year ago when he surprised Chris Colbert. Can he have yet another upset here against Baltimore's own Gervonta Tate Davis? Here's Jimmy and Jimmy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for the bout you've all been waiting for. The battle of undefeated world champions. It's time for Gervonta Davis versus Hector Garcia.
Hector Garcia looking to seize the moment.
Tiene los brazos, yo tengo los brazos. Tú no tienes tres brazos, ni tienes poder. Hector, you know, man, he want to make a name for himself. So do I. Tiene que lograr un Kamehameha como en la película o algo. En la película. Te gusta. Y esto es real.
Incredible. Gervonta Davis is different. Wow, the pressure.
Two fighters that come forward, it's definitely going to be action-packed.
Hector Garcia in the fight of his life.
I'm here for a little bit, for sure. I'm made for this.
And now making his way to the ring from the Dominican Republic, tonight's challenger and the current WBA super featherweight champion of the world, Hector Luis and Andrade Garcia.
Years of age, Hector Luis Garcia moving up from super featherweight to lightweight. He jumped from featherweight to 130 in July of 2021, only 4 fights ago. Captured a world title when he defeated Roger Gutierrez back in August of last year. How he got there, he upset Chris Colbert. And yet another upset beat in his immediate future again.
It very well could be if Tate Davis overlooks him and takes him lightly coming into this fight. Hector Luis Garcia had a career-changing type of year in 2022 when he was supposed to lose. He took the Chris Colbert fight on short notice, taking that fight on short notice, and he changed the fortunes of his career forever when he upset. Not only did he upset Chris Colbert, it wasn't like it was some controversial decision. It was a pure domination over the young Chris Colbert. And then he proves everyone it wasn't a fluke when he dominated Roger Gutierrez for the 130-pound WBA title. So now he is playing with house money against the undefeated Tate Davis, who many believe is boxing's biggest star right now.
And he's trained by the Sports Illustrated 2022 Trainer of the Year, Bob Santos. Hector Garcia in the ring, ready for his matchup against Gervonta Davis. And now we await the homecoming entrance of Baltimore's own Gervonta Tate Davis. This place is sold out. And back to Jimmy Lennon Jr.
And now making his way to the ring from Baltimore, Maryland, the undefeated 5'5" 3-division champion of the world, Gervonta Tate Davis.
championship world champion always has unique and entertaining entrances, and his style in the ring equates his ring entrance. He has flair inside the ring and outside the ring. People love it because he can end the fight at any one moment. He's so fast, he's so electric, and he's one of the most exciting fighters in boxing today, and one of the biggest stars box office-wise here in the United States.
He absolutely is great. Talk to just the casual fan, and you mentioned Monty St. Davis, he immediately know who you're talking about, and you can see it by the stars that come out to see him fight, and he doesn't leave them disappointed ever. This guy brought up MAdden in his last fight. That's the type of star power he has, and he is looking to be boxing's biggest star in 2023. Yet again, he is looking to start it off, fighting off a champion in Hector Luis Garcia.
Well, big mega fight with Ryan Garcia awaits him if he gets past Hector Luis Garcia. On a sold-out crowd here at the Capital One Arena, welcomes that man from Baltimore, Maryland, the WBA lightweight champion of the world, Gervonta Davis. As we take a look at this, our tale of the tape for our main event showdown here in Washington, D.C. You see that tape 3 years younger than that of Garcia. The height and the reach advantage in favor of the Dominican Republic's very own Garcia. Rules for our main event of the evening. There's no 3 knockdown rule. Only the referee can stop the fight. Fighter cannot be saved by the bell in any round. But it's official after 4 rounds have been completed. It is main event time here in our nation's capital. Great Florence weekend, Florida is honored to be with all of you. This place, stadium rolling crowd. Can Hector Garcia get yet another significant upset? Or will Gervonta Davis continue his winning ways and prove to the world why he's among the elite, pound for pound, in boxing, and trying to make a case to be known as the kingpin here in the lightweight division? And now we set it up to ring announcer. Here's Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the Capital One Arena here in our nation's capital. For the featured bout of the evening, brought to you by GTV Promotions, TGV Promotions, and Showtime Pay-Per-View. Tonight's action is sanctioned by, is sponsored by DraftKings Sportsbook. Bet $5 and win $200. If your fighter wins, action so good, why bet on boxing anywhere else? And Universal Pictures, Knock on the Cabin. In theaters only on February 3rd. This now is sanctioned by the WBA, the president, Roberto Jesus Mendoza, supervisor Julio Time, along with the DC Combat Sports Commission. The chairman is Andrew Huff. Introducing our 3 judges, scoring this is out from ringside. From Nevada, Dave Loretti. From Maryland, Stephen Redos. And from Virginia, Wayne Smith. Introducing referee in charge, our 3rd man in the ring will give instructions after the introduction, Earl Brown. All right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening. 12 rounds of boxing, undefeated champion versus undefeated champion for the WBA Lightweight Championship of the World. And now, ladies and gentlemen in attendance and boxing fans joining us around the world, live from Washington, D.C., it's showtime! Introducing you first, the challenger up my right, fighting out of the red corner. Wearing red trunks with white trim, hailing from the Swan and Alabama in the Dominican Republic. Doing it in a red with 4 rounds, with 16 wins, no losses, 3 no contest. CN's Kevin Williams coming by way of the wire. Tonight, he's stepping up in greatness, the challenger. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the undefeated, newly crowned WBA Super Featherweight Champion of the world, introducing Hector Luis El Androide Garcia. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, defending world champion, entering the ring wearing black trunks with silver trim, hailing from representing his home of Baltimore, Maryland. He weighed the same as his opponent, 134 pounds. He is undefeated in his campaign in the ring with a record of 27 wins, no losses, 25 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the five-time, three-division world champion, one of the popular stars of boxing today, and pound-for-pound greats. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the hard-hitting, reigning, defending, and undefeated WBA lightweight champion of the world, Gervonta Davis. Let's get our referee in charge now to give instructions. Earl Brown.
Gentlemen, you see the instructions and addresses. You are fighting for the WBA Lightweight Championship of the world. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. Much love for that people.
Main event time, a referee in charge, Earl Brown. Two unbeaten champions colliding. Gervonta Davis, the lightweight champion of the world from Baltimore, Maryland. What a response for him. Hector Luis Garcia, public enemy #1 here in our nation's capital. Brave Flores, Miguel Flores. Happy New Year, everybody. Here at the sold-out Capital One Arena, and we are underway.
Tank has always been a slow starter. He likes to work his way in, and he'll give rounds to his opponents in the first half of this fight. I mean, that's how he's been. He gave rounds early to Leo Santa Cruz in his fight. Gave rounds early to Rolando Romero in his fight. He gave rounds early to Mario Barrios early in his fight. So if you're Hector Luis Garcia, you have to take advantage of making some of these early rounds. The problem has been neither of those guys have been able to avoid the knockout in the second half of the fight.
But Tank looks for openings indeed. He is such a lethal counter puncher, especially with that devastating left hand. That left, it was a walk-off shot that wiped out Rolando Rolly Romero back on Memorial Day weekend at Barclays Center in Brooklyn. After Luis Garcia, though, 31 years of age, and a very good camp training under the Sports Illustrated Trainer of the Year in Bob Santos. It's been a resurgence for boxing in the Dominican Republic with Garcia and Alberto Cuello both in the stable of Bob Santos. When this fight was made, Miguel, you and I kind of said, wow, Tank really wants a test, especially in the lead up to a potential mega fight with Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, when it was reported that, Tank and Ryan agreed to a deal to fight in the spring of this year, we thought, all right, both guys are going to wait until spring, and then it was agreed. Then we saw, both guys are going to take a fight before that. And we figured, okay, both guys will take someone that isn't that much of a threat. And when it was announced, as we mentioned, it was Hector Luis Garcia. We're like, wow, Tank really doesn't want it. That's not a tune-up. No. That's a world champion at 130 pounds. And he is a very difficult fighter. And Tank knew that. He said, look, I wanted to fight the best. I'm tired. I'm done of trying to take on an easy opposition. I heard all the talk. And in 2023, I'm going to shut a lot of people up. He was saying that at the press conference. He says, I hear all the talk. It's time to shut everybody up. And that's what he plans to do this year. But it's got to start first off with Garcia. as a boxer, your friend can go and flash. You need to take advantage of the years that you have.
Don't stand, keep them off balance a little bit here. You ain't got to fight them in front of them like that. They look good. Just please make a win for you. Get that up there, you are. Hey, keep taking your speed though, man. Keep your hands up and fight hard.
And Terrell, number 2, what were your observations you get from round 1?
I mean, it was a quiet round. It was a feeling out round what we both expected. Not sure who you give it to. You probably give it to me, but there wasn't much that was going on in that round. And I expected to really amp up over the next couple rounds. I think especially for Luis Garcia.
Round number 2, this one's scheduled for 12 for the lightweight championship of the world. Davis just 3 of 15 for a 20% connect percentage. Garcia 1 of 17. It's as you stated, Miguel, the epitome of a feeling out round.
Yeah, a lot of, everyone loves Canelo and talk about him in boxing's best. And probably boxing's biggest name. Tank Davis is right up there, but it's quite funny how similar both guys are. Both Canelo and Tank Davis do not throw a lot of punches.
Interesting barrel.
But when they throw, they make them count, and they hurt you. And they throw with such power in every shot that they throw. I think both fighters are in the upper echelon in statistics as far as power punches thrown in a fight, but they're the least amount of punches thrown in a fight for a world champion. And I think that's why both Canelo and Tank Davis appreciate each other. Canelo has said numerous times Tank Davis is his favorite fighter to watch. And Tank Davis has said numerous times Canelo is his favorite fighter to watch.
Well, as you stated, they are economical when they throw. They do not waste much motion. So far, though, this kind of falls along the lines of what a Tank Davis fight is in the beginning. I know the fans are going to look restless. There's a lot by Garcia as we are over the midway point of the second round.
Yeah, this is very on par.
There's a right to the body that might have been a little bit low. Brown telling Garcia to keep the punches up. A minute to go here in the second round.
But this is what I'm talking about when it comes to Luis Garcia. Obviously, studying Tank. He wants to be able to make these rounds. These are the rounds you gotta have right now. Because as the fight wears on, this is as we take explodes.
So it's a bit of chat between the two.
That's a punch that needs to be utilized more. We saw Mario Barrios utilize it well early on in his fight with Tank Davis. Have the reach as Hector Luis Garcia does. You have to take advantage of the jab.
Final moments of the second round, Gervonta Davis looking to cut off the distance and go forward.
Get inside, once you get inside of the room.
Arizona left that connected the best punch of the fight as Tank tells the crowd, hey, relax. There's Gervonta's mom. She does not sit down. You gotta love that. You gotta love seeing that motherly love for her son.
Hey, Spot, I need a bucket up here. Right here. Start sliding the bucket and give me something to spit at. There you go. Hey, keep grabbing. Like this. Yeah, and keep them off balance. You got all day, man. How you doing? And remember, he can't move on that way.
If you heard that again, I couldn't hear what Tank was obviously telling how important his team, something that he has seen from Hector Garcia that will be to his benefit.
It was pretty tough to hear on our end, but he seems calm in his corner. He, not rattled at all. It's patient, and I think he is right now. He's absorbing all the information right now that he's reading from Hector Luis Garcia.
It's like a computer, a very fast computer, computing all the information, the data, as he's seeing. But again, Hector Luis Garcia is no easy task. There's a reason why he's world champion at 130. He's undefeated, 16-0, 10 knockouts. He looks to be, physically, he looks to be a little bit bigger than that of Tank, even though that Tank is here at 135.
There's a left that knocked Tank back a bit.
These fans, the contingency of the Dominican Republic fans, making a little bit of noise here in Washington, D.C. There's another left by Garcia. Stick jab for Tank.
Starting to see Garcia open up more and more here in the third round. That's what he has to do. You have to open up. You can't. Again, easier said than done when you're fighting a guy, a knockout artist like Tank Davis. But you have to be aggressive. Calculated aggression. You have to be aggressive.
There's a left by Garcia. Back comes Tank.
See Tank throwing some things in there, trying to get Garcia to react.
There's a left by Garcia, but Tank ducked his head. Some moves and ahs from some of the fans for Hector Garcia.
Nice left from Tank.
Another left by Gervonta. There's a left by Garcia. So the action's picking up in a calculated fashion, as we thought would be the case. But all it takes is one shot and Tank can put you away. He's done that to so many. Bill Santa Cruz did it to Rolando Rolly Romero. Tank knows what it is to put people and separate them from consciousness. And that's all in the round. Here's some handiwork there, and that was probably on the right shoulder of Gervonta.
Yeah, it mainly hit his shoulder and brushed a little bit of the side of the head of Tank. It didn't really much.
Mira, no te intermetes, no da oportunidad, no corte libre, pero leche, libre leche, pero leche. Muy feliz, increíble.
Incredible.
Cálmate.
Relax.
Hold that cup, hold it. Mira, no te preocupes, no te preocupes. People, keep it around.
Look lively, you're good. So Bob Santos happy what he's seen so far. Out of Hector Luis Garcia, the super featherweight champion of the world. Hey, Garcia's championship is not on the line, by the way.
Yeah, he's content with what he saw. He said, do the same. I was pretty happy, and I think Garcia won that round. But this is what Tank Davis has done. He molds his opposition into a sense where they can open it up. They start to become more and more aggressive. They're connecting, they're landing, they're winning rounds. It opens, and then he shuts the door in an instant. And like I said, he did it with Romero. Romero was winning a majority of that fight heading into that sixth round before Tank slept him.
And Tank has only landed 4 power punches compared to that 11 throughout the first 3 rounds.
As we said, it is a fine line. You run into b-ball, run into that mode of, I'm eventually just going to catch him. And what happens when you don't? Gave up some of those rounds as Garcia hits him with a left hook there.
Davis went to the body, but retaliating is Garcia. Another left down the middle for Garcia.
Yeah, it's certainly a high wire act when you fight the way a Canelo fights, a Tank Davis fights, because you don't score those knockdowns. And you better have rounds in the bank to win a decision.
Midway point of the fourth round between Gervonta Davis and Hector Luis Garcia. They both now are close distance. There's a left by Gervonta. As the fans making noise as soon as their man throws, there's a left over the top by Gervonta. He's so fast. That man speed is something to behold. There's a right hook upstairs. Connected on the jaw of Garcia. Under a minute left here on the board.
And now Tank Davis is really starting to open things up in his offensive arsenal. He sees those counter opportunities. He goes slow.
This is a nice pouring by the champion. Another left backing up. Garcia. Another left. Garcia staying in the pocket. I don't know how long he can withstand this. He's absorbing well. And he goes right back.
Garcia back to take down now.
The action is intensifying. Here at a sold-out Capital One Arena to unbeaten champion Gervonta Davis' lightweight championship on the line. Final moments of the fourth.
Certainly the most entertaining round early on, right?
No doubt about it. We're on our way to the fifth. Here's some of the action we get.
You saw the quick right hook that stunned Garcia for a bit. And then he was able to connect with a left hook of his own, knocking Davis back. And then there was that short left that caught Garcia on the chin, and then boom, right hook backs him up. And that's the thing with Tank Davis. He's got power in both hands. He can knock you out with the left, he can knock you out with the right.
Round number 5, this one's scheduled for 12. Alvin Ford and company, they are not worried whatsoever, but Hector Luis Garcia, we knew he was going to come in totally prepared, ready to go under the guidance of the 2022 Trainer of the Year, according to Sports Illustrated, and Bob Santos, but he's certainly come out and given a very good account of himself. 12 punches landed, thrown through 4. Davis 30 of 97, Garcia 23 of 141, 4 in 18% connect percentage. Davis picking up his accuracy in that fourth round.
See, almost a smile from Tank Davis. He's being more and more comfortable. In the fourth round, both men really opening things up.
And look at Gervonta, he's almost like getting ready to get involved into a traffic. Here we go.
Feel that Tank wants to explode. If you're Garcia, you can't allow Tank to really dictate the pace of this fight.
Gervonta with that jab right to the midsection, but back comes Garcia.
Now, even though all of these guys lost, Santa Cruz, Rivera, they were dictating the pace of the fight against Tank. They made that one mistake that you cannot make against Tank Davis, but they were dictating the pace. And I think that's what Hector Luis Garcia is missing in this fight so far. He has not been dictating the pace.
There's a left by Gervonta. Nice left right on the button by the champion, but Hector Luis Garcia's not going away. World Braun getting ready to step in there, but allows the fighters to fight through the break.
Straight flag. He takes me a little bit more aggressive than.
Oh, there's a left by Garcia. Momentarily stopped Gervonta in his tracks.
Takes me more aggressive than we're typically used to seeing. Especially in the first half of this fight.
There's a left on the right ear of Garcia. So right hook upstairs by Gervonta.
Gervonta says, I got the power of a cruiserweight.
Well, he said it, and he's been able to demonstrate it over the course of his career. We are nearing the end of the fifth. On our way to round number 6. Here's some of the action from round 5.
That was a left and flush on the chin of Garcia. The fact that he was able to just stand there and take that.
Yeah, he got me too, so.
Round number 6, this one is scheduled for 12. Gervonta Davis and Hector Luis Garcia, I gotta say, very impressed. There's a right hook to start for Garcia. Garcia doesn't seem to be overwhelmed by the moment. He seems to be of the mindset that I belong here. I don't care about the crowd. It's just him and I inside the ring, going at it. The moment doesn't seem to have gotten the best of Hector Luis Garcia. But again, round number 6 has been around. These 2 rounds, 6 and 7, have been very advantageous and successful for the champion in Gervonta Davis.
Some good body shots. Garcia. Waiting for that opening. So fast. All he needs is a second.
He can put you away at any one moment. Good check there by Garcia.
Orthodox.
Goes from being saltwater conventional back to southpaw. Garcia's come in so well prepared. But again, as he stated at the top of the fight began, you have to be perfect throughout the entirety of the fight. We borrowed from Deontay Wilder. All I need to be perfect, of course, for 3 seconds. They got to be perfect for 36 minutes.
Position.
Jockey for position. There's a right up to the body by Garcia. There's a left over the top by Tank.
That's been successful for Tank so far. He's been able to get through over the top. It's connected a couple of times.
Morning is starting to get a bit more aggressive as we approach the 1-minute mark here in the 6th.
Getting through the defense of Garcia. Again, Garcia doesn't have the greatest defense. Can't be hit. Tank is moving it right now. Just hasn't been enough to put it away. So another right hook for Garcia.
Garcia answering back. Some tense moments here at the Capital One Arena in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Bodywork by the Dominican. There's a right hook upstairs by Garcia. There's a straight left by Davis. And that'll end round number 6.
Let's go down to 19. Yeah, 19.
Listen, you know you put it in the pocket and we keep it tight, man. And keep ripping the body, yeah? You understand? We're going into the 7th, baby. You got a nice little work rate. Hey, you get a box of work rate over there. I got you. Wait there, don't worry.
We are coming up, Miguel, on the second half of the fight between Gervonta Davis and Hector Luis Garcia. See the jabs thrown through, sticks round.
Yeah, well,
That's actually go
like a push up, man. Go.
between Garcia and Davis. So far, what's your observation for the 7th round?
Right now, Tank is comfortable. He's looking for those openings. I don't think he's threatened by anything Garcia's been doing so far. I think he has been comfortable. That's why Tank's willing to stand in the pocket. I don't think Garcia had the power to really hurt Tank Davis. And that could make Tank even more and more dangerous as this fight goes on. Again, that left hand over the right shoulder of Garcia has found a home.
Well, Garcia is certainly making it a competitive fight. We knew it wasn't going to be easy for Gervonta Davis, but Garcia coming out fighting hard, but his hands go more. Look at this.
There's a left that knocked Tank back fit. See Tank's eyes wide open. He was recovering that left hand from Garcia.
Trying to find the target. Just over the midway point of the 7th. Oh, that was danger written all over it for Gervonta Davis.
That's another tool in his arsenal that we all know. Tank's uppercut is absolutely deadly. Just ask Leo Santa Cruz about that.
The Alamo Dome in San Antonio back on Halloween night 2020. Under a minute left here in the 7th. Big left there by Gervonta. A big right hook for the champion. Another one. Look at this. The fans come to their feet here at the Capital One Arena.
Solid jab from Garcia. He's not been deterred. Hasn't been visibly hurt at all yet. He's taken every punch so far that Tank Davis has thrown in stride.
Shot downstairs by Garcia. Coming up on the final moments of the 7th round between Gervonta Davis and Hector Luis Garcia. We are on our way to round number 8.
As we take a look, Tank Davis found that right hook, but then Garcia was able to counter with a straight right of his own. And Tank loaded up on the right hand, caught him on the chin, was knocked back with the jab by Garcia. That's his body. You gotta understand, you hurt if you let him off. Okay? look, it's close. There's been some really, really close rounds as we take a look at the records of both men. Undefeated past the 7th round. 4 knockouts for Tank Davis. No knockouts for Hector Garcia, but both men 9-0 high. Tank Davis knows he's got to turn it up, and Garcia connected with the jab and the straight left. It's really starting to add up. See how much more aggressive Tank Davis will get. There's another uppercut.
They fighting in the crowd.
Both men stopped as there's chaos going on in the crowd. Something's going on. There's some extracurriculars going on in the crowd that has caused this fight. I've never seen this. And both fighters, Tank Davis and Hector Luis Garcia, are distracted. And referee Earl Brown caused a pause, and now fighters are being taken away. I believe that is Big Mill in the crowd.
That's Tino right there looking like that.
I'm not sure if he was the cause of the fight, but he is in that group walking out.
So a delay, and you see
there you see the Russell
Gary Russell and Bill Belichick Jr., one of the members of his team. Steven Espinosa, I don't know what transpired here. Did you see what happened again?
There was a stop in the crowd as the Nightmares dream team. So you have this the Russell family seemed to be in the middle of it, but we do not have all the details. Nonetheless, let's get back to the real action in the ring.
That's absolutely right. Round 8, this one's scheduled for 12.
Tank Davis started talking immediately to Hector Garcia.
Thankfully, cooler has prevailed. Back to action we go.
Solid jab from Garcia.
Garcia's very much in this fight. He's not going away anytime soon. And Davis knows that he has a guy who is fundamentally sound, big, strong, determined, and has done his homework.
Hector Luis Garcia knows this is the opportunity of a lifetime for him. He's already won a world title. There's a body shot out of Hector. And then he came up with a left hook for Tank Davis.
Left right of the button by Gervonta on the jaw of Garcia.
That was actually another one, body shot that really hurt Garcia.
And he followed it up with a shot on the button as we are approaching the 1-minute mark here of the 8th. There's a block by Tank. Garcia's fighting at close distance, not allowing Gervonta to get proper leverage behind the shots. There's a big shot they both exchange.
Hector Garcia, his chin has been something in this fight, but again, you do not want to test it too much against Tank Davis.
There's a right hook for Gervonta, another right hook for the champion. Back comes Garcia. They're both champions, but in this case, Garcia is the challenger.
Keep going, keep going,
Garcia got hurt with a big shot. I thought he went down. He did not. But Garcia's in serious trouble. Look at this. He is such a fantastic finisher. But Garcia is probably in the deepest trouble he's been at during the course of the fight that ends the 8th. Gervonta finally has gotten to the scene.
And Garcia was actually walking to the corner of Tank Davis. And he's asking his corner what happened. He is dazed. He is in a daze.
Just not even a speculator. I apologize for speculating, but
You're okay. Keep it to the way in here.
some of this. Oh my goodness. What a left by Gervonta. And again, Garcia stood in the pocket one too many times. And you cannot do that with Tank Davis. It was a straight left. Body shot. Oh. Should we begin the ninth round? They are still attending to, after Luis Garcia and Gervonta wants out. And they're saying, no, this one is over. After Garcia does not come out for the ninth round, and this one is over. And remaining undefeated is Gervonta Davis, and the moonsault here from a sold-out crowd here in Washington, D.C. And I think you're right, Ray. Again, no speculation, but Hector Garcia was not on there. He was walking to the wrong corner.
That's fucking
He was
stop playing on
visibly
this.
hurt.
I'm just like you. Really ain't for a stop
You know, I have to go back and listen, but it almost seemed like he asked his corner what happened. Yes. I don't think when he got back to the stool, he fully knew where he was. He seemed to be totally out of it. He has a glazed look on his face. It's almost like when a running back gets hit hard by a linebacker in the NFL, and you need to at least be evaluated. And honestly, you don't have that time. You can't call a timeout. That doesn't exist. And Garcia, I thought that the order made the right call to listen to their fighter. Outside rushing company, they tried to get him to come on, but then he was, whatever was said in between the round, they did not like either what they heard from him or his body language or both, and thus decided to wave it off. Well, I think they just saw the glazed look on his face. He was hurt. And it's, again, that's what we talk about. All it takes is one mistake against Tank Davis, and it's over. And Tank Davis had him out on his feet. Let's take a look at the end of the last round. What did you see here again? Tank, he knew he had him hurt. And you saw he was walking towards Tank's corner. He didn't know Earl Brown had to direct him back to his corner. And there. Couldn't hear, but it almost seemed like he asked what happened. So Gervonta Davis improves his record to 28-0 with 26 knockouts. And then he did the standing moonsault, and he stopped the landing. Every time he does that, my heart drops. You want to go on an ACL, are you kidding me? It's one of those things that, you know, I know he loves doing it, he's great at it, but less of that, please, because we want to see him at the top of his game as injury-free. Well, Gervonta Davis fought a guy who's tricky, who was a bit awkward, who came to fight. At the end of the day, as you stated, Miguel, you have to be perfect throughout the entirety of the fight. And Luis Garcia made a mistake. He paid for it dearly. And long will Gervonta Davis gets the stoppage. Yes. Garcia might have an answer belt for the ninth round. There's no shame on Hector Garcia's part. He was fighting very well. He was winning the fight. And at the point it was stopped. But it was starting to open up. As the danger that happens, you start to get more aggressive. You're trying to rack up rounds. Tank Davis can also explode. And here's where we thought it was a knockdown. He went. I don't know how he didn't take the canvas. It's like he got his legs were almost all the way down, but he did not hit the canvas. Right here. Here's the left. Just hit him right on the right cheek. He was able to stand on his feet. And there you knew he was hurt because he was starting to back away and was just trying to survive the round at that point. So at the time of the stoppage, Davis was ahead 78-76. on the other scorecard. So 278-73, the other 78-74.
And again, it was a smart stoppage. Even you can see Hector Garcia saying, I can't really see right now. Like, I am all glazed. He was telling his trainer, Bob Townsend, I can't continue. And I think it's a smart call. You're still a world champion at 130 pounds. You got a long career ahead of you, hopefully. And he would have just been pretty much going out to pasture if he was off his stool, going to continue on that fight. It would have been over.
Here's Jimmy Lennon Jr.
The time of 13 seconds of round number 9. A referee in charge, Earl Brown, waves off the contest upon request of the corner. He is the winner by way of technical knockout and still the undefeated WBA lightweight champion of the world, Gervonta Tank Davis.
Davis remains undefeated. He's standing by with Jim Gray.
All right, Morrow, thank you very much, and congratulations on a terrific fight here. Were you surprised that he did not come out?
A little surprised, but when I caught him, I knew he was hurt. He was hurt bad. He's a fighter, so he didn't want to show it, you know what I mean? So I knew he was hurt though.
And we're told he couldn't see out of his right eye. We will attempt to talk to Hector in just a moment. How would you assess this fight and your performance?
I feel as though we got stuff to work on, but everything. I'm a fighter, and I'm not retired, so I'm coming before I'm always winning and learning.
When you got things together here, and we can take a look at it, you were able to connect on several of your punches to back him up. Did that change the complexion of the fight when you were able to start connecting?
Yes, and also that's why I couldn't throw like a lot of shots because of I was trying to beat him mentally. You know what I mean? I was trying to trick him, you know, with my hands and with my eyes and things like that. Because he's a tough fighter. You know what I mean? So I had to be a man.
Like Cuellar, he's a southpaw. That style and the southpaw aspect bother you?
A little bit, because I don't fight southpaw that often, but it's okay. It's a part of the game.
Now we look forward to Ryan Garcia. One Garcia down. The next one, which is scheduled to take place, everybody's hoping, in April. Is that your plan, and is it on track?
God willing, man. I'm ready for the fight. It's scheduled for April here. He's been training, been talking, and let's see who's ready to go there.
Will you get that deal done? Will it be next?
Of course, on my end, I'm ready. I'll be in the gym Monday. Well, not Monday. I gotta take a week off. I'll be back for sure. So.
Finally, Tank, you said this week the only one who can beat me is me. How do you avoid that happening?
Bring my people in close. Listen to my clothes on. Listen to how I am. Just stay focused. You know what I mean? There's a lot of bumps in the road, but stay focused together. I feel as though that's how I stay there. I think the longevity of the sport.
28, 26 knockouts. Congratulations, man. All right, Hector. And English will translate for us. Can you tell us what happened with your right eye and why you could not continue?
When he got the shots to the head at the final, near the final bout in that round, that's when the guy just
Can you see now?
Well,
You're all right. Appreciate it. All right, Marlon, back to you.
All right, well, I mean, credit to everybody involved because Dr. Garcia said he could not see out of his right eye. Javante Davis knew he was in for about, which is why he trained so hard.
$1 million.
It gets us closer to a potential mega fight between Javante Davis and Ryan Garcia. We got your thoughts on the main event.
It was a classic Tank Davis performance. It's what everyone came to see. I mean, this guy is just so dangerous. He's a power. Lightweight division. He touches you and you go to sleep, man. You know how hard you got to hit somebody to make the division. He made Hector Garcia's division. There wasn't even a thought in his mind.